What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. The boys are all in the studio. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am fantabulous.
Boys in the aquarium. I get to lay eyes on them. Always good to see my boys. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Landini.
Hey,
how's everybody doing? Landini hooked it. Trust me.
Good, man.
There's a global supply chain issue that Landfill was just able to get to the bottom of.
Landini hooked it for you, and I hooked it for Jeff. I walked into the store last night. I saw a display of cheese puffs, and I said, Jeff will like those. So I bought 2 bags of cheese puffs and boiled it into the cheese puff.
I think it was nice of you. See cheese puffs, think of Jeff, buy cheese puffs. Maybe we open it up to the world.
Jeff, look, let me just let everybody out there that say we pick on Jeff. I'm the youngest of 7 kids. I have 2 older sisters who are both black belts in karate, and both of them are black belts in crazy. I got 4 brothers that are absolutely, you think I'm crazy? They are way 10 times crazier than me. So I got my ass whipped a lot and picked on. So I learned how to take it and deliver it about the time I hit 12 years old.
Can I say
and
something?
That's why I mess with Jeff and you and everybody else.
Hopefully you take this the right way.
Yeah.
I believe I met one of your older brothers at the wedding, right? Daryl.
He seems calm. He's not calm.
Well, dude, you and I were talking about this last week or 2 weeks ago about how some football players, you see the crazy in their eyes.
Yeah.
And honestly, the Commanders' new special teams coach, Larry Izzo, you see that crazy in his eyes.
Larry is crazy.
I'd argue I see it in your eyes. I definitely saw it in Daryl's eyes.
Well, Daryl
he was very calm and chill, but I was like, oh, there's just
Daryl was trained in recon in the Marines.
Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah. And the dude he's an absolute fool, and he's the brother that I kind of took after. You know, he was the smart one and the one that was good in sports, and so you be like him a little bit. He didn't drink or anything like that, so I kind of slipped in and followed the other brothers on that part. But Daryl is he's different. Let me just say it like that.
Just Landfill has an important question here. So you're the youngest of 7?
Yes.
And yet you're kind of in charge. Are you the youngest in charge?
I am really the youngest in charge. I don't just say it. You get what I'm saying?
Sure. A lot of action this morning. We got cheese puffs. Landfill's making plays. B-Mitch is negotiating contracts. It took me a couple minutes to figure out what 20% of $5 was, which wasn't exactly my brightest moment. Dude, you know what sucks? A bad way to start your day is I went for a run, couldn't find my headphones, and then I get in the car and they were on my seat. Like I just like
wait. You went for a run from your house, or did you get in the car?
No, I had to drop Shelby at.
So you drove somewhere.
Yes.
To run, and the headphones were riding with you.
Yes.
And you didn't know.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of silly.
Yeah, and dude, it sucked. And that's completely on me. We got a hurricane coming. Doug Kammerer is going to join us in about 20 minutes or so to help us understand exactly what's going on. The weather for New Jersey kind of sucks.
Yeah.
You're
gonna be inside, Jay.
The practice will be inside. You're saying like we physically will be inside.
Yeah, we're gonna be inside. We're gonna be on the press box.
Jeff, give me a total on this game. Jets, Commanders, over under. Because boys, we taking the under.
17.
Does the Jets practice facility? I'm going to assume it does, right? Do they have an indoor court?
They have to have one.
They got it.
I think they do.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
Have they moved over to?
They're in Jersey.
They are in Jersey now.
When you were up there, they were in Long Island.
They used to be in Long Island. Yeah.
They're honestly,
I remember sitting with Pete Carroll when they were over there.
That's crazy.
Over or under 34.5?
34.5? Under.
We're getting on the under train. 1 year in the preseason, I bet this was the first year they went to 3 preseason games. So that's 2 years ago? I think.
Went to 3 games?
Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
The first weekend of preseason football, I bet the under across the board on what would that be, 16 preseason games? And I think I went like 20-9.
You gonna do it again?
Pushes. I did it last year. Did not hit.
Hold on. I won't come back here. You said it was 16 games, but you went 20 and 9. I don't think that adds up, dog.
I think
that would be 29 games, dog.
Right. Maybe that was over the first 2 weekends, but last year I tried it again and got schlocked.
Got shellacked.
It's waves at the beach, man. It comes and goes. Speaking of comings and goings, let's have a conversation we were kind of having in the bullpen there. The Commanders made a signing. Alex Taylor is a tackle. Commanders also made a signing last night. Another offensive lineman. This dude, Alex Taylor, assuming this is the right guy. So on Pro Football Reference, they have Alex Taylor Prilo. I'll let you pronounce this thing for me, B. Prioleau. Sounds a little Cajun-ish to me. Prilo, okay.
Just Prilo.
Assuming that's, try to make sure we got the right guy. They need tackle depth. When we were at practice yesterday, whatever's going on with Andrew Wiley, they can keep calling it tightness. I tried to get a little more information yesterday. DQ gave us a little more. And before we get too far into this conversation, I want to say that Dan Quinn yesterday said something that's completely accurate, that the goal is to be healthy at the end of September.
Yep.
Not in early August.
And
so take your time with Wiley.
That.
I got no beef with that.
Yeah.
Here's what Dan Quinn said of Wiley yesterday. I'd be more concerned for a player that hasn't played to miss than somebody like Andrew Wiley, who is really detailed in what he's going to do.
Yeah.
The strength's coming back. Wiley's getting closer. He'll test it again today. I think he's closer than further. But, yeah, that is part of training camp, and it does provide moments and opportunities for people to see what they can do.
I'm with that.
The goal is absolutely to be healthy for Tampa, right? Yeah. And if Wiley needs time, last year we saw Wiley play poorly for half the year and then somewhere between better and significantly better for half the year, I would say.
And I think a lot of that had a lot to do with everybody in the offensive line played terrible with Gates.
Gates was a problem. But that's why they benched him.
See,
they gave him guaranteed money, and then they had to bench him.
The statement that Dan made yesterday and the statement that John Thompson said once to me has changed my mindset. And you could probably see I buck a lot of things that people say. He always said, people always care about who starts. He say, coaches care about who finishes. So late in the game when it's tough situations, who do they put in? Just like this with Dan when he's saying, the guys are like, oh, he's hurt. He's saying, I don't care if you start camp hurt. I want you to finish camp healthy.
Sure.
And I think the ultimate thing now that they're going to make sure the people that they have seen moving and working towards what they like, they're going to make sure that those guys are there Tampa, September 7th. Because that'll be best for the team.
Totally.
And Jaden.
I totally agree. So whatever's going on with Wiley, at this point, I think you can't be too concerned about something in early August when he's at practice and there's no visible, like they also are sending him out there, at least they were for field goals. So that's not a live pass rush. So they're comfortable with him just getting the snaps and getting the work.
But could it be that it's a little injury that he needs some time, that they don't want to push it anymore?
100%.
Because if normally when you're hurt, they don't want you in any harm's way.
Right.
Because let's be real. I have seen some of the dumbest things happen on just a simple field goal where they're going to just take their step and just move their hands. And they don't really hit nobody. I've seen guys get hurt on that.
Bro, the wildest injury I've ever seen in my life, the most pain I've ever seen a player be in was Reuben Foster during a May walk.
Yeah.
Like he stepped wrong and his leg exploded.
So it's like
I'm with that.
And listen, we live in a day and age where information is key, but I think sometimes you have to be able to pump the brakes to allow some things to transpire. Because listen, this whole thing, they haven't really told us nothing about Wiley. We just don't see him practicing. But all of a sudden, when we start to get a little worked up, he'll be out there going full go, and we'll be like, what the hell happened? And then you say, oh, they probably were just trying to get him right.
Totally.
And yesterday, we didn't see Coleman out there.
So that is why I think in the last 2 days, you've seen them now sign 2 offensive linemen.
Yeah. You need somebody out there.
Yeah, somebody got to go. Here's my question then. If Coleman, Wiley hasn't been practicing for some time now.
Yeah.
It's been a week at least.
And you have a veteran was in this position.
Lucas could step in.
Yeah.
Coleman has been running with the ones. We're talking about the rookie left tackle, Brandon Coleman, out of TCU, 3rd-round pick. He's been going with the ones for the better part of a week, maybe 5 days. And yesterday, Coleman, no helmet, looked to be a wrap on his shoulder. I think listen, if there's reporting out there that says definitively they know what happened, let me know. I'm not going to speculate on an injury. We don't know that the shoulder was hurt or strained or anything.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes these guys just get an ice wrap. Like, that happens, especially in training camp, especially when you're about to go up against the Jets pass rush for a live portion. But Cosmi is also missed practice. Cosmi's probably their best O-lineman that we know of now. Maybe Biotish is, but those two are two guys you like to think you can count on. Cosmi has missed practice for 2 days. They've said he was sick. So he might just be sick.
Okay.
Head cold, stomach bug, whatever.
It's something going around.
I think the vid's floating around.
That is, but it's just a lot of.
You remember I had that head cold that was crazy.
Like there's a new strain of COVID that they say doesn't give you the symptoms that you had before, but you have headaches and you have a like a thing in your shoulder or neck or whatever area, all that stuff, and you just don't know what you have, but you do get stuffy. So yeah.
I think I'm allergic to that tent we've been in for the better part of 3 weeks. Well, regardless, so? My question, and I think you and I agree, but I think it's worth a discussion anyway. Jets practices. I think at practice you don't have to worry about this ideally because they know they can't hit the quarterback, right? Like it is so ingrained in like youth football to not hit the quarterback in practice that even if it would be a shock if Jaden.
But even if they get so close to him, because avoiding the quarterback sometimes doesn't work out well.
Sure. Yeah, and dude, if you're going almost live and somebody gets rolled up, like crazy things can happen.
Oh yeah.
But is there any point to you where Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury have to reassess Jaden playing on Saturday in the preseason game if Coleman, Wiley, Cosmi aren't out there?
I mean, if all three people aren't out there, I think there may be an opportunity, but this is also an opportunity for Cliff Kingsbury. Where what if Coleman, Wiley, and Cosmi aren't going on September 7th? Are they not going to play Jaden? So you can get a quick fix. You can hand the ball off 3 times and throw 3 quick passes. And he goes through a series and he comes on the sideline. But ultimately, Jaden Daniels is going to have to start playing football against the guys that he's playing against with the people that he has healthy. Because as Doc always say, he's not talking about the people that are unhealthy.
Sure.
If you're healthy, you're in the NFL. They chose all those people. They should be choosing people that can actually go out there and do some level of protecting. But to put somebody in bubble wrap until you think you have everybody perfectly in front of him, then he starts to learn then. You want him to be learning everything even when those guys aren't there. He'll learn to let the ball go a lot damn quicker. The coach can set the play up and the game plan to protect him as well.
So as we were discussing this, I really liked that point that, all right, it might just be up to Cliff to make sure, all right, Jaden gets to get out there, see the action, be on the ground in the Meadowlands, like take that all in, which are the steps and the procedures to preparing for September 7th, but without really being in harm's way. My only counter, and I don't want to go too far down this. I just want to do this here, and then we'll talk to camera. But, like, my only counter is if you know he's only in for a series, and let's say a series is 6 snaps, but whatever the hell. It could be 11, could be 3, right? If it's only 6 snaps, and you know you've got to kind of keep him out of harm's way, is it really worth it anyway?
Yes. It is worth it. Because, if he doesn't play at all of his learning curve moves to the next week. It moves closer and closer to the actual game. And the more it gets closer, that's less time to learn, right? So he's going to have to learn eventually. Listen, I know I guess people think I grew up in the dinosaur ages, but I say it all the time. You don't get ready to play football without practicing football. Eventually, he has to go out there and play football because you say it all the time. Injuries happen. That's the NFL.
Yep.
You may not have your optimal starting 5 out there. Do you stop?
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm being somewhat devil's advocate, and maybe I'm 80% totally with you and 20%. What I have cared about, I'm not one of these dudes that's like, don't play him in the preseason. He's got to play. He's got to see some football. He's got to see some live action. Just to feel the cluttered pocket, just to experience the dirty pockets in the NFL, right? Like feel what's going to happen at your feet because it's going to be faster than I understand the SEC. It's going to be faster.
Yep.
My thing is, if the real action is Miami, if you're going to play, I think you should play a half in Miami. I don't know that 5 snaps.
Did we see a half last
Meadowlands.
year of the starters? In a lot of these games, we didn't see halves.
I thought Howell gave you a half against Baltimore.
I don't know.
I think NFL.com has preseason stats, so I will try to.
But what I'm
up.
saying is, if he gets a half against Miami, plays absolutely nothing in this game based off of how we're talking, based off of some people may be hurt, he's not going to play the third game. And then he has another week and a half in between. So, as we say, you got to get used to the speed. I asked the question, is a half of football enough to get you ready for the speed?
No. But my counter is a half plus 5 snaps enough.
Yeah, because in the 5 snaps, 6 snaps you're going to get, you are learning something that you could carry into that second game. You learned nothing in the first game. Let's be real. We talk about training camp practice, and we tell people how physical, and we talk about those things. It is nothing compared to a football game, to be honest with you.
Totally.
So you eventually
and
have
I think
to start
all
playing.
Parties know that.
Yeah. What I worry about when I look at football today, I see people making sure everybody make it to week 1. Remember, all in for week 1, Robert.
Oh yeah.
I'll watch that, and then I watch week 1, 2, 3, 4. You get the most injuries in all of football, and I am not going to sit up here and try to give you analytics. I'll wait for our guy to come on and give us that, Neil Greenberg and everybody else. But I can tell you one thing. I noticed when people stop practicing and playing hard during the offseason and training camp, there's been more injuries in the first 4 weeks than it was when they were killing each other in the offseason. So people want to throw out analytics to make themselves look good a lot of times. Give me analytics and tell me why the hell that happened. And tell me what you could do to change it up.
I think more and more when you watch the first month of the season, I mean, Belichick used to openly say this. He's like, yeah, guys, we're playing our way in. I like to think my team hits the ground running by week 6.
Yeah, but he had Tom Brady who can,
sure,
while he's playing himself in, can win 4 games for you out of 2. 4 out of 6 when you basically are out there not ready yet. We don't have Tom Brady. We have a guy who we hope to end up being a Tom Brady.
Right.
We don't have the same people Tom Brady had playing for him. We would look at Bill Belichick's teams and say, oh, they don't have no receivers. But you know what they had? They had offensive linemen and defensive linemen that made everything easy for Tom. They made it very easy for the secondary. And they knew what the hell they were doing because they were the same people every year, damn near. Right now, we have a team that has been overhauled 85%. And we're going to probably, when you get the final 53 or 47 that's going to be starting, we're going to probably have that overhaul probably by 97%. Guys that are coming together, they need to work to build a level of chemistry. Unlike Kansas City may not go out there and play Pat all the time. But I've watched Andy play Pat. Kansas City has a team that's went to 2 Super Bowls over the last 2 years and won both of them. So they're ahead of where Washington is. We talk about this team sometimes as if this team is already established and have been together for a while.
They are not.
They have to get to where a lot of the other teams are, which in essence means this is not the same for everybody. We watch what the other teams are doing with their quarterbacks, and we think that's how we're supposed to be doing. No, we got to get close to where they are to compete against them.
So I looked this up because I'm a sicko. The 2019 preseason, when Kyler Murray went number 1 overall, Cliff Kingsbury, rookie head coach. Now, all I can find is the top 25, but Murray did not crack the top 25 preseason passing stats. Now, the guys that usually do the best in the preseason are usually backups that get a whole bunch of playing time. But some guys, just for comparisons, other guys that were drafted in that year, Daniel Jones, I believe where did Danny Dimes go? 6 or 7 overall. He had 1 start, had played in all 4 games and completed over 400 passing yards. Dwayne Haskins. It looks like he played in all 4 games, had 1 start, had over 400 passing yards. I don't see Murray listed, but that just means maybe he didn't crack the top 25.
Mhm.
It's also not Cliff Show. So if DQ says he's playing, or frankly, if Peter says he's playing, he's playing. Let's find out what conditions he's playing in. Doug Kammerer, NBC4 chief meteorologist, joins us next. Phil, well done here. Got to say, I like what you're doing here. Joining us now. Listen, everybody's concerned about this weather. We don't know what the hell's going on. I got it.
We know who does.
Fellas. There's one man that is just right for this job. It is our friend, Mr. Doug Kammerer, NBC4 chief meteorologist. Doug, what up, man? I know you're busy as hell, so thank you for squeezing us in.
You got to have a guy, right?
Yep.
Gotta have a guy. You are our
Gotta
guy.
have a guy. I'm the guy. I'm ready for that. What's up, boys?
What's happening, man?
Get us up to speed on Debbie.
On Debbie.
Okay.
Because Debbie's been a downer lately.
Yeah.
Debbie has been a downer. Debbie, yeah, exactly right. Coming into D.C. here, coming into tomorrow into Friday. Going to be a pretty big storm for us. I mean, I think the biggest thing is for us, we really need the rain. We've been in a drought situation for a while, so Debbie's going to give us some much-needed rainfall. Right now, it's still down towards the Carolinas, but it's going to start to move our way tonight, and we're going to start to see some of that rain really in here tomorrow. So we're going to see some showers today that are not really related to Debbie. Not going to be a whole lot of rain today, but tomorrow, and especially tomorrow night into Friday, we'll have some really good rain in there. We could pick up 2 to 4 inches of rain depending on where we are. 2 inches around the I-95 corridor, upwards of 4 inches potentially back towards I-81 and the Blue Ridge, and that's actually the area that needs it the most. That's the area that's under the extreme drought. So this is going to be a great storm for us. And I don't think it's going to be a bad storm for us. It's not going to be too strong. It's not going to have too much in the way of wind. I mean, we'll have some wind on Friday, but it won't be too bad. And again, this is beneficial.
Okay.
Would it not be? It's not going to be nothing that's going to affect flights Friday, right?
Well, that's the thing about Friday. Friday, you know, if you have flight late late Thursday flights could be affected. Friday flights could be affected because Friday we're going to get in on. It's almost like the banding of the storm. So it'll send out thunderstorms. So Friday's a good chance we could see some thunderstorms. So yeah, we could see some delays on Friday. I wouldn't think a whole lot. I think a lot of our flights are going to get in okay. But I know the state of the airline industry right now, and I like how they like to blame everything on weather. So yeah, I would definitely assume there's going to be some delays.
Okay. Let's run through some specifics because the Commanders have. Well, let's because B. Mitch is already skipping ahead to his flight on Friday, so I'm going to ask about my stuff
I'm asking
first.
that because I might move it tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
Where are you flying to?
I'm supposed to drive
New York.
Oh man, take the train, baby.
I told him just to drive.
First of all, is somebody else paying for the flight? I'm jumping on the flight.
Yeah, but a flight
All
to
right,
New York's
all
a
right.
pain in the ass.
No, not for me.
There's gonna be delays everywhere.
I'm gonna get on the plane. They're gonna go up.
Nicer.
Doug, you know you fly to Jersey. They go, okay, we're getting up. Oh, we're going down. That's all I care about.
Right, that's true. But you got to get to the airport an hour and a half ahead of time.
No,
Get there. And,
I'm not checking in the bag. I'm walking into the airport 30 minutes before the flight. Go straight to the
Flying
flight.
to New York, unless they used to run the shuttle out of DCA, that was valuable because it was like so fast. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
I live right next to the airport.
That's true. So B. Mitch is flying there Friday afternoon. I am driving to New Jersey tonight. Is that drive going to be fine?
Yeah, you're going to get some showers tonight, but you'll be fine.
All right, no big deal.
Yeah.
No big deal there. Flying on Friday, you'll probably be okay. B, if you want to, if you wanted to do that tomorrow and fly out tomorrow, then you're not going to have any really big problems at all. Because up that way, even on Friday, they could have some storms up there on Friday as well. So you could get it here and there on Friday. I would venture to say you probably get in okay on Friday, but if you flew out tomorrow, you'd do much better.
All right.
What about
Ryan Yoakum, you hear it.
What about flights tonight?
Shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, good. All right, so let's talk about the football then. The Commanders are practicing against the Jets tomorrow. Practice is scheduled for 10:15 a.m. It's not really that big of a deal because the Jets have an indoor facility. If they have to, they'll just go inside. But would you expect the rain in Jersey to be hitting by tomorrow?
No, they'll get a little bit of rain tomorrow, but no, it's not going to be. It's really going to be. They've got. Let's see, rainfall moves in there tomorrow. Yeah, they're going to get some rain during the day tomorrow. They could get some banding that's heavier rain tomorrow, but I wouldn't worry too much about that. That's just some light shower activity tomorrow. It really for them is going to be Thursday during the day. Some pretty good rain there,
Friday
and then the heavy rain comes in on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, heavy rain comes in on Friday.
So the odds of me playing golf Friday afternoon in New Jersey are very slim.
They are very slim.
Great.
Move it on to next week, Miami.
No, dude, let's get to the game on Saturday.
Now, that being said, Jay, these things come in on Friday. If they're more of a linear line of storms and not just a big conglomerate of storms, a lot of times these things come in, they're a big line. And the line comes in, as long as that line moves, it could be in and out of your area within an hour or 2 hours, and then maybe you could play.
Okay. All right. Commanders, Jets, Meadowlands, outdoor stadium. There's nowhere to go. The game is scheduled. Noon on Saturday. How we looking there?
Fine. Yeah, this storm moves out, so it shouldn't be an issue at all. I mean,
Okay.
that's the big thing. My question would be, if they get 2-3 inches of rain, how's their turf?
That
what do
turf
they
ain't
have
known
up
to
there?
be great without rain. So
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about how bad our field's been for forever in our area, and I know, thank goodness, we're trying to fix that all up.
right.
I
I
but
know
yeah,
you-
2-3 inches of rain is going to soften some things up a little bit.
Well, it's turf up there. It's like the
I
field
was
turf.
going to say the
that
turf.
should-
Okay, cool.
Now I know you love when you get gambling questions related to the weather, but the weather should be cleared out by Saturday, so it won't be like raining for the game.
Right, even up there.
Okay. All right, Landfill, that may impact our under bet. Let's do one last one, and then I want to let you ask any football questions you got, because I know how much you love the burgundy and gold. Nats moved up their game tomorrow to a noon start. Will that get them ahead of the rain that's coming?
Yeah, it does. I mean, we got some heavier rain coming in tomorrow afternoon, and especially tomorrow night. So that's the biggest thing. If they were going to play that game later in the afternoon into the evening hours, I mean, that's when we're going to see some of the heaviest rain. So that's when this rain's really going to start. It's going to be tomorrow late afternoon into tomorrow evening. So by doing that noon start, I think that's going to help them out a lot.
Okay. And I can tell you there is a certain midday radio show that is really upset they moved that game. That just really upset. All right, dude. What do you want to know?
Jumping for joy.
It's Doug's turn. Doug Kammerer, chief meteorologist over at NBC4. You can follow him at Doug Kammerer, 2 M's, 2 R's. The floor is yours. Any questions from Ashburn?
How much are we going to see Jaden this weekend?
I would say probably a series, unless like Jay's getting ultimately worried right now because some linemen have been nicked up.
I think it's a worthy discussion. I'm not worried.
You're worried. But I think it's a discussion. I just think I think at this point, he needs to play some. And this is where Cliff Kingsbury could show us that he knows how to protect his quarterback.
Yeah, because, I mean, I'm looking at, and JP, I love what you're doing out there, every single day, man. I mean, you do such a great job for us on NBC4.
Thanks, bud.
But, man, everything you guys show, every single thing I see on him is just awesome, right? So I just look at it, and I'm getting really excited. And everything I see is, and you tell me, because you guys are there all day long, how accurate is he? Because he seems like everything you show on the air, it's like, holy crap. This is like some great accuracy that Jaden's got. And again, with it, and I know he's a pretty tall guy, and we all worry about, being a smaller guy, taking some hits. But if he can stand in the pocket there and make some passes, we got an accurate quarterback, right?
Yeah, man.
He's accurate. He's very accurate.
accuracy stands out. The quick release stands out. There's a lot watching him that really does stand out in a positive. Like a lot of what you're hearing isn't just hype.
In this day and age, Doug, people don't post things that are bad. Let's be real. But I will be honest with you.
Okay, so and that's a good point, because I'm watching Hard Knocks last night, of course, and they're looking at the Bears, and I'm watching Caleb Williams, and the one thing that they're talking about is the accuracy, and you're seeing some of the bad passes, and you're seeing some missed passes, and hey, I got to put it in a better place. Now, to your point, Hard Knocks is going to give you the real stuff. I mean, that's actually what's going on a daily basis, and maybe we're not showing that kind of stuff. But that to me really, really stood out. That everything we've seen of Jaden's been really good.
I said that to say this: it hadn't been a lot of bad, like things that will make you go scratch your head. When he misses something, he throws it in the right spot for the most part, and he also understands where he needs to put it. See, the difference between some of the quarterbacks that were coming previously, they'll throw it in the wrong spot and did not know where the hell they're supposed to be putting it anyway.
Right.
He's not like that.
Yeah. Good. You guys are totally sold on starting him, on bringing him up and just going for it right away.
Yeah. As far as the preseason or just week 1 of the regular season, you're saying?
All the above. Week 1.
I am.
All in.
Yeah.
Like week 1 against Tampa. Dude, here's the thing. Whatever you think, he's the best quarterback on their roster, and it's by a pretty wide margin. So, like,
Okay.
I think he's the best quarterback right now, and I think 6 games in, 8 games in, 2 years in, you might really have something. Now, are there things to worry about? Yes, but there's things to worry about with every quarterback. Most quarterback, for all the concern about him being a runner, most quarterback injuries take place in the pocket. So,
yeah, true.
True.
It's going to be fun to watch, man.
Yep.
Doug, thank you for making time for us, dude. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. I hope you can play a golf game. I mean, I know that's the big thing we're worried about here.
Hey, do you want to play Avenel on August 26th? They need celebrities.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give him your number. That's
Thank
our guy,
All
Doug Cameron.
right,
Give him a follow on social media, 2 M's, 2 R's. Check him out on NBC4. Bad weather coming. Seems like it's just going to be rain. We're all going to survive. We don't melt. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. If you want to bet on the summer games, you need to go to FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams in all your favorite sports. From soccer to swimming, from basketball to badminton, FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian, that's BRIAN, to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Aiyuk update.
I really don't care about one, but I'll take one since the question. The one question I would ask: did Washington change their stance?
No.
Okay, well, that's about how much as I care about it.
Here's what I'm going to read something, and then we'll go around the room for a simple pop quiz. Okay. The Patriots, we're talking Brandon Aiyuk getting traded from the Niners. He requested a trade.
Mm-hmm.
All they can do is try to trade you, pal.
Okay.
The Patriots reportedly are no longer involved.
Okay.
They were serious contenders. Let me finish. They were serious contenders for a while. This is from Matt Mayoko, who's been dominating the story, NBC Sports Bay Area. They were serious contenders for a while. The Patriots were prepared to offer the largest deal of the teams who pursued Aiyuk. Two sources told NBC Sports Bay Area that New England's proposal topped $30 million a year. Okay. Another source confirmed that former 49ers wide receiver Kendrick Bourne would have been part of the trade. Brandon Aiyuk said no. Said, I don't want to go. Apparently, he's not too wild about going to Cleveland either.
So the question is, do you want to be traded, dude, or are you just trying to make them give you? Because what's happening is the people that are trying to trade for you gives you some level of strength to where you can get what you want. You want to get paid. When they back out of it, the 49ers now already have 99% of the damn control. The moment the next team give you the one finger salute, Brandon Aiyuk, guess what? The 49ers now start pulling back money. So you better get something done real soon or you're screwing yourself.
Simple question here. Brandon Aiyuk, more or less just kind of was a rabble-rouser, troublemaker on social media all summer. Finally, he came to camp, sort of. He's a hold-in. He requested a trade. Now they have trade offers on the table that would also get him paid $30 million a year, and he's saying no. Simple question. I'll start with Jeffrey. Is Brandon Aiyuk a pain in the ass?
Yes, and it sounds like he just want to play with his best friend.
So you still think – I'm telling you, Washington is out of the Brandon Aiyuk business.
No. I'm not saying, we're entertaining. I think if he said no to the Patriots and he seemed out on Cleveland, and Cleveland is a team that could contend for a ring, it just sounds like he just wants to play with Jaden Daniels.
You're a grown-ass man.
That's all it sounds like.
Man, listen. If the team that Jaden Daniels play for doesn't want you and another team offer you $30 million and you don't take that, then you're not only are a little selfish bastard, you are a dumbass. I'm going to be straight up with you. Dude, you're in this game to get paid, and they're offering you a deal that could change your life forever. And you still say, oh, I don't want to go there. Dude, what's the deal then?
How immature are you?
Listen, man, I got a deal for him.
And maybe we don't know. I'm not saying I know
Target,
that's the case.
Get a box of Preparation H and send it to him.
So that would be a yes. Brandon Aiyuk is a pain in the ass vote for Brian Mitchell.
There you go.
Professor Landini, you have multiple degrees, advanced degrees, I would add, the best degrees. You have a lot of degrees in BSology. You detect it, you call it out, you stomp it out, which is unfortunate for your shoes, but you know BS. Is Brandon Aiyuk a pain in the ass?
Yeah, absolutely. Even more than that, I don't even really understand like what the goal is here. You'd think if it was just money, he'd take the opportunity to go to a new team that's going to pay him a gigantic chunk of money. If it was just trying to win, he'd probably just stay there in San Francisco. Undoubtedly, they're willing to offer him a lot of money, maybe not as much as he'd like, but I don't really understand what his like end game is here. Most people would have just accepted the win and gone to the Patriots and taken the money.
$30 million a year, the exact amount I've been holding out for and demanding a trade for. How dare you? He is currently set to make $14 million this season. I like this from John Lee in the chat. He said, Brandon Aiyuk's situation is the definition of can't have your cake and eat it too. You want out of San Fran, you want to get paid, cool.
Hey.
Here's a place to go get paid. It's Boston. It's cold. Honestly, I think Jacoby Brissett is significantly better than the rookie quarterback.
Well, our friend, he's on the chat now. He said he may be a pain in the ass, but he better not end up with the Cowboys, the Eagles, or the Giants.
Cowboys got no money.
They don't want him.
Cowboys are a mess.
They don't want him.
The Giants just drafted Malik Neighbors. I don't think that's happening. I hear I hear that. I mean, maybe Tomlin's the right guy to handle him. I mean, if you consider Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown and all the egos. I mean, hell, Ben Roethlisberger is not like he doesn't have some stuff. All the stuff Tomlin's been able to handle. Maybe
Tomlin don't want to deal with another AB.
Bro, you think Gerard Mayo in his first year coaching wants to deal with all this?
Well, they just said, okay, but we out of it then. We offered you what you were asking for, and now you don't want to play. What Brandon Aiyuk is doing now, he's about to go back to camp.
I think it's, and people can disagree with me on this, to not want to go to Cleveland is stupid.
They're loaded.
Cleveland has one of the best defenses in the NFL. Last year, I think they won 11 games last season. And maybe he and Deshaun Watson aren't friends or whatever, but like
if the quarterback
they went 11-6 last year, and Nick Chubb was hurt.
That dude didn't like me in college. And I started throwing the ball. He started hanging around me all the time. We became best friends.
Dude, Cleveland's loaded. If they're willing to pay, I mean, Amari Cooper last year, despite a lot of ups and downs at the quarterback position, I think still finished with 1,200 yards, and you get your 30 mil. Like, what, you don't like Lake Erie or something? Hey, Cleveland's got a nice little downtown. I kind of like Cleveland.
Man, do what you do.
He just wants to play with Jaden Daniels. Like, everything just points to that.
Then grow TF
well,
up.
if that's what you want to do, maybe you shouldn't have been exposing Jaden and throwing him under the bus.
Hey, look, he want to play with Jaden. I want $1 million.
I want a Range Rover.
We don't get what we want.
Bishop brought up something interesting too, and not to say they're college buddies, right? That's how it's been explained to us. They played together 1 year.
Yeah,
is that like? And maybe they've been close friends ever since. Like, I get that you can make relationships and have good friends.
Listen,
but like,
I got a lot of friends that I'm very close with. Did not want to play football with them.
Well, B.
And didn't care if I did.
Here's a real question.
As long as we both get paid,
this can be the end of the Brandon Aiyuk as the world turns for today. Is there your friend Gil?
Yeah.
He's like a brother to you.
Yeah.
I love Gil. If Gil was in Nashville and somebody offered you $30 million to go to Toledo, Ohio.
I'm like, dog, we're going to see each other on vacation. Look, as simple as this. Gil's son was waiting on a scholarship from my school. Columbia and UPenn offered him. He called me and said, man, we waiting on UL. I say, if you keep waiting, I'm not your friend anymore.
Yeah, man.
You better send your kid to one of those damn Ivy League schools.
Friends want what's best for their friends.
That's it.
Neil Greenberg joins us next. He's our friend. Few songs bring it early on like Iron Man, and few stats analysts bring it like Neil Greenberg. Joining us right now is our friend, Mr. Greenberg from the Washington Post, data, sports, geek, nerd, not nerd, whatever it is. Hello, Greenberg. How do you do?
I'm doing super. How are you guys?
I almost died during the commercial break.
You did?
Yeah, it was an intense moment. I was arguing with Landfill about these dudes that were surfing on the Weather Channel and ate a flaming hot cheese puff. They were surfers. Brian confirmed it.
They were surfers. Landfill said it was foul.
And then
waterfowl.
It was a rough couple minutes, dude. I'm really trying to power through now, just out of respect for you and your character.
Well, I appreciate that. That sounds harrowing.
Harrowing is a good word for it.
Nah, he's just soft.
All right, Mr. Greenberg. Tomorrow, joint practices against the New York Jets. What does your data tell you about a really good Jets defense and we're hoping, rebuilt Commanders offensive line?
That's a good question. I think the Jets probably have a slight edge there because Washington is still breaking in a lot of new parts.
Yep.
Up and down the lineup. We've talked about this a lot. Obviously, the offensive line, which a lot of people don't think they're going to be very good. The new quarterback, new offensive coordinator, coach, etc. So I do think you probably have you probably give a little bit of the nod to the Jets' defensive line, only because they really only have one job at this point, right? Make Jaden Daniels, who will probably be uncomfortable in his first pro debut start of any kind, more uncomfortable. I think it's great that Daniels is going to be under center, at least for a little bit. But I do think in that particular matchup, probably give a slight edge to the defensive line.
Well, let's be real. Like, they're going to practice against them tomorrow. And I believe that's when he's going to see Quentin Williams and Mosley and all those guys.
Yeah.
Quincy Williams. On Saturday at 12, you won't see those same guys. So the D-line that he'll be facing won't be the one that he would probably face in the regular season.
That's true. And really all you're looking for is everyone exits the game healthy, right? Like that's the biggest key out of all this. Yes, you want Daniels to get reps, and of course this is all part of it, but one, you don't want to see any injuries. Two, hopefully no one fights each other like we saw the other day. Hopefully it just goes smooth sailing, and it's a building block, not a stumbling block.
See, that right there, the league's now finding people for fighting. So now you're going to start finding people for fighting in regular practice against each other? I think that's a bunch of BS.
I think they're trying to cut I don't know if we've talked about it yet.
They fight in regular practice against each other.
The NFL announced a $20,000 fine for both the Giants and the Lions for what they thought was excessive fighting.
I asked this question: if the Giants were not on Hard Knocks, would they even be seen?
The Giants aren't on the.
I know, but I'm saying, would they even care to follow them? Because if there's a fight that breaks out right now with the Commanders, are they gonna find them?
Maybe
they'd have to, right? I mean, that's
kind of the precedent.
No, I'm saying
they already set the precedent. I mean, if they don't,
when they play each other, I'm saying. So I just think that it's like I've always felt that the league gives you money and they try to find every way to take it back. I think it's asinine as hell.
I would say a fight between teammates, they would let the team decide. I would say a fight between teams, the NFL would certainly step in, and that's not something they want to see on the field.
They've never done that before, though, is my understanding.
Yeah,
right?
They never did it before.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, that to me, like, if it was two Giants fighting, I think that they would let them settle that in-house in some way. The fact that it was, like you said, a Hard Knocks team.
Yeah, but it was Hard Knocks preseason.
Neighbors was
it's
involved.
Not like that fight's not going to be on Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks now is the Bears.
I understand
right, but I'm saying, like, just the overall, like, just the highlights are everywhere. I mean, like, this is
okay.
This is what we're kind of talking about. They don't want you talking about the fights on the field. They want you talking about the product on the field, if that makes sense.
I can wrap my mind around that one. All right, so let's talk Jaden Daniels, unofficially named the starter. What do
Drop
you
that off of that?
Yeah, I mean, we all know what's happening here. Do you I don't know that we've asked you this. There are folks that care about the path to Jaden eventually being named starting quarterback. I am not one of them. I don't think Brian is. Where do you land on the path to QB1?
You mean like announcing him or anointing him in that fashion?
Announcing him and then going one step further that Mariota did get some work with the first team.
Yeah, I mean, football is a lot about subterfuge, right? Like you don't want the other team, you want the other team knowing as little as possible. So I can understand and appreciate the team not wanting to be forthcoming with this information in public. My hope is in private, everybody knows who is going to be the starter. Like these depth charts really don't mean a whole lot. I don't even know if the coaches do them.
They don't.
Like I don't put a lot of stock into these depth charts or anything. My hope is that you go to your guy and you're like, hey, you're the guy. We may play some games here and there with, be cagey, but you're the guy. Just go out there, do your work. Don't worry about everything else. I know it may be a distraction, but trust us, in the long run, this is going to help the team. Something along those lines, I'm fine with it. Like, if Jaden Daniels is not the guy, we have bigger problems than a depth chart, right? Like we have bigger problems than the conversation leading up to that. Looking at them as an organization. When I say we, I mean like the organization. Like that would be like my thinking within the organization. I'm not too worried about it. Just get him where he needs to go, and everything else is just fluff. Like all this talk is just talk, right? Like let's see what happens on the field.
I think it's exactly what you just said.
I think you nailed it. Dude.
I think they tell people, they know up front. Hell, I believe the day he was drafted, he was a starter.
Right. Now
I mean, you're not going to invest that pick and just sign a backup and be like, oh, well, you know what, he might not start. Like that, no one believes that, right? Like something drastically would have to go wrong, injury, off-season issue, in order for Jaden Daniels to not be QB1 when it all starts for real.
Well, and not to mention that the conversation with Jaden is, this is a guy that's played 5 years of college football. I mean, he's started 50 games, I believe, just won a Heisman. Like, if you were taking Drake May or, you know what I mean? The conversation with Drake May was he might need a year or two to sit and learn. That was never the conversation with Jaden. I don't think internally. I have a phrase I always say: the locker room knows, right? The dudes in that locker room know who their quarterback is, and whether it's been officially announced doesn't really matter.
Analytically speaking, games played in college is one of the best indicators of pro success for a quarterback.
Really?
Like, yeah. So. You get a guy that's in situation. Like quarterback's all about reading situations, right? So obviously, the more reps you have with that, the easier the transition is. Now, I'm not saying like if someone plays 40 games in college and has a 10 passer rate that they're going to be Joe Montana, but I'm saying like for the kids that are drafted, generally speaking, those with more college experience tend to do better in the pros as a group. And like you said, I mean, it's the locker room's going to know, the coaches know, and credit to Jaden Daniels. He's saying all the right things, right? He doesn't come off as someone that's entitled to the position. I mean, he's doing his part too. And I think this is all just a dance for our sakes and just to keep everything under wraps. I'm not worried about it
when
at
your
all.
coach say, I knew he was going to be cool, they knew that they didn't have that issue of what we had with Robert to worry about.
Right. You don't want to. Right. You don't want to have to cater to the quarterback and be like, "You're the guy. You're the guy. You're the guy. You're the guy." Because like the guy knows he's the guy, right? Like that's the alpha mentality that you want. You want someone with that swagger, that wants the ball, that in the back of his mind knows how good he is. Like you don't want to have to build him up in that way. You want to build him up in other ways, but you want him to have the mentality that when he steps on that field, he is the best player on that field.
Hell yes. Athletic arrogance is a good thing.
Well, I love that.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can follow
I have analytical arrogance.
I believe you do, and I appreciate that about you, frankly. It was only, it was probably 11 months ago you were fighting with everybody on Twitter because you said despite the 2-0 start, the skin still stunk. And 13 games later, you were proven very correct. All right.
Squirrel, nut, something.
I don't think so, dude. Well, prove to us your analytical arrogance then, sir. Last week when we talked, I think you were working on like a big fantasy football project. I'm a fantasy football. I don't know if I quite qualify as a nerd.
Fantasy football?
I love fantasy football. I don't know what to say. I think we should get our league back together. But what are you working on, dude? What is this big project you got cooking?
So I got a lot of stuff happening, but generally speaking, we're going to have a lot of fantasy football content. I'm also going to start doing some video content.
Whoa.
We're going to experiment with some video content. So we're not exactly sure what it's going to look like, but it's probably going to be in the next couple weeks. Fantasy football, NFL, sports betting, that type of thing. I think my biggest project right now is fantasy football is emphasizing the running back position in the first 2 rounds, which a lot of people are not doing.
There you go.
I think the drop-off is so severe in terms of production because you have so many running backs by committee that if you don't get a guy that gets a large share of the workload early, you're really going to be scrambling for pieces of those committees for the rest of the draft, and maybe they hit, maybe they don't. So I do anticipate a lot of pushback on this, but they have the hero RB, which is when you take like a really good running back and then kind of fill in the pieces after that. The zero RB, when you don't take a running back at all for like the first 5 rounds. And, I'm saying like you need a couple superheroes at the position, like draft the first 2 and then worry about everything else. So those are the type of fantasy stuff we're working on and we got coming out in the next weeks.
So
you're
specifically,
bringing running backs back into it.
As for fantasy, absolutely. I mean,
There you go.
you look at just how the NFL has developed. More wide receivers are more involved with the offense, so it's easier to find guys for a fantasy roster that way than the running back position. I mean, you could probably count on one hand the running backs that get even 50% of their team's carries. So I think that those are the ones that you got to pay attention to early, and you can figure out the rest later.
Where does the stud running back world end for you? Like, I mean, obviously McCaffrey. People love Breece Hall, who we get to see this weekend. That should be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Bijan down in Atlanta. Jonathan Taylor. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs kind of in a timeshare. You got King Henry in Baltimore. Like, how far down that list till you're like, all right, those guys you still can't count on?
So I would say McCaffrey and Breece Hall for sure. Bijan Robinson, Gibbs, and then I would say Barkley. I think Barkley is going to have a really good season. He's with a much better team. The Giants didn't really get to play with the lead all that much is when you see a lot of the rushing opportunities. So I do think Saquon Barkley, while he is a fringe first-round pick towards the end, I personally would not hesitate selecting him in the middle of the draft when you have these top wideouts going like Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and A.J. Brown. So I think that Saquon Barkley is probably where the list for me ends. But I still would go running back, and try to get a guy like, Pacheco or Josh Jacobs or, like you said, Derrick Henry, like in the second round. Because after that, it really falls off a cliff in terms of usage.
What do you think specifically in Washington? I'll give my fantasy nugget that I told the Clusterbuster CK this morning. I think if you miss out on the first batch of tight ends, the stud tight ends, I think Zach Ertz, you're banking on health, and maybe you can't do that. But I think he could have a monster season just from everything we've been watching.
Yeah, so that's kind of my feeling with that is, I mean, I'm not even sure that Zach Ertz is being drafted overall in fantasy drafts. He will in this area because he's a local team. But yeah, like those are the type of guys that, especially with the tight end position, they're not going to hit every week once you get past like Laporta and Kelsey, right? Like even Mark Andrews. Like you're going to have a lot of boom or bust weeks, but those could be some really boom weeks if he's healthy and if the offense is excited to have him, what he can do. So yeah, I mean, I can certainly see someone like that being very lucrative, especially because you can get him so late that, considering the other pieces that you'd be looking at there, it's all a crapshoot anyway. But here's someone that obviously knows how to play position. It's all a matter of can he be healthy to do it.
Totally.
What about the Commanders' running back situation from a fantasy perspective? Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler.
Also,
both
get back to what he was. He could be a hell of a fantasy guy for you.
Bro, both of them
Yeah,
look great.
I would say Eckler is very intriguing because, he's going to be involved in a lot of different facets of the game. And, I mean, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if we're at the end of the season and we see Eckler's workload, the largest of the bunch, only because of what he can do, run the ball, obviously catch the ball, et cetera. And especially, as you get closer to the goal line, depending on what you want, I don't know if Robinson's going to get all that workload. So I do think that there's a chance there. I'm almost of the mind that if you truly want one of them, you probably have to draft both of them because we don't know what's going to happen. But if you're asking me to choose, I would say obviously the upside with Eckler is way higher than with Robinson.
Yeah, I don't. Robinson has looked really good as a pass catcher, dude. And
yeah, Eckler's also one of these very self-aware people that knows what his role is and knows how he can excel in his role.
Sure.
And I think that everybody else knows that as well. So this isn't going to be a guy that's asked to plunge the ball in at the 1 yard line. This is going to be a guy, that's out wide at the 10-yard line or, involved in the third down pass catching stuff. Like someone else used to be that we know, all that type of stuff. I think that's really where
I think the thing about
shine,
Eckler,
right?
though, even at the 1 or at the 2, you really don't know what he's going to do.
That's the thing, right? So he's the one, we talked about subterfuge. Like when Eckler's on the line of scrimmage, you can't be 100% sure what's going to happen.
True.
Right? And that is worth a lot. And that also could get him more snaps only because of what that can do to the defense. So there's a lot of things that play there. Let's see what happens. But I think it was a great signing by Washington, and I'm really excited to see what he can do here.
I am too. Did you tell me you like the Patriots win total over? Because I've been talking myself into that for a month now.
I do, because I don't think NFL teams as a whole are 4-win teams. Like we've seen, you have to be historically bad.
They got to, as long as Jacoby is the guy, then I'm on board.
Right. So again, it's hard to win only 1, 2, or 3 games in a season.
Mm-hmm.
You need a lot to go wrong in the NFL with the parity that exists to only win that number of games. So just from a logical standpoint from me, I just think that, the Patriots aren't one of the worst teams in NFL history. You can't convince me of that. So I think that a 5-win season is well within reach.
Greenberg, we appreciate you, man. We'll be looking forward to the fantasy content.
I appreciate you letting me talk about it. I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
See you, buddy. That's our friend Neil Greenberg at @ngreenberg. You want to follow him. Always really smart content. You heard Greenberg talk about analytically, and some of this is probably obvious, right? The more starts a quarterback has in college, the better his prospects of becoming a good NFL starter are.
Yeah.
Well, you only stay on the field in college if you're good. So I think there's some level of logic there, right?
Totally.
But if Jaden is the player we think he could be, and we try to keep things medium here, but what are the Commanders' chances of going worst to first? We're going to examine when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley. You know the literary classic War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy? You know, they actually wanted to name it War, What is it good for? That's a deep cut for Seinfeld fans out there. Shout out, I'm going to present a stream comment without any context. My guy Seymour Butts says it should be illegal to offer pickles to men. Do what you want with that information.
Just the juice, Seymour.
Pause.
Just asking.
Here's what I'd like to discuss. Every year in the NFL,
Because, I mean, pickle juice helps you out from cramping, I'm saying.
pickle juice is a very good chaser to a shot of whiskey. Also.
Cramp deterrent. Well, the person that gets cramps all the time, Jeff, you need to drink some pickle juice.
It's amazing how many cramps Jeff gets with
I
the
don't get a lot of
incredible lack
cramps.
of exercise.
Who's had a cramp on this show over the last 3 months? Jeff.
Bro, I had one, and that was just a crazy.
Did you have one, JP?
I didn't
Nah,
even know
I don't
it was.
think so.
I haven't had any.
My back will cramp up here and there. But,
I never thought it was possible to get a cramp in your jaw, bro. That's crazy.
whoa, wait,
Jeff, you should
No,
never
not
say
like
that.
that,
See,
bro.
Seymour
Come
Butts said
on,
don't give you a
dog.
pickle.
Landfill.
Now you talking
Come
about your
on,
jaw.
Did
dog.
he just say he got a cramp in his jaw?
Yo, behind my ear, bro, and right there, dog.
That's because you're either talking or eating too much.
Landfill, you spend a lot of time with him in a very, very small space. Did Jeff say his jaw cramped up?
This
Because
studio is bigger than y'all's.
Sure. But nobody in here's got jaw problems, dog.
Yeah, son.
We're going to move forward. We're going to try to keep this operation moving. Every year we see it, a team goes worst to first in their division in the NFL. It's a fact. Like, it happens. I don't know that I want to start predicting that for Washington. Dallas has some trouble, right? Dallas has money trouble. They lost. The Dallas defense has been really good. They lost their coordinator and their passing game coordinator. They're here now. So Dallas got some problems, right? Dallas is CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Dak. They got some stuff going on. They still have a lot of talent. And assuming everybody shows up to play, if you're looking at the stream, now I got B-Mitch's camera because it followed me and mine. So you're getting two angles of me. I hope you enjoy my hat. I think it's hard to not, Jeff, pull up NFC East odds for me. Hard not to think that Dallas, who is the defending NFC East champ, is still pretty loaded. Then you've got the Eagles, right, who are absolutely loaded from a talent perspective. I actually really like this. Nick Sirianni came out today and said, last year's on me. I apologized to the locker room. I got to hold myself more accountable. I don't know that it will work, right? Like they've lost so many coordinators there. I feel like losing Steichen to the Colts was a really big deal for Jalen Hurts. But Philly's got a ton of talent. I assume Philly's the favorite and then Dallas is right on their heels, Jeff?
Philly is the favorite at -125. Then it's Dallas at +165.
Okay.
Then the Commanders at +1,000.
Bro,
then the Giants at 1,400.
I've said this repeatedly, and I mean it. You get the Skins at +1,000 with Dallas and Philly are undeniably more talented rosters, but they got stuff floating around. Like, I'm trying to think of other divisions where there's a clear front runner that I necessarily wouldn't want to chase, right? Like, I mean, you could argue that the AFC South with Stroud now, they are the clear front runner. Then again, last year, they were that's your worst to first story right there. I think the Chiefs are obviously the front runner amongst the bad AFC West, Raiders, Broncos, Chargers, although I would advise to never sleep on Jim Harbaugh. Probably the
You have to build that team first, though. I don't
Sure.
think he just automatically
I agree.
jumps up.
The Lions maybe in the NFC North, although the Packers might be on their heels. The NFC South's kind of a dumpster fire. I would look at the Bucs, although I know a lot of people like the Falcons. But the NFL's so wide open, and I don't know, Brian. It's a simple question. What do you think the chances are of the Commanders going worst to first in the division?
I'm not gonna say it's impossible. I think that they have I'm gonna go about 35-40% chance.
I think
I think this is the reason I'll say that. We normally are talking about trying to improve a position or one side of the ball. I think they incrementally are improving both sides of the ball. Uh, I I for one think that they got to get a legitimate kicker. I know a lot of people don't give a damn about kicking and special teams, but you don't have a good kicker, you have a problem. I think that they can jump up, and the coaching. I think that they're going to get more out of some players than they did previously, which means that instead of us saying, "Well, we don't have," we'll start to say, "Oh, we're getting better coaching. They're playing a lot better if we had one or two more pieces here or there."
Yeah, I think I don't think the kicker's on the roster. I don't think the kicker for week 1 is on the roster.
Possible.
You said about 35-40%. I think 1 and 3 sounds fair because we've seen, dude, almost every NFL team is an injury away.
Mhm.
Like, injuries happen. So something could happen. They are more talented teams. I don't want to be unclear about that whatsoever. The Eagles and the Cowboys have more talent, period. But they also got stuff floating around. There's no stuff in Washington. Everybody's, pulling the same rope, to borrow the PJ Fleck phrase. Like they're moving forward. Now, what is the path to going worst to first? Jaden Hits.
Jaden
Hits is the top of the list.
and other people in
Significant
other spots
defensive
don't get hurt.
improvement. You stop having these breakdowns over and over and over in the secondary. You get better play out of Emmanuel Forbes. Jamin Davis emerges as a pass rusher. Dorrance Armstrong proves that his snap to sack ratio is legitimate, and with more snaps can have more sacks.
Mhm.
Like, there's a path for it to work. I think there's a reason they're a long shot. But if you're telling me it's plus 1,000, Jeff, $10 wins you 100. 100 wins you a G. A lot to like there.
Tempting.
It's tempting. I don't know. It's kind of tempting anyway.
Hey man, sometimes you gotta just take a flyer.
Going to talk a little Nats baseball at 12:30. Andrew Golden will join the show. Trent Reznor? Marilyn Manson? Isn't this more human than human? Fuel? Tool? Cruel? Who the hell is it? You know, B? Jeff, you know?
Not at all.
I know the song. Rob Zombie. What is this? The band he was in before he went solo?
White Zombie.
White Zombie. But was Rob Zombie the singer of White Zombie? That counts. I got it on my 8th try.
Yeah, but you already missed the first 5, so you were gone.
That's all true. That's all true. Remind me when we have Golden at 12:30 to ask him about Hunter Harvey. Because in my soul, you hear that Billy Bean died? I just saw that yesterday.
I did see something like that not long ago.
It's sad, man. There's not that many people that have that big of an impact on a sport
Yeah, but even
when they're not playing it. Yeah, but he was 60. I think he had cancer.
Okay.
Sad.
Did you know that?
Nope. I missed that too.
It's sad when anybody died with it for any reason. But.
Of course. Landfill's got Olympics update. I didn't watch any last night. Did a white dude win a race? Do I understand that correct?
It was a 1,500.
So is that like a mile?
That's right at it.
Still, I feel like white dudes don't win that many races.
It ain't too many other people other than other countries that are brothers running in that race.
I feel like Kenya dominates all mileage stuff.
When they go to about 10,000 meters, and that's when they decide to show up.
Okay. Women's golf is starting. You gonna watch any of the ladies golf?
I watch a little bit of everything.
I think is the 200 tonight. Noah Lyles.
Yeah. No, Thursday is supposed to be right. I think they may run. Yeah, I think that's Thursday night. I think the ladies last night. Jeff's girlfriend won that. Gabby.
Gabby's my Olympics.
I was gonna say that's him.
But I would say if anybody says she was cute, I think they're right. I'm not gonna sit up and act like if any one of us said it, I'm gonna say, "Oh, you should have said it."
I said
Girl's
she was
gorgeous.
pretty.
She's gorgeous.
She is gorgeous.
It was
Gabby
just
Thomas
JP was the aggressively horny
I actually
one.
thought it was
Don't put me in that.
I thought it was Jeff at first. Did I, Jay?
You know what was interesting was last night I watched Hard Knocks. Anybody else watch it yet?
No.
Are you guys gonna watch it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll save my review. But a good cameo by Montez Sweat right away.
The men's 200 meters semifinals are today. The final is tomorrow.
I want the
Semifinals
finals
today.
There's too many semis. And stuff.
Hey, I want to watch that too. I just want to see how good they're looking at it. And because you could tell a lot from the semifinals what they're gonna do.
I believe Noah Lyles is in semifinal 2
Okay.
at about 2:10.
Today? Good. I'll sit here and watch it. No, I'm not.
My boys were telling me there's another very good looking woman that was running the 400.
400 meter hurdles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Sydney McLaughlin.
Sydney McLaughlin.
McLaughlin. I forgot her last name. But she's married to a guy who was a former professional athlete.
Okay. Lavrone.
And she has run times this year in the 400 meters hurdles that would have her in the top 8 in the 400 meters.
When you did track, could you do any hurdles or was it all just sprinting?
I just sprinted. I
She's
tried
also a very
the
pretty girl.
110 meter hurdles. Didn't like it at all. And then I was not going to. I hated the 400 meters. So I'm damn sure not going to try to jump no hurdles while running 400 meters.
Jeff, you know what I'm hearing?
What are you hearing?
B ain't got any hops.
Oh, I got a hop.
You don't like the hurdles?
Hurdles is not showing that you got a hop. You got to have skill.
Jeff, what are you hearing?
Well, Jay, I'll tell you this. You and I can go run the hurdles. I'll beat you.
I think we should set that up.
See, you're the dumb one that would say that. I have no interest in doing the hurdles with you.
The hurdle, I would just tell you, bro. I always had a problem. Like when I go to jump it, I'm thinking I might hit a little area. So I say, nah, that's all right.
That's why you don't pole vault either.
Yeah, pole vault, yeah. I think I'd have been knocking
vaulting's a
I've been
problem.
knocking the pole down all the time, dog.
Sydney McLaughlin. I hope I'm saying that correct.
McLaughlin.
Very pretty woman.
Yeah. She pick him up and put him down, boy.
For sure. Where are we at with the hoops? Men's hoops, ladies hoops.
The women are playing Nigeria today.
And the men are playing Spain? No.
They're in the gold medal, I think.
The men are already? I think the women's
it's one more
soccer.
game before.
Okay,
We're
I bought
playing
that. Yeah,
Serbia, and France is playing against someone.
You're right.
Yeah.
Canada got eliminated.
France beat Canada.
They beat Canada.
Yo, and I think Rudy Gobert got benched.
You can't really drone spy in basketball.
Do you think Canada is cheating in all sports or just soccer?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
I think the Olympic women's soccer, the U.S. women's national team is in the finals. Yeah, dude, they play Brazil for the gold medal.
Yeah.
When is that?
It's a
Landfill?
rematch of, I think, the last gold medal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go USA. I am rooting for the United States. My daughter actually told me she was rooting for the United States. I was very excited for her. She's 5 years old. I didn't really know that she knew what the United States was.
Hey, she knows a lot. Leave her alone. That's my friend right there.
B.
She takes no S off of nobody.
B. I always leave her alone.
Yes.
Shelby and I are on one wavelength. Ainsley has her own planet.
So she takes after Lauren, you saying?
There is something we need to discuss.
Hey, I saw you laugh. I didn't hear you answer.
I have a serious topic to discuss. I'm very hungry. I would like some lunch. Brian, did you bring your lunch? You
I brought lunch, but I would always, I don't have no problem doing something with the crew.
Mimosas?
No, I'm not doing mimosas with no full-grown ass men.
I would like a cheesesteak. I've been craving a cheesesteak since this morning. Maybe Jeff just walks the Subway. I don't know.
Jeff look like Subway.
Red line to Glenmont. Nobody go anywhere. Dude, we haven't done it. It's power ranking season.
Let's go.
High noon in the District of Columbia. B, what do you got on TV, man? You watching the news?
I never turn the TV on, JP, and I walk in here, the TV's on.
Put some Olympics on. Let's watch the golf.
You like to tell.
It's over. All right, we'll deal with that in a minute.
I pointed the big TV. Anyway.
We made no progress on lunch. Great job, boys.
Did you call? I call the people.
Yeah, you were supposed to.
Text.
Every Wednesday in the NFL season, we do power rankings. This is our first time. I think maybe we did them post-draft, but we're kind of regular. Preseason's here. They've already played a preseason game. There's probably preseason football on starting tomorrow night, I'm guessing. I bet there's between NFL Network and ESPN and all the networks, I bet we could all watch a football game tomorrow night. I'm going to pull it up here. Boom. Tell me you're not fired up for this one, B.
What?
Panthers, Patriots, 7 o'clock, NFL Network. Bryce Young, who's not playing. Bryce Young, right. Bryce Love was the kid.
Bryce Young is not playing.
And Drake May, probably not playing. I wonder, what are they doing up there?
Well, Drake May should be playing because he's not starting.
I wonder if Jacoby's playing.
Jacoby
maybe they're both playing. But you can watch that tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, NFL Network. And it's a doubleheader, Landfill has informed me. No. They have a game Friday night you can watch also, Texans-Steelers. Hell yeah. And then you can watch Brian on the call, Commanders-Jets, Saturday at noon.
Or tomorrow, you can watch Lions-Giants.
On what channel?
I don't know.
Bootleg Reddit stream?
NFL Plus, maybe
Starts
Fox?
tomorrow, for sure.
Actually, you know what, B?
What's that?
Tomorrow night, I can definitely watch Giants-Lions because I'll be in New Jersey.
You can go to the game.
I guess I could.
I guess you won't.
I guess I won't.
I know you won't.
It's going to be hurricaning.
Man, you're going to be inside the stadium. You're safe.
I'm not worried about my safety. I don't want to get wet.
You're going to be inside a suite, man. Danny got a
Let's see if Danny's listening.
Call Danny.
Maybe we go watch Giants-Lions for a. I don't want to deal with traffic. I got to go to the Meadowlands Saturday. Do I really want to go Thursday? I mean, you could come up there. Are you going to go to Lions-Giants preseason?
Yes. I'm going to go watch a Lion and a Giant.
I'm confident you are.
At a bar right down the street from the hotel.
But listen, preseason football is here. Brian.
Yes.
We're going to try to stick to the script here. Power rankings. Who's the best team in football?
Best team in football. Oh, man, I'm going to go right there to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Until further notice, it's the Chiefs.
Until somebody beat them in the Super Bowl, they're still the best team to me. I know people go, well, what if they lose the first game? They still better than the rest of them.
Mahomes, Kelsey, they re-signed Chris Jones.
I'm just saying Mahomes and Andy.
And dude, if they had lost Jones, would matter to me. But they didn't. They also they got Hollywood Brown, and then they drafted the kid out of Texas, Xavier Worthy. Rashee Rice was their leading wideout last year. He's got some legal stuff going on. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, he needs to get his act together.
They did lose L'Jarius Sneed, the slot corner that's been really good for them, but the Chiefs remain the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your number 2 team?
Number 2 team in football, I'm going to go with the San Francisco 49ers.
You hear about the McCaffrey calf strain?
No, but he's always nicked up. This guy's the type of guy where he can be missing 2 or 3 games, but they are good enough to win 2 of those 3. Then when he comes back, he can explode and they can win 4 or 5 in a row.
McCaffrey calf strain, whatever's going on with Aiyuk. And the Aiyuk stuff is kind of the headliner, but Trent isn't thrilled with his deal either. Any of that give you pause with the old San Francisco 49ers?
What do y'all need? We got response to our food.
Hell yeah. I need the not spicy legs. Why does that bother you? I prefer the sesame or whatever.
Okay. Jeff.
Just
Landfill. So I just get a bunch of legs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bonchon. Ravens at 3rd. So we're clear. Let's get everybody back into power ranking season mindset. We have decided we use NFL.com. Our thought process is, because it's owned by the league, ideally they're the least like hot takery, trying to just get people mad so that they'll click more. We've always used NFL.com week after week after week, so at least there's some consistency.
Yes.
They go It's really hard to argue with this. Chiefs, Niners, Ravens at 3. It's weird to see this, but I think it's fair. Lions at 4.
I think Lions at 4, yes. I think the Lions can really compete. You could say Lions at 3. We could sit up here and say we won until the Ravens start winning a lot of playoff games, and you can't just put them ahead of anybody else that wins playoff games.
Yeah. I mean,
and it's not trying to hate this being factual. Mar's great, but your greatness comes from winning playoff games.
Sure.
And I did that for Ben. Yeah, Ben, you know I'm talking to you.
BJ?
Ben Argueta.
Oh, okay. Who you got at 5, B?
5, I still like the Eagles.
Okay. So does NFL.com.
I'm not looking at none of this, too. I'm looking at Korean chicken. I'm good at this, man.
All right. You are good at this. Sometimes Landfill's feeding you the answers in your
Landfill
ear.
has not talked to me
I'm
in like 3 weeks. I think he's mad at me about something. I give a damn.
I bet he won't be mad at you when the chicken arrives.
Well, I'm not bringing him none.
Fair assessment, Landini?
I'm letting him off.
Who you got at 6?
6. Texans.
Houston. That's who they got. Although they did have a suspension, a 6-game suspension for Danico Autry, but you bring in Steph Diggs. They re-signed the tight end, who I really like down there. You bring in, you remember they got Joe Mixon? Jeff, before we get to like maybe the last week of August, we need you to go around the league and remind us where players are. Like Steph Diggs is in Houston, Joe Mixon, like all these guys that have moved. Tennessee rebuilt their receiving corps. I'm going to need a Jeff Walker NFL free agency update. You got that in the bag?
Got you.
Okay, because you never gave us our Olympics preview, if you recall.
Or our conditioning test.
So hold on.
Did
About
we
that
ever get the
Olympic.
Jaden Daniels song? We did get that, right?
Yeah, we got
okay.
that, Jay. We got that.
Good.
I was gonna say you were barely here.
I'm barely here. What does that mean?
Because how you not know we got a Jaden? We didn't get the Jaden Daniels.
I recall.
Crazy.
I want to go around the room on this because I have a feeling I know Brian's answer, but maybe I'll be proven wrong. Number 7, NFL power rankings, Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
They lost a lot offensively. They still have a lot of talent up there. I still think Josh Allen's a good player. He fumbles too much for me.
I agree with that.
Jeff, give me a Bills win total, maybe an AFC East to win props. How do you feel about Buffalo, Brian? And I ask that because in the past, I think people have overhyped Buffalo as like in the past, the power rankings would have the Bills second behind the Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
Feels like people are kind of out on the Bills, which in my zig when the world zags mindset might have me in on the Bills.
I don't know if they're out on them, but I think that they know now that Josh has faltered in moments where the best quarterbacks don't, but he has lost a lot on both sides of the ball now that they may not trust in just him getting it done by himself.
Well, according to FanDuel, the Bills are the favorite to win the AFC East, sitting at plus 165.
What are the Dolphins?
The Dolphins are plus 220.
What about the Jets?
Plus 170.
Okay. And then the Pats are plus $1 billion.
2,400.
Yeah, okay. What is the Bills win total? The over-under?
The win total is 10.5.
17-game schedule. I don't know if I love that. Do you think maybe the Bills are a little underrated now? I know you like Sean McDermott as a coach. That defense has performed.
The thing about it is they have performed, but they've lost a lot of people that were helping them to be where they were. And when they had everybody in place, they didn't do it. So now they lost people. I'm supposed to now assume that they're going to get it done.
I do think one guy that I really like up there, I think Curtis Samuel could have a big year. Curtis Samuel gets open, dude.
He does, and that's very possible.
Landini, do you think people are underselling the Bills?
Actually, no. I think that the Jets, they are at least semi-competent this year with Aaron Rodgers, and they have a good roster. The Bills or the Dolphins will be good as well. I mean, the Patriots are going to suck, but when the Patriots were dominating that division, they played everyone else was bad. So it was easy for them. They were getting like 5, 6 free wins a season, and that's just not going to be the case.
Was awful.
Yeah, it's not going to be the case for the Bills. They're actually going to have to face competition in that division. So I don't think people are underrating them at all.
Okay, Jeffrey, Bills.
I don't think they're underrated. They lost their best receiver. So I mean, it's a close division right here. So I think they're right where they need to be.
Okay. Yeah, I think they got the tiebreaker over the Dolphins last year to win the division. If that thing wasn't at 10.5, if I could get it at 10 and then the push would be open, I'd be interested in that. I think the Bills offense, the second half of the season last year when Joe Brady took over. Remember Ken Dorsey was going bananas in the coach's box. They tossed him. I think Joe Brady leaned on the run game way more. I think James Cook really took off in the second half of the season. I think they could try to play. I think you can lean on Allen's strengths and stop trying to make him it was like a marketing thing. Like, oh, he's better than Mahomes. Just watch. Like, dial that back. Run the ball. Hit these tight ends. Like,
people gotta stop talking about he is a better athlete than Mahomes.
He's got a stronger arm. He's probably got the strongest arm in the NFL.
He has a strong arm, but see, this is the problem I hear people telling about strong arm. The other guy's arm is not much stronger than his, but that other guy seems to put the ball in the right spot all the time and make the right play in the right moment.
I agree with you. I think if they run the ball more and take the onus off of Allen all the time, I actually kind of like the Bills. I kind of like.
But see, that's the question, though. This is a game, and this is a time when.
But it also requires him not to try to do it.
You said, and everybody else said, the quarterback's the most important position on the field. Mm-hmm. If you can't trust in that guy all the time, then what the hell? Why we say it's the most important? So you're saying don't get a ball to the guy that's the best in moments that you need him to be the best.
I'm not saying that. You know me. I believe in running the football. I don't think Buffalo did it enough. I think they changed coordinators. I think they did it more. I think it helps the quarterback. I think it helps Joe Montana. I think running the ball helps Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but Pat throws the ball most time when they don't have a running game. So Josh has to use that strong arm. See, the strong arm comes into effect when one thing happens, when you're not reading quick enough.
And in the weather in Buffalo, I think it's factor. But all right, I want to get to the Commanders here because we might run out of time. And we got our Nats segment next. Dallas at 10. Interesting. Cleveland at 12, and yet Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to go there. Where do we think Washington is, boys? 24?
I'm going to go 21.
25, 21?
No, I'm going to go 20. You just took 24. I'm going to go 23. I'm going to go one less.
You can also go 24. I'm not squatting.
No, I'm going 23.
23, 24, 25, Landini.
I'm going to go 26.
All right, so we're playing for a flush.
Look, that's something.
They got the Jets at 15. Washington's we're about to see these Jets at 15. So let's keep an eye on that.
They did win 8 games last, 6 games last year.
The Commanders did not crack the top 20. At 20 is the Bucks, who Washington will open the regular season against. It is not 23, Brian. That's the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I'm moving to 27.
It is not 24. That's the New Orleans Saints. It is not 25. That's the Raiders. Jeff, give me a Raiders win total. I think that team could be awful, and we should take the under. 26. Who had 26? Landfill?
Me.
No, not you. Landfill, congratulations. You've won absolutely nothing. I read now.
You won some bonton.
I read
6.5 wins.
6.5 for the Raiders?
Yes.
Kind of hard to only win 6, but I might like it.
No, Neil says hard to win 3 or 4.
That's true. All right. Commanders, I read now from NFL.com. The Jaden Daniels buzz has me twitching a little bit. The Commanders have received another incremental bump since the start of the offseason, and this is one of the teams I'm more anxious to watch in the preseason, mostly because of Daniels, admittedly, as he's inching closer to my preseason Offensive Rookie of the Year pick. It would be something else if Daniels outplayed number 1 pick Caleb Williams, a DC native, in 2024, ushering in a debate over which QB has the better future. Look, this situation isn't vastly different from the one the Texans were in 1 year ago. Washington has a new defensive-minded, player-friendly coach, a precocious rookie quarterback, new energy and hope in the building, plus just enough playmakers on each side of the ball. I'm not saying the Commanders are winning both their division and a home playoff game, as Houston did in 2023, but the Texans started 0-2 and 3-4, and they entered Week 17 on the outside of the playoff picture last season. I realize this ranking doesn't currently reflect it, but I'm prepared to push Washington up soon. Just a feeling. Jeff, how's that make the Ashburn syndrome feel? You gotta like that little blurb.
Honestly, my Ashburn syndrome is like you ever shook up a Coke or Pepsi or any type of soda and like it's just waiting, like you're just waiting to like twist that top off. And dude, I'm telling you, if we come out swinging first 2-3 games and Jaden is looking amazing and we 2-0, I am going nuts. I'm waiting for it. So yes, it sounds good. I'm just waiting for the cap to just pop open, man.
26, but on the upswing, Landini sound about right?
Yeah, I think so. They were pretty bad last year, so they're going to be near the bottom, but I think they've made improvements. And if Jaden Daniels can come out and have a halfway decent year, this could be a good team.
If Jaden hits, all bets are off, right? Brian.
Yeah, Jaden gonna have to hit if the other people help him.
Sure.
Can't hit by himself. So my thing is, I'm looking for what the offensive line really does, and then that will make everything move into the right direction. If they improve, not, and I'm not gonna say if they improve greatly. If they improve a little bit or just a little better, that'll make it easier for him.
Agree with that. I think defensively, I don't know that Eric Bieniemy runs the ball enough, but I know we didn't really get to find out last year because they were often down 3 scores and had to try to catch up, right?
Well, let's say this. If the defense hits,
that's what
then
I'm saying.
Jaden have a chance
That's
to
what
hit.
I'm saying. Defensively, just if the perhaps the best compliment you can give Dan Quinn and Joe Witt is the work they've done in the secondary. Dan Quinn throughout his career, Joe Witt certainly in Dallas. If they could just fix this damn secondary, you change a lot.
With it. I'm with
You
it.
change a lot. 26, but positive vibes, to me, sounds about right for the old Washington Commanders. Nats baseball, they've taken 3 of their last 4. Don't look now. Next. Whoa. Remix. Looks like we got an answer on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. We'll talk about that next. Right now, though, going to get to the BetQL guest line. Talk a little Nats baseball. All our baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Nats had a wild one last night. I took the girls up to go do bedtime. They were down 4-0 early. And when I came back down, they had flipped the script.
They came roaring back.
Yeah, dude. Helping us look at everything now is our friend Andrew Golden from the Washington Post. Andrew, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
We're good, man.
We're good, dude. So pretty wild game last night. Take us just through kind of the fluctuations of that thing for them to come roaring back.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, so what you have Mackenzie Gore, who's been struggling recently, trying to figure things out, and he comes up and gives up a pair of homers. They're down 4-0, and you kind of feel like it's a, oh, here we go again kind of game in that sense. And then he's kind of figured it out. Mackenzie Gore wasn't perfect moving forward, but he was a lot better. And then the offense just kind of took over, and I think once you saw them grab that 5-4 lead, they just kind of kept pulling away. And we talked a lot about James Wood, and he really did it all last night. He had 4 runs scored, 2 extra base hits, 2 stolen bases, 2 runs. He's only one of 6 players to ever do that. And he's a rookie, so just really impressive. But I think what you're seeing from the young guys with K-Bear, with CJ, and with James Wood, just a lot of talent. They showed it last night.
Dude, I mean, K-Bear hasn't hit that well. It's coming on. But CJ and Wood, they seem like serious pieces for the long haul. And I know the Nats aren't making the playoffs this year. Last night was an awesome win. I know they've taken 3 of the last 4. They're now what, 8? They're still 10 under 500.
Yeah, they're 10 games under 500.
But dude, to help me out, is it Baseball America that does the minor league rankings? Didn't the Nats just got a big old boost in what the rest of the league sees in their minor leagues?
Yes, they're now 4th with their minor league system. And so I think you look at the trade deadline, I think it's kind of the point, right? Obviously, you don't want to have a sell-off every year, but I think on the other end of it, when you trade Hunter Harvey, you trade Lane Thomas, and you trade those guys, you get a good return back. And so they definitely boosted their minor league system once again. And so for them to be 4th, I mean, I think the future's coming. Obviously, you have Dylan Cruz in the minors, you have a lot more talent behind him. And so obviously, at the major league level, that means some growing pains, but I think that they're setting themselves up to have a lot of success next year moving forward.
Seeing how their young bats are waking up, and you're looking at Corbin and his pitching, he's going to be out. How do you see them building this team as they move forward to contend?
They had to spend money this offseason, right? I mean, Corbin's going to be off the books, right? And so they're going to be relatively cheap hanging this offseason. So I think this is a time you can spend some money and kind of upgrade. I think they just need more hitting. I think when you look at both their corner infield, first base and third base, they haven't gotten a ton of power from those positions, especially since those Rebo's really gotten going. And so they have a handful of minor league options at third base, but I think they could definitely spend it first. Definitely add a DH, and definitely add at third base if it's possible. So I think that's where they need to go to. And obviously, you could never have enough pitching. And so if they can sign a starter, I think they'd definitely be in business. So I think those are all things that you should look at there in terms of where they can upgrade.
So we're talking with our friend Andrew Golden from the Washington Post. You can give him a follow at Andrew C. Golden. I've heard you mention that. I don't know if you know, like Ryan Clary and Toby Altizer are guys that do a lot of baseball coverage. I've heard this. All right, the Nats have some talent. Now it's time to spend. They used to spend. Then they won the World Series and they stopped all spending. They completely gutted everything.
Right.
What indication is there that they're going to start spending again?
I think this offseason is going to be the first indication, right? The Lawyers decided they weren't going to sell the team and that they're going to hold on to the team. And so I think as a result of that, that means that if they're going to hold on to it, they need to try to spend this offseason. So I think this will be the first indication this offseason, whether they're actually willing to do that and whether they're actually going to invest back in the team. It kind of remains to be seen. I think we can see it all plays out, but I think they definitely should. But I think it's a matter of Does them holding on to the team they're really invested again, or is it just them holding on to make it the right price? I think that's kind of the question. I think that we'll get that answer hopefully soon.
I mean, I hope they spend again. It'd be awesome.
If they spend,
yeah,
they may get the right price or better.
For sure. I think ultimately, right, like that's what you want. Like you want your team you want all the teams and all the owners to be spending. You don't want this to be uncompetitive. I mean, and obviously you're looking at you also want to spend when your best guys are kind of reaching their peaks. And obviously C.J. Abrams has an up and down year, right? But obviously he's shown flashes that he can be a good guy. You have James Wood in the mix. You have some young starting pitching. And so it's all about ascending at the right time. You want to spend at the right time. It feels like all that lines up to spend. So you don't want to spend too late where guys on the back end of their years before free agency, and then you don't get that. Your championship window is shorter. So I absolutely think they should spend this offseason.
Make them. I do think resolution with the television stuff, with the Masson stuff. Now that Angelos is gone, I think it could be a huge offseason, probably for both the O's and the Nats. Just not having this like giant elephant in the room. Is that at least kind of what you're hearing, like the track this is on?
Well, I think it definitely, I think having a new owner and having a new, having a new person for the Orioles, I think that definitely helps, right? I think that helps the relationship and creates a clearer path to resolve it. I think it remains to be seen whether that actually happens, but obviously having a new owner definitely clears the path to have more of a conversation to maybe get that resolved. And so I think you're right in that they're definitely a better situation than they were before. With the previous owner, I think Ruben had the opportunity, and the winners have an opportunity to make amends and kind of find that middle ground and come to a resolution on this. Hopefully in the near future. I don't know when that will be, but it definitely sets themselves up to have more likelihood that it will happen.
All right, let's make it happen, dude. Specific to the trade deadline, a lot of people were kind of up in arms. They didn't move Finnegan. I am a firm believer that you trade all relievers. Like there's only one Mariano Rivera. Hunter Harvey, since they moved him, has been struggling. Where do you land on what they did and didn't do at the trade deadline?
I thought it was a good trade deadline. I think when you look at Kyle Finnegan, I personally would have traded him. I agree with you. I'm in the same boat as you. I think relievers and their performance is very volatile. Finnegan's also older, and when you look at his advanced numbers, his expected stats are a lot lower than his actual stats are. He gets hit really hard. Like Finnegan is really good when he does not get hit, but when he's off, he's really off. And so I would have traded him because you're going to pay him a lot this year in his final year of arbitration before free agency, and you're kind of hoping that he doesn't regress, but he looks kind of primed for a regression. And so when you look at that, I would have traded him. But again, like it's a matter of the value that was there for him, and Mike Rizzo didn't see the value for him. I also will say that Mike Rizzo does a really good job of not moving from his value on guys. He really is really firm in his projection on guys, and that's kind of how he's had some really good trades, like the Trey Turner and Joe Ross trade, and even the trade for Juan Soto. He got a great return, and look at how it's turning out now. So I think it's tough because I think I would have traded Finnegan, but also I think one of the things that Mike Rizzo does really well is he has his value for his guys. He doesn't move on that value, and so I think ultimately he didn't get what he wanted for Finnegan, and he kept him. So he has a trade history, and he's really good at doing trades, and so I would trust him with that.
We say it all the time on our show. Rizzo's the best GM in this city since Bobby Beathard was pulling the strings for the Skins in the 80s. I have complete faith in Rizzo. Just for me, is like a fundamental rule: trade everybody in the bullpen.
But if you don't get, I just think you got to get to the point where if you don't get what you expect, you can't just trade.
I agree with you, B. I'm a run the ball guy, but occasionally I love going deep on first down. Like I'm with you. But so Andrew, the one thing that I wasn't really buying, and I think is kind of perhaps being like proving reality here. It's honestly a Rizzo phrase that I use all the time is look at the back of the baseball card. Like you gotta, the stats over time tend to tell you the truth. I didn't really buy the Nats starting pitching early in the year. Where are we at with these starting pitchers? Doesn't look like we're going to see Josiah Gray. Corbin, God bless him, seems like a great dude. Obviously just a disaster of a pitcher at this point in his career. Gore's struggling. who can we count on? Who can Nats fans count on going forward from the current rotation?
I think Jake Irvin's the big one. I think maybe coming into the year, you thought that maybe he'd be a good maybe third or fourth guy in the rotation. But he's proven that he's been the only guy who can really pitch throughout the year and pitch consistently. So I've been really impressed with Jake Irvin. I think Mackenzie Gore, like I think the thing I'm looking at this group of young guys is that this is probably the first time, or maybe even sometimes the second time for Mackenzie and Jake Irvin. They're pitching every 5 days and going through a major league season. I think it just seems fatigued because I think through June they're really effective, and then in the last month or so, the guys haven't been as efficient. They haven't been going deep into games. They've been taxing the bullpen, especially before the All-Star break. So I think you're seeing some fatigue and seeing guys work through stuff. But I would say you could definitely count on Jake Irvin. You could definitely count on Mackenzie Gore, even though he struggled in the last month. To have some success. Mackenzie Gore has too good of stuff to not figure it out. And then obviously you're gonna have Cade Cavalli hopefully coming back soon, although his recoveries had some setbacks due to Tommy John. So I think that kind of remains to be seen how he fits into the picture.
Bro, I've heard the name Cade Cavalli for years, and I feel like I've never even seen him. I am.
He's made one start. Yeah, he's made one major league start, and then was hurt and then missed the rest of the year in 2022, and then 2023 in spring training, he had that Tommy John surgery, and then missed all of last season.
Brian, hold on, Andrew. I'm sorry to go cross sport on you. Brian and I have a rule with Cole Turner and De'Ami Brown that until I see it consistently in the regular season, like I'm off that conversation topic. I fear that Cade Cavalli is in the same camp.
Yeah, I think he's got to pitch. You got to pitch the season. And I think the fact that he obviously had the step back recently where he had dead arm, it is tough. And so you had to see him get out there and pitch and perform. And I think that he's ramping himself up to do it. But I think it's you got to see him pitch and see what he can do before you can stamp him as a guy you're going to see in your rotation. So I definitely think it's tough. I definitely think it's tough when he's not pitching. And so I think it remains to be seen with him. But I definitely think you can count on Jake Irvin and Mackenzie Gore. I think that DJ Hurst and Mitchell Parker could be good back into the rotation guys. And so I think it remains to be seen how that plays out. But I think you guys sign somebody in free agency. I think that would definitely help add to your rotation. A veteran arm for sure.
Last one. When is this team competing regularly? How many years down the road is that?
I think it depends. I think it goes back to how much they spend. I think if they spend this offseason, it could be next year. I really do. But if they don't spend, I think it could be longer than that. I think what they have in their minor league system, they have a lot of talent, but you have to add on to that. You can't just win off minor league talent and that you call up. You have to bolster it with free agent acquisitions. And so I think it could be next season that they spend money, but if they don't, I think it could be a couple seasons. But they have a lot of talent. They just have to learn how to win at the major league level. And there's been a lot of growing pains, but I think growing pains can be helped if you add some veteran arms. So we'll see what they do this offseason.
All right. For now, we watch James Wood and we cheer and we follow Andrew C. Golden on X. Thanks for the time, pal.
All right, brother.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Take care,
man.
That's Andrew Golden. Check out his work in the Washington Post or follow him on X at Andrew C. Golden. When we come back, Brandon Aiyuk update. Seriously. Landfill, the Bonchon chicken is going to be ready at 1 o'clock.
Silly.
B. Mitch has already told Jeff that. At what minute does Jeff return with the chicken? I set the over-under at 106.
Oh, I was going to say 122.
Yeah, I might get 130. Keep messing around.
Do we know if there's any good-looking women between here and Bonchon?
Because
however many of them there are,
it's after
adds 2
106,
minutes.
no matter what.
106.7 before Jeff returns.
106.7, the fan. 106.7, the
Okay.
chicken.
Let's do this. Andrew, I want to get it right. Philip, hope I'm saying that right. Does Sports Talk Radio in Pittsburgh. He has tweeted out, sources, the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay.
All the terms of the deal and the contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. There's another dude, and I don't know that everybody follows this guy or not. But there's this dude, Pretty Ricky. B, are you familiar with Pretty Ricky?
I think I've seen something he posted.
I'm guessing Jeff is, because this is like the conspiratorial corner of the internet. That's kind of Jeff's expertise. Jeff, are you familiar with Pretty Ricky?
Like the R&B group?
No, guy on
X. It's a reporter, but like as a concealed identity, but he gets a lot of stuff
Pretty
right.
Ricky.
He gets a lot of stuff
Jeff
right.
know what that is.
Pretty Ricky.
They hang out.
Well, he keeps his identity a secret. He's like Batman. But he called the Steelers getting Aiyuk a while back. Sure enough, he's now proven right. Apparently this morning on Pittsburgh radio, Mike Tomlin did an interview, and he was asked if he'd had any important phone calls lately, and he said it's a little early on the west side right now, so probably not. Maybe Tomlin was giving hints out here. What we know is multiple people, not necessarily like the Schefter, Pelissero, Garofolo crowd, but people are saying that it's Aiyuk to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And they're not giving up a first-round pick, which I find pretty interesting.
What are they giving up then? Are they giving up a player?
Maybe George Pickens?
Pickens, and maybe are they giving up multiple players? I don't think Pickens for Aiyuk is an even trade.
Pickens could be really freaking good.
He
dude.
could be, but he is not Aiyuk.
But he's cheap for a team that has to pay Trent, has to pay.
That's great for the 49ers,
Purdy.
but it's still if you're getting rid of Aiyuk and the Steelers got to pay him.
Hold on. What do you think? What do you think Pickens did last season in Pittsburgh? Because this is better. I knew he was good, but this is a
about 1,100, 1,200.
He had 1,100 yards with Kenny Pickett at quarterback.
Yeah, he was their offense.
Yeah, if I'm the only person that Kenny Pickett can throw the ball to consistently,
I just think
Kenny Pickett was locking in on one guy and letting it fly.
if you get, I have no idea what the trade parameters are here, but if you get Pickens and a pick, and you've got 2 years of team control on Pickens on a second round deal,
I'm saying Pickens and a pick that'll work. But it's
I'm sure it's
not gonna be Pickens for
no.
Aiyuk.
It ain't straight up. It's Pickens and a pick, or whoever it might be in a pick, or it's multiple picks. We'll find out.
He better hope that Russell before you say he was taken by an alien shows up and not the one that's been there.
B, there's more and more smoke that Fields might be the guy.
Well, you better make sure Fields become the guy that can throw the ball consistently. Make sure it's Fields the guy that played against Washington last year.
Right. Would you, as I mean, kind of Aiyuk has explained, but as everybody has kind of explained, Aiyuk wanted to come to Washington to play with Jaden Daniels. Okay. But he also said Pittsburgh. What is Aiyuk's pull to Pittsburgh? Do we know? He likes French fries on sandwiches?
I don't know.
Jeff, you got anything? Was he a big Andy Van Slyke fan back in the day?
I was about to say probably just another mobile quarterback that can throw the ball.
Listen, I think Jaden Daniels is a truly elite prospect, and I cannot wait to watch that dude play football. But Brock Purdy right now has played NFL quarterback at a higher level than Jaden, Fields, or Russ, or at least Russ for the last 5 years. So, like, if it's about having the quarterback, you got one.
Yeah. I don't know what to get out of it with Aiyuk. Maybe he wants to be the number one option on the team.
That you might be onto something. Because it's
Hey, man.
if he turned down New England at 30.
Give me $30 million. Care if I'm the number 2, 3 option.
I got to be honest. There's very little on this planet I wouldn't do for $30 million.
He is the number 1 option if he had gone to New England.
Right.
But I think overall, if you look at what's happening and what you're hearing about the quarterbacking, you have to say at least the quarterbacking is better in Pittsburgh.
Then where? New England?
New England.
I like Jacoby. I might be a Jacoby truther.
You might be a truther, but I'm telling you, I don't care how bad Russ is. Russ was better than we thought he was last year.
Yeah, his numbers were better.
So I would take Russ over Jacoby today. I'll take Jacoby over a lot of people, but I'm not going to take him over Russ.
Would you? Dude, it seems like they're going to start Fields.
Look.
I think I'd take Jacoby over Fields.
If Mike Tomlin is starting Fields is playing outstanding. That's all I have to say.
Well, and you've got Arthur Smith running the offense up there. Maybe Arthur Smith, for the first time probably in his pro career, I mean, Arthur Smith likes to run the football, right? What can Justin Fields do?
Right.
Run the football. Maybe that's part of the plan. I don't know. It seems, we're not reporting it. I don't know anything on this. I know that Washington's out and been out for a while and not thrilled with the behavior. But it seems like Brandon Aiyuk's going to Pittsburgh. Good luck to all parties involved. They've had a number of wideouts up there over the years that are good on the field and perhaps a handful off it. Maybe they got another one. We'll all find out together. Denton, MFN Day, joins us next. $15 million a year. Now the NCAA very mad at Jim Harbaugh. Denton, what the hell?
They now want to fine him for something?
They gave him a 4-year show cause and a 1-year suspension after he just signed a 5-year,
Does he
$80 million
give a damn?
deal.
Because he's not going back to college football.
He gives
anytime
zero
soon.
damn. It's funny. His attorney
Does it goes in effect once he stopped coaching in the league?
No, it goes in effect now.
That's the dumbest thing in the world.
His attorney posted on social media. It's like, this is like if you were in college and your high school was trying to hold your report card because you didn't sign a yearbook, but you're a sophomore in college. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
That is so stupid.
So what has occurred here? They're saying the Connor Stallion stuff at Michigan.
Yeah, so this is the Connor Stallion's punishment. You know, Harbaugh was suspended at the end of the year last year because Michigan went on the initiative and took the suspension early because they wanted to get it out of the way, make sure he was good to go for the Big Ten championship, and then inevitably the national championship run. Now the NCAA, late as hell, has done their full investigation in which they are now punishing Jim Harbaugh, who no longer is associated with Michigan, and they also punished Sharon Moore for text messages that took place between him and Connor Stallions that they say he deleted.
So what's going to happen? Harbaugh gets the penalty that is completely irrelevant because he's coaching in the pros.
Yeah.
What happens to Michigan?
So that they might be put on like a probation of some kind. I think that the funniest thing is the NCAA doesn't recognize the college football playoff technically, so they can't steal that. They can't take any of those back. They might be able to strip wins in terms of the regular season, but you can't take something back that you don't technically acknowledge. So they can't punish their national championship win at all.
They don't acknowledge it or they don't control it, and therefore the college football playoff doesn't
they don't
give
control it anymore, and they don't acknowledge
it's a
it.
little bit of both, yeah. But mostly the second one because they have no power over it, so we don't control it.
How much are we? I mean, Moore coached them. Michigan was really good last year. You got to give it to them. They were super talented, really tough on both sides of the ball. Moore coached them the last half of the season. I mean, Harbaugh was only allowed to be there like Tuesdays and Wednesdays or whatever.
Yeah, he coached like the first 3 games because of the cheeseburger incident, and then the last 3 games. So he basically coached half the season. It was just spread out. Yeah, sure.
I forgot about the cheeseburger.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, how stupid is
He
that?
bought somebody a cheeseburger?
He bought somebody a cheeseburger, so he's suspended for 3 games.
So you get suspended 3 games for buying a football player, a cheeseburger.
Even in the NIL era?
Even in the NIL era. Yeah.
People didn't get suspended when they bought me cheeseburgers back in the day.
Yeah.
B got all
yeah,
the
but
cheeseburgers.
you got a lot of. I'm sure you got a lot of cheeseburgers, maybe a couple handshakes.
The NCAA to me makes absolutely no sense. Like, you buy somebody a cheeseburger because they're hungry. That is way more serious than some of this other crap that goes on.
Well, if you attempt to take logic and put it on the NCAA, you're going to lose your mind. They're illogical.
My college a few years back, when you had a big hit, they give you a shirt that says something about big hit, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The NCAA suspended them.
Yeah.
I mean, not suspend them. They fined them for that.
Yeah. It's the dumbest thing.
You can't give a kid a T-shirt.
And then Miami has gold chains on the sideline.
Right. It makes no sense, man. They're the dumbest people in the world.
What are expectations for Michigan? Falling way off, kind of maintaining? I mean, it's still Michigan, right?
It's still Michigan. I would say a step back just because they're not going to be a national championship contender unless this Alex Orji kid, who's their quarterback now, ends up being an
sorry. What's the last name?
Orji.
Alex Orji.
It's spelled with a J, not a G.
I don't care.
O-R-J-Y.
It sounds the same.
Yeah, it sounds the exact same. And the jokes that are going to be made, don't let Robert Griffin call one of his games.
Is RG3 calling college football this fall?
Yeah, he is.
But you sure?
Yeah, he got moved around, but he is doing college football.
So ESPN college football.
Yeah. He's a pretty decent.
He's good at
in-game,
it when he
analyst.
just sticks to what he's
doing.
doing.
When he does what he's doing. The expectation is that they're going to step back a little bit. I mean, they'll be one of the better teams in the Big Ten. They might finish the season in the top 15. I think right now they're ranked 9th in the coaches poll that was released on Monday. So there's still expectations, but the preseason coaches poll, who cares? You haven't seen anybody play yet.
Yeah. This is a first, I believe. You can follow our guy Denton at the Denton Day on X. Are you on Instagram, Denton? You show the world just how weird you dress?
Well, I think it's normal, but yeah, it's just Denton Day.
Would you describe the way Denton dresses as normal, B?
This outfit, I think, is fine.
The dude has on
joggers,
joggers,
a pink shirt, and a
socks,
bandana.
flip flops, a pink shirt, and a bandana.
A yellow
with,
bandana.
with
a Wizards hat.
a fanny pack.
Oh, the fanny pack's always there.
I would say,
Yeah, but
I would say
still,
that's pretty normal.
That's not normal.
Denton and
That's
Kirkland,
normal
two
in-
dudes I'm
that's
friends
normal
with
in
that-
your
that
world.
have fanny packs.
You're fine, Dan.
Like fine.
I wish you.
Damn,
I
you
wish
fine.
you.
I'm
I
talking
wish
about,
you
like,
come in here.
Your fit is not
Would
bad,
you?
bro.
Would you?
That's right.
Would you
Hey,
do it?
You're getting hounded by two old guys right now,
All right, man. Would you do it?
dude.
I asked
even-
you a question.
What'd you say?
Would you do it? Would you dress like that?
You could. That's a nice.
I
fit.
didn't ask you that question. It's a
That's
yes or
nice.
It all matches. Like it's
I-
cool.
Listen.
Thank you.
Like
people-
the
Nobody gets
colors
it.
coordinate.
People, the colors. He's got pink and yellow on.
JP.
Yeah, but there's yellow on the back.
You
of the
don't
shirt.
have to wear a
There's
red
dog on it.
shirt with a red hat, with a red mask, and red shoes and red socks. Like you don't have to do that, bro.
I asked you a question
I'm
again.
old.
Would
He
you
looks
wear the
weird to me.
joggers with the fanny pack and the bandana? Would you wear it? Yes or no?
And the slides.
Give
and
me a
the
yes
socks.
or no, please.
The fanny pack will get compensated for my over the shoulder bag.
I asked you a yes or
Yeah,
no.
you do carry a
And
purse.
I haven't know. I
Yes,
noticed
I
he
would
has
do it.
not answered the question.
Yes,
yet.
I will wear it. What Dan got on, I will wear it.
No, you wouldn't.
You can. That is
Don't
a nice
let him
fit.
borrow it because he'll stretch
Right.
it out. All right, I'm gonna get this thing back on track. I don't believe this has ever happened. But we have a question for Denton in the chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was about to ask that.
Mark Brunson, go ahead and ask it, B.
So he wants to know how is Notre Dame going to be since their left tackle is gone.
I love Riley Leonard. Obviously, losing a left tackle stinks, but if Riley Leonard is healthy, Notre Dame's making like
That's the Duke kid?
That's the Duke kid. Yeah, he's really, really good. I mean, he made Duke a team that we cared about. So if he's healthy, Notre Dame's going to make the college football playoff. They finally got wide
Wow,
receivers.
you're
too.
putting it out there like that.
Yeah,
If he does, what's going on?
because you get 12 teams in.
Oh,
Yeah, so like it's not like
yeah.
it's 4 anymore. You get 12 teams in there, so you can get in there if you're Notre Dame with 2
and hell,
losses.
TV's gonna put Notre Dame.
Yeah,
in.
TV's going to put Notre Dame in. So as long as Riley Leonard is healthy and they have, like 8, 9, 10 wins, they're good. Well, they need 9 or 10. But yeah, they'll be fine if he's healthy.
What is Notre Dame's deal in conference realignment world? Like, do they kind of hold all the cards? Could they go to the Big Ten? Hell, could they go to the SEC? Like, what are they doing?
They hold their own cards at the moment because they have their own television deal. So they don't have to share that with anybody. As that money raises, that's all their money. Unless the college football expansion Super League forces them to join, they're not going to join. But even still, they'll probably cut some sort of deal similar to what Texas had with the Big 12, where they had their own Longhorn network and then were still a part of the Big 10 or the Big 12 television deal.
So we're not going to see any movement this year.
No.
When is, like, how close are the SEC and Big Ten to just, what would be the next, like, crazy domino? Florida State and Clemson?
Probably not Florida State anymore. I mean, they got kind of sunned during media days where both the
They
SEC
did.
and Big Ten were like, we're good. We actually don't want you guys that much. We don't think as highly of you as you do. As somebody from the ACC leaving, though, would be the next domino, or if they could somehow convince Notre Dame. If Notre Dame falls into the Big Ten, then I do think you'll start to see something matriculate in the SEC to where Greg Sankey's like, all right, we have to do something. And that
Who
could be
could they
just them
add?
combining. It'd probably be them combining.
The Big Ten and the SEC.
The Big Ten, because they already are in some sort of handshake agreement. Not the alliance, or if you remember the alliance back
The
in the
alliance
COVID
was a
days.
disaster.
That was a traitorous attack, is what that was. But they're already in some sort of agreement. So the next logical step, instead of just making them bigger and bigger, would then be to combine them and just get all of the money.
B, I just pulled up Washington State's football schedule.
Mhm.
This is wacky, B. They play Portland State, Texas Tech. Oh, that's good. They still get to play Washington at least. San Jose State, Boise State, Fresno State, Hawaii. I mean, they're just cooked, huh?
They're cooked.
Are they in the Mountain West or whatever that is?
I think that they eventually will be. Right now, the Pac-12 is now the Pac-2. It does technically exist. They had a media day for it.
Pac-2 is kind of awesome, though.
It is sick.
I want Pac-2 swag.
They had a media day with an open bar.
Smart.
Yeah, they had mascots and everything for 2 teams. It was the quickest media day in history.
That's bizarre, dude. So as we get closer and closer here, what are we 2 weeks out from week 0?
Week 0 is the 24th, so 2 Saturdays. Once we
Okay.
get to Saturday, it'll be 2 Saturdays from then.
Wow.
Yeah, so
There's
we're
no
close.
Thursday night game.
No.
But that week 0, don't we get Florida State, Notre Dame or something in Dublin?
Florida State and Georgia Tech in Dublin, and then SMU in action as well. I think they got Nevada.
Wow, I'm in. I cannot wait to gamble on college football. You know, for me, I root for Bama. How we feeling about Kalen DeBoer? Isn't the kid Milroe coming back? Like
That's my Heisman pick.
Okay.
At 14-1, he's my Heisman pick. You stay away from your Dylan Gabriels and your Carson Becks because the top leaders in the pack, generally speaking, do not win the Heisman Trophy. So you stay away from them. And then with this Jalen Milroe guy working now with Kalen DeBoer, I don't think you'll see him turn into Michael Penix overnight, but I think you will see elements of taking what he was really good at and then adding some of the throwing elements that he succeeds at and doing it to a very high level. So at 14-1 at FanDuel, he's the guy I'm jumping on.
Okay. The Oregon coach,
Dan Lanning.
Yeah. So Oregon gets Nike money. Like there's no secret there, right? Maryland gets Under Armour money. Like these teams get money.
Advantage Oregon.
Right. But like Georgia, I think Southern Companies is one of the biggest companies in the world. They provide the electricity to half the United States. I imagine they're giving the Bulldogs money. Like all these teams get money. Why is it a big deal all of a sudden that Oregon gets Nike money?
I think it's because there are other schools that are Nike schools. So like if you signed a contract with them, but then they're giving you special treatment to one school, I think that ruffles some feathers. But again, it's logical. Phil Knight went to Oregon. So you got to think that maybe it's not technically Nike money, but it's Phil Knight money that he is now giving in excess to Oregon.
But the whole thing about it, they still try to act, even with the NILs, they try to act as if they don't want alumnus.
Right.
Giving money to kids. Phil Knight, being the owner of Nike,
is going to give money.
They give money to Oregon.
Yes.
They give Oregon State a little bit. That's still an alumnus giving money.
Right.
And I think the NCAA, they shouldn't even try to put rules like that because let's be real. Most businesses in your town, in your college town, is normally owned by somebody that
went there. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, you don't start a business like if I went to school in Lynchburg, Virginia, I'm not going to start a business in Cumberland, Maryland. That's not how that's going to work. I'm going to start it in Lynchburg.
Right. What is I read this thing that you know how Michigan and Ohio State obviously hate each other, right?
Yes.
So now that Oregon is in the Big 10 rather, he's trying to develop these rivalries. And he's asking so you know how Michigan folks call, or I guess it's Ohio State won't say Michigan, they say the school up north.
Yeah.
Dan Lanning is trying to get everybody to call Oregon the school out west. Does that resonate with you?
No. It's too many schools out west.
Yeah. No, they added 4 teams.
Yeah, there's 4
Washington,
of them.
Oregon, USC, and UCLA.
Yeah, there's 4 of them out
people
west.
Have to understand, you don't have to make fake things to make a rivalry start. Rivalries will start based off of the play.
Yeah, go play a game, and then the rivalries will stem from it. You don't want to do that, and respectfully, you don't want to do the handshake bit that Maryland did with Penn State because it just doesn't stick. Like, go out there and win a game, and if it gets nasty,
I thought that was cool. Actually, it was pretty cheesy. It was both, perhaps.
If they would have won, it would have been sick. Because then you got to do that and then win.
Didn't they win that game?
Did they win that game?
I'm pretty sure that's the one they won.
Well, then they got beat by 59.
Yeah. That happened too. Penn State's better at football, man. I'm not fighting on that. So we've talked Big 10, SEC, Bama, and yet Georgia is still supposed to romp over everybody.
Yeah, they're so good on the offensive and defensive line. I mean, Carson Beck is like this. He's supposed to be the number 1 overall pick kind of deal. I kind of get a little bit of like what Sam Howell was when you get one more season and maybe falls off a little bit kind of a deal, but he's still going to be good enough to win a lot of games, probably win the SEC and get to the college football playoff.
I do feel like a 12-team college football playoff sounds like such a broader crapshoot. You know what I mean?
Oh,
because the first set of games are at home fields, right?
Yeah, they are.
So how will that work? Like the 4 seed, I guess the 5 seed hosts the 12?
Yeah, it'll be 5-12 with
the top 4 get buys, right?
Yeah. Which is really an L because they lose out on the home field gates. And then they have to play in Bama will play in Texas or somewhere for the Sugar Bowl or something like that.
Who are your top 4 seeds as of today, August 7th?
As of today, I would say Georgia. I would say Ohio State. I would go with Oregon. And then I would probably say Ooh, that's a good. Who is that? Who is the fourth one?
Notre Dame, Ole Miss,
No, not
Bama?
no. Yeah, that's boring though. 'Cause I don't love anybody in the ACC to be a top 4 seed.
I mean, who could? So Texas.
Yeah, I'd go Texas.
According to the USA Today coaches poll, it's Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas.
I would go Texas.
Dude, so if that happened, just looking at the coaches poll, listen to this. So if that happened, you'd have Bama hosting LSU for a playoff game, Ole Miss hosting Mizzou, Notre Dame hosting Florida State, and Michigan hosting Penn State. All of those would be epic, but what's ironic is those are all
SEC and Big Ten.
those are all like conference games.
Yeah.
Like Michigan plays Penn State every year.
That's what they want.
It'll draw numbers.
They want those type of schools with the biggest followings to pull the people in.
Of course, it'll draw numbers.
They don't want to put people from way.
I mean, you'll get a group of 5 in there because you have to have a group of 5, so it'll be like a.
Oh, you do?
It might be Liberty, to be honest. It'll be like Liberty or JMU or somebody, but so LSU.
Will
would
they
fall
get a
out of
home
that.
game?
No, they won't.
Nah, they're gonna be
No,
trash.
they would get seeded
You
12.
imagine like the Ole Miss crowd driving to Harrisonburg?
They might be right at home.
Last thing, Brandon Aiyuk, pain in the ass or not?
Pain in the ass. Thank God he's going to Pittsburgh. More likely than not.
It seems like a done deal.
Yeah,
Thank you, Denton.
God. All right, fellas.
All right, Day.
That's our guy, Denton Day, not related to Michigan quarterback Michael Orgy. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Lions and the Giants were each fined $200,000 for fights at their joint practices the other day. In basketball, Lauri Markkanen signed a 5-year extension with the Utah Jazz, $238 million last season for the Jazz. He averaged 23.2 points per game and 8.2 rebounds. In baseball, the Nationals took game 2 of the series against the Giants last night, 11-5. They'll look to do the same thing tonight as they take on the Giants for game 3 of the series. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Blake Snell. Snell comes in off back-to-back spectacular outings, striking out 15 2 outings ago, and last outing throwing a no-hitter, his first ever time pitching into the 9th inning. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Seymour Butts in the chat says JP likes dark meat. That's accurate. I'm a thigh man. Legs, all of it. All right. Did some college football there. Did a little Nats baseball. Let's get back to business here. Commanders headed to the Meadowlands, Florham Park, New Jersey, if you're keeping track at home. Joint practice tomorrow, B. I mean, by this time tomorrow, the joint practice will be over.
Yeah.
By this time tomorrow, the joint practice will be over. What do you hope to have learned by this time tomorrow?
That the secondary is better than it was last year. Offensive line is starting to gel, even if it's not all the starters that we suspect will be out there. They're playing better. Jaden is the same guy against other teams as he is against his team. And that our defensive interior line is dominant like they are in practice. I'm expecting the linebackers to be better based off of what I've seen thus far and how those guys play even on other teams. To me, Bobby Wagner is a hell of a plus. Not only is he a badass on the field, he still works as hard as anybody out there, which does a lot for young guys that are trying to learn and follow him in his footsteps. And I want to also understand which tight ends are willing to step up and become that next person in line. I know Bates is there right now, but we'll send it. Will somebody else say, okay, I'm going to do this? We saw Amani Rogers get released. Was Cole Turner going to say, you know what, I'm going to show something now? Because if every time it comes time to show you injured or you're not there, they're going to stop waiting on you.
Sure. I don't think the new guys are going to wait on any of the old guys. Yeah. That doesn't mean they don't get chances and opportunities. And that's what tomorrow really is the first, not the first, that's unfair because they've had plenty of chances and opportunities in Ashburn. But it's very clear that they are going to, you go harder against somebody else. It's just the reality. You're probably allowed to go harder. Like all of it is just going to be different. And
also, they wrote they're going to see how do you retain, and it will be situations where you're going to be challenged. Do you still focus and stay under control, or do you lose your mind in tough situations?
Totally, man. To me, it's almost like there's the Jaden division of all this and then the non-Jaden division. I am fascinated by what Jaden's going to look like against the Jets. I mean, that's a pretty loaded team, right? Defensive lines particularly. Mm-hmm. And I don't believe in the actual game on Saturday, where it does seem like the weather could be pretty bad, although Cameron said expect it to clear out by Saturday for game time, which is good news. I don't think Quinton Williams plays in this game. Like, I don't think CJ Mosley plays in this game. So I think the better workload we'll see from Jaden going against some of these top guys is going to be Thursday at practice. Fascinated to see if he can look how he has.
Yeah.
Because he's looked good. And what I honestly, at this stage on August 6th, 7th, I'm going to say this. What has encouraged me most about Jaden Daniels isn't what we've seen on the field, because that's been impressive.
Mhm.
But it's everything we've come to learn about the kid.
Yeah.
How he's avoided all the sideshows. He's about ball. He's there early as hell. He's learning the offense. You can see him. Like, I can visually watch him from the sideline have a comprehensive understanding of the offense.
Yeah.
And of what the defense is trying to force him to do.
Yeah.
Like, you see him reading defenses. I've watched enough young rookie quarterbacks that not all of them do it.
Last night I heard what's the kid name plays with the Phoenix Suns, the guard,
The shooter.
He basically was
Booker?
Devin Booker was talking about Kevin Durant, and it just hit me. I was like, damn, sounds like Jaden. He said, like, they were talking about how is it, because Kevin became the all-time leading scorer past Lisa Leslie for basketball in the Olympics.
Oh, cool.
And he was saying the dude's all about, he said, being there with him and looking at behind the scenes, he's all about ball. People can say what they want, but he's always working to improve. And he has shown that what he can do. I think Jaden is the same way, where he understands, I'm not here just to play a game. It is a game, but I'm here to submerge myself into this profession so I can get the best out of it. And a lot of times, every person that gets into the NFL don't think that way.
Sure. That's what I've been most encouraged by with Jaden, is all the off-field stuff. Tomorrow's a chance to really impress us with the on-field stuff.
Sure.
Because if he can kind of push the ball downfield, maintain his presence in the pocket, show some of the off-schedule stuff he can do, and do that against this Jets defense that we know has some horses, all right, that's a real step towards, not only is he going to play as a rookie, but he might be damn good as a rookie. Non-Jaden division. Tomorrow, I'm really curious what version of the line we see of what the starting five is. I'm tempted to believe them that Cosme's just been sick, so maybe we see Cosme. The Wiley thing and then adding a tackle is interesting. The Coleman thing kind of popped up last minute. I don't know what's going to happen there. I mean, if you're talking Trent Scott, Allegretti, Biotish, Dieter, Lucas, that's a hell of a lot different than what kind of we were led to believe coming in. But again,
still all experienced guys.
Yeah. Ish. Veterans, not necessarily experienced.
But when the guys are around 5 years, man, they got some level of experience. I mean, listen, I got a guy coming in as a rookie. I understand. If he's been there for 4 or 5 years, he's been through 4 or 5 training camps, he's been through 4 or 5 seasons, he understands some level. If he wants to stay around, he should have improved. I know what we think is going to be the starters, but the backups are probably as important as the starters, because what if your starter goes down week 1?
Sure.
What happens then?
Sure. I also, part of me, man, and I'm not necessarily looking forward to this, part of me thinks Aaron Rodgers is going to be on straight bleep mode because of everybody. Like, I think he could be a monster this season. I think that Jets offense has a lot of pieces. I think Breece Hall's a stud. I think Garrett Wilson's a stud. I want to see pass rush against Rodgers, because we're not going to see Rodgers in the preseason game at the Meadowlands. I want to see if these guys are able to generate pressure on Rodgers.
Yeah.
Ideally, it comes from the interior. And then I want to see what the secondary looks like. There have
Yeah.
been 4 corners that have kind of emerged in Mike Davis, Emmanuel Forbes, Benjamin St. Juste, and Mikey Samerstill. Of the 4 of them, the one I am most excited about, think has shown the most, is the rookie that hasn't played in the NFL yet.
Mike?
Yeah.
But, some guys, you see a guy like every year or every other year who seems to understand just football. It doesn't make a difference what level he's on. He's going to stand out because he understands it. And to be honest with you, Mike and Jaden both make me feel that way. Where they don't care what the level is. They don't get amazed because, it's college now. Oh, now it's the pros. I still have to be me and play the way I'm capable of playing. And if you can be a guy who could just be comfortable and act do things based off what you do, you don't have to worry about too much.
I mean, it's why you should be cool with Jaden when he was asked about being named the starter or whatever. He's like, man, when I get named starter, it's not like I stop competing.
There you go.
And I think that is so valuable.
How many guys stop competing?
Jeff and Landfill. By this time tomorrow, the joint practices will be over. The joint practice, will be over. What do you hope to have learned this time tomorrow?
By this time tomorrow, they probably have like live drills going on tomorrow, right? I know it's the first day.
You don't tackle to the ground, but they're going to be pretty damn live.
Yeah, I hope to
Some
hear.
guys going to the ground.
Oh yeah, 3rd, 4th string, those guys are going to the ground.
Of course, I hope to hear some good things about Jaden, even if it's, he seemed poised in there with that defensive line coming at him. I hope to hear that our offensive line held their own against the Jets defensive line, and just positives going forward with the team, even if it's just 1% better than it was last year. I just hope that I hear good things.
All right, that was arguably the most generic answer humanly possible. Jeff hopes to hear good things. Landfill, what do you hope to learn this time tomorrow about your Washington Commanders?
I also hope to hear good things. I kind of hope if there's a fight that the Commanders are the ones that start it. I think that would be that would make me happy to see that they kind of have like a fighting mentality. I want to hear Jaden sound more like an NFL quarterback than Aaron Rodgers. Like I want to just hear him go up there and sound like a completely normal guy who plays in the league while Aaron Rodgers does his goofy nonsense. And ultimately, I just want him, what I don't want to hear. I remember during, I think it was the Gruden era, or maybe it was the Rivera era. I don't really remember. They kind of run together, where people were talking about how like the Patriots got nothing out of a joint practice. That's what I don't want to hear.
Dude,
I want to hear that the Jets thought it was worthwhile to participate in this.
When the Pats came down to Richmond, that wasn't even the varsity and the JV. It was the varsity and the 6th grade team. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
When the Pats came down
that.
there? I mean, it was...
One team looked very professional. The other one looked like, oh, Lord, we're overwhelmed.
That was a different universe. Here's what we're going to do. We got to make some bets. Grant and Danny on after us. Nobody go anywhere. the car. What
And
is
you
that?
sit like this, dude. Look, Jeff. No lean. Like, he does all the rap and all this. He has no flavor in the car. He's like this.
I drive the car.
Look.
I focus on driving the car.
He's straight up and
Landfill.
down. He is 6'4" in this car.
I'm going to make it in under 4 hours to New Jersey. Landfill, let's make some bets.
Heard it here first. Gather around. I gotta bleep you, y'all.
Uh-oh, day early.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. Dude,
I like
I'm
it.
gonna light him up.
Oh, boy, I'm fired up.
Jeff.
Jeff's got his sunglasses
I'm
on.
letting
Here
y'all
we
know
go.
I'm getting him tomorrow.
Jeffrey.
You know why I got the sunglasses on? Because I'm cool.
I hope,
Well, Landfill thinking you a fool.
I hope the world heard Landfill.
They
there.
did.
But outstandings for the week. JP, you are sitting at 0-2. Landini, you are sitting at 0-2. B Mitch, you are sitting at 0-1 due to the fact that the game was postponed yesterday, the Yankees versus the Angels.
He's Owen Mitchell.
And I am 2-1 because LeBron didn't hit his points. It really was the face injury, because if he did not have to come off the floor, he would have definitely hit.
Nobody care about all that.
But-
He didn't hit his point.
But I'm still leading the week at 2-1. And tonight, give me the Yankees -1.5.
Anybody?
I take the Braves.
He takes the Braves. Landini?
I'm taking the U.S. Women's Olympic team -27.5 against Nigeria.
I will join you on that. We're going to lay 27.5 in a basketball game and not even flinch. Tips off at 3:30. Go USA.
Yeah, give me the Braves, and I'm gonna take I'm going with them with the U.S. Olympic women's team.
Hard to bet against the U.S. They've won.
And do I get another bet based off of the one that was canceled last
I think
night?
I'm a parlay with y'all. I'm gonna hop on that U.S. women's team.
Now we're cooked.
Take me off of it.
It's gonna be their first loss in like 30 years.
Take
I
me
think
off
they've
of
won
it.
58 straight, and now Jeff's on it.
I'll take the Dodgers. I'm off of that. That's my single bet for the one that was postponed yesterday. Can I do that?
It sounds like B's at a craps table. Like, I'll take a
Mitch-
hard four.
He bought us chicken. He gets a
Yeah,
win.
we
We'll just
got
give him a
you.
win.
I'm
take
doing
the
I'm doing my
C&E for
parlay
10.
tonight, and I'm doing that game
Yeah,
to make
'cause
up
it
my
got
bet from
postponed.
yesterday.
I'm going to back this bet up.
There we go. Yeah.
That's fine.
So do that mean
you got
mine
the chicken. I'm
parlay
good with
is
it.
No, you lost the other half of your parlay, so
Yeah,
you were
you're
done
an
already, son.
idiot. Thank you to everybody.
All
that
right,
listened.
Ray Charles. You look just like Ray Charles.
Nah, I look better than Ray.
You ain't cooler than Ray.
Ray had talent though.
Leave your girl around me. She'll see how much talent I got.
Oh Lord.
Thank you to Doug
People
Cameron.
that say that type of stuff have none.
Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Andrew Golden for joining us. Thank you to Denton Day for joining us. A lot of fun tomorrow. We'll be up in New Jersey. Commanders Jets going to
You'll
be a
be
blast.
up in New Jersey.
B's going to be holding it down right here. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Made it this far, all you beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by the Virginia DMV. Slow down, drive sober, and buckle up, Virginia. For the Commanders, they travel out to New Jersey today as they'll take on a joint practice with the Jets tomorrow.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. Danny's vacation is continuing, but fear not. I'm holding things down in our Half Street studios today, taking you up to 6:15 and pregame ahead of Nats baseball as the Nats get ready to try to take a second straight game from the San Francisco Giants. We're blitzing at 4 o'clock. That's when we are giving away tickets to see Blues Traveler right here on Grant and Danny. You want those tickets? You better be listening to the Fan in 2 hours. Also on the show today, Kevin Clark covers the NFL for ESPN. He is mid-training camp tour. You'll hear from him at 5 o'clock. But I'm fired up to let you know that I'm joined in studio right now and for the next 2 hours, up until the blitz at 4, by the former head coach here in D.C., Jay Gruden, who is joining us in the Navy Yard. Jay, welcome to our humble abode.
This is beautiful down here. I mean, what else do you need?
Not a whole lot. We got 2 TVs. So when the Olympic action that we're interested in is on, I know you've had some hot Olympic takes, by the way. I like your Olympic coverage on your Twitter account.
Badminton's sick.
Badminton's pretty good. I'm with you on handball. How do we not have a handball team? We should wreck shop in handball.
I know. I mean, the speed and the size of some of these guys that would run, I don't know how they get stopped.
You put together your own American handball roster. I want to go through that at some point. It's basically like, are you a quarterback who's ever run for 700 yards? You're on Jay Gruden's handball team.
You got to have a good arm, right? You got to have some elusiveness, some toughness, some physical traits. And then you have a long goalie, a long, tall, big, athletic goalie.
We got plenty of dudes.
Yeah.
We should be able to do well in that. That was the sport, I'd say, so far of all of the sports, and this is probably the case each summer. You know, everyone in the Winter Olympics is over talking about curling and some of the fun-looking things. But every summer, I almost clockwork, every 4 years, it feels like, I'm on Google relearning the rules of handball. It looks awesome. Like, why is this not something that we do?
It's water polo on a court, right?
Pretty much. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. And water polo was always a blast. Your boy was on swim team many, many years and a lot of pounds ago. And I enjoyed myself right up until you had to start wearing Speedos. That's when it wasn't as fun.
Yeah, I don't think that would be fun for anybody.
Especially when you're 12 or 13.
Yeah.
And maybe you're a little late developer. Speedos aren't as fun. So that was about when I checked out on swim team. But until then, it was a good time. But I used to love it because after we'd win a swim meet, we normally have swim meets on like Friday or whatever. The Saturday practice, we would always play water polo.
Yeah.
And it was just a blast.
It's got to be exhausting.
Oh, just treading water.
Just treading water for 20 minutes.
But yeah, this is a good little studio. We got a good situation. If you're into youth baseball, Little League World Series is on, and always got NFL Network kicking. But they dressed it up very nicely. We've got the signed jerseys and a bunch of nice things because this is the Junkies TV studio. And then Danny and I just happened to also get to use it.
Oh wow!
So yeah, but you're live right
I'm in
now on
royalty.
camera as well. So if you want to see Jay Gruden in high definition, he is on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Cameras are right here. You don't have to worry too much about them, but they're right in front of you. So you can enjoy those. And yes, we will be with you wherever you go on the Odyssey app up until 4 o'clock with Jay Gruden today. We're going to go all around the NFL. I got a lot of different quarterback items and storylines to cover with you, but I want to start with Jayden Daniels. The reports on Daniels so far have been excellent. I was out at practice now 3 times. This most recent practice was just normal good, but the first couple, pretty impressive, borderline blown away with how he threw the ball. Like, it's occasionally against air, and it's 11 on 11, and he knows what the offense is doing and probably also what the defense is doing. But the touch and the accuracy, like, super, super impressive. And we haven't even seen him take off and rip off a 60-yard touchdown run or anything yet. I want to know, though, as a coach, at this point in the process, if a guy's shining in practice, that's better than if he was struggling. But how big of a deal is that really? Like, do you know right now if your guy's a dude, or is it too early?
It's probably a little early right now, but you have a pretty good idea the way the ball comes off his hands and the way he throws the ball accurately on time. Well, we obviously know his skill set running the football, so that's not an issue. But you really want to see him in the pocket and making his reads and going through his progressions and anticipating throws and different arm angles and things like that. You can gauge a lot, and if he's doing a great job in that, and that should translate. But the whole thing is, how is he going to handle the live rush and the speed of the pass rush and the coverage and the linebackers getting their zone drops and all that stuff.
How much of that will you be able to glean in practice? Because do you agree with my thought that by this many practices in, he's probably almost like figured out what he needs to look good against Washington's defense, if that makes sense?
Yeah, a little bit, but it's a big difference when he knows he's not going to get hit, as opposed to knowing those guys are going to hit him live, so he can sit back there and maybe go through an extra progression, whereas he wouldn't do that in real game because he would take off and run, or eyes would be on the rush or whatever. So there's a lot of things that don't translate to the real game, but you can still see some of the skill set attributes that you have to be a successful quarterback. And obviously he has that. That's why he went too.
The things I would imagine that you can tell right away, maybe it's harder with some of the on-field stuff that you're referencing, but I don't know if they're just all on the same page and that they're selling it very well. I'd imagine this is all just legitimately true, but they are head over heels about the work habits. Nick Allegretti, who they signed from the Chiefs, the guard, has told me he's like always the guy that tries to get there first. And he's in by 6 a.m. every single day. And he's like, I can't beat Jayden Daniels here. Which that, to me, as someone who's been in this market, when quarterbacks weren't always doing that, you were hoping would turn into the guy. That gives you real hope. Just the work ethic, the film study, the hours put in, watching the tape, all that stuff is what they seem very impressed by. I feel like that you'd be able to tell by now, if almost like in a binary. Does he have it or not?
You don't take a guy too unless he's got that type of work ethic. Obviously, maybe some people can fool you and say, yeah, I worked that, and then not do it once they get the contract or get signed. But the majority of guys that get drafted that high typically have that type. You don't really.
So you don't think that
I don't think you can instill work ethic in a guy. He's either got it or he doesn't. There's been some flops in the NFL history that obviously didn't have the work ethic necessary. They had the skill, but not the work ethic, and they obviously didn't work out. But nowadays, you pretty much can gauge what type of worker they are based on, the college football nowadays takes a lot of time and a lot of work, and coaches will talk to you and all that stuff. So you get a good idea what they're like.
So that's interesting to hear, because in my mind, I've thought for a long time, one of the biggest differences between the guys that make it and the guys that don't is basically how do you operate in that regard at the top of the draft board. But it sounds like you're saying the default is more everyone's doing the controllables pretty well. Everyone's studying, watching.
Especially a quarterback.
Okay.
Now, that may not take place for a defensive tackle or an offensive guard or whatever, but quarterback, they have to have that work ethic instilled in, because there's so much to learn in the NFL as opposed to the college game. College game is still getting better and better, but there's so much more things you have to understand, from a blitz pickup formations, concepts, defenses. There's a lot more that you have to learn, and it takes some time.
Now, trying to think back to this, because we had John last around draft time, and Jay Gruden's in studio on Grant and Danny. I do remember that you really, really liked Jaden Daniels.
Yeah,
You
oh,
liked
yeah.
his game, everything about him. When you hear that he's this quickly progressing or far along, doesn't seem like you're surprised, but you thought he should have been the guy they took, and you've long been enamored with his game.
Yeah, I mentioned I like the way he improved over his years from Ohio, or from Arizona State to LSU. His ability to stay in the pocket, and I think having the receivers that he had at LSU helped a lot. He realized that, heck, these guys are going to go catch the ball. If I throw it anywhere close to Brian Thomas or neighbors, they're going to go get it. So that helped him a lot. But it's just his improvement, and he's been at Arizona State. I probably wouldn't have wanted him, but at LSU, the LSU Jaden Daniels, yeah, he's by far the second best quarterback, maybe the first best quarterback in the draft.
One of the things that came up in the process that I remember, speaking of the transfer from Arizona State and then him elevating the way that he did LSU. And we had Scott Pioli on, who worked at LSU last year. And he talked about just how big of a deal it was, and how I'd say just instrumental Brian Kelly was in that growth and the development. I mean, it was basically it's two prospects. Like the Arizona guy, maybe a mid-round quarterback. This guy you take at the top of the draft board. But they viewed his transfer almost like a free agency, where he had to learn a new offense, he had to get accustomed in a new place, and they kind of separated that as another reason why they thought he had maybe plus smarts. Like they didn't have to worry as much about the learning curve with him. What do you make of that?
No, there's a lot to be said about that, because anytime you transfer, go to a different team, the terminology is totally different. It's like learning a new language, really, so you got to study, you got to put the work in, and you can't just show up on Friday and play on Saturday just because you're, Jaden Daniels. You got to put the work in, and the players have to respect you that you're playing with. They don't care how much money you got for NIL money or how much your signing bonus is. They have to see you work. They have to see you prepare, and then they have to see you perform at a high level. And obviously he's got a lot of pride in what he does, and he's put the work in to get him in this position. And now it's just a matter of, taking the hits and how he rebounds from tough games and tough losses and tough game, where he throws a pick or two or fumbles, gets sacked and fumbled, or gets hit right in the mouth, just how he responds to adversity. That's going to be the biggest challenge for him moving forward, because he hadn't had a whole lot. He was really good at Arizona State. Then he goes to LSU, and they were super. Their offense was sick. They threw for a ton of yards. He rushed for a ton of yards. So success has been around him every time he stepped on the field. Now he's at a place where it's going to be a challenge for him in the NFC East, right? It always is. So we'll see how he responds to adversity.
50 touchdowns and 4 interceptions last year.
That's not a bad number. And he also had 2,000 yards rushing or something like that. Great. 3,000 in his career, I think.
Yeah. One of the great seasons in the history of the toughest conference to play in the country. Jay Gruden in, Grant and Danny without Danny today on the Fan. So one of the drums I've been beating, and to the point where I'm sure some people are annoyed by it at this point, I won't spend a lot of time on it today, but I want to get your coaching thoughts on this and your expertise on this. If you were the head coach of this team, you took him number 2, Heisman Trophy winner, he started over 50 plus games in college. The other quarterback on your depth chart is Marcus Mariota. Would you have begun camp splitting reps between him and Mariota? And to this point, they still, to some extent, split first team reps. It's not like he's the guy. They haven't named him the starter. It wasn't until the last couple of days that we found out definitively he'd even start the first preseason game. And they said only that this is a unofficial depth chart and it's an unofficial start, basically. They haven't named him the starter. Would you handle it similarly, or would you just have named him the guy and given him all the reps?
Well, I would have named the guy. We had a similar situation in Cincinnati. We drafted Andy Dalton in the second round, and we announced him, Marvin Lewis. We decided to announce him right when he got there, so he got every rep.
Who was the veteran then?
We had Bruce Gradkowski.
Okay.
That's the year Carson Palmer did not want to come back, so he left. We had Jordan Palmer. We cut him, and we kept Bruce Gradkowski. So there's no split.
He played.
Reps.
I mean, he was like a
he played.
A bridge
he came
guy.
in the first game of the year, and we beat Cleveland. So he did a good job. But yeah, I just think it's very important for a young quarterback to get all the reps and for people to know, hey, there is no controversy here. There's going to be no looking over your shoulder. You get the reps. We're going to live and die with you. And if you struggle, we'll struggle together, but we'll get through it. Because reps, to me, this time of year are critical. I mean, they really are. Just calling plays in the huddle, getting used to calling, getting ready to see the same concept versus cover 2. Maybe you'll see it versus cover 3 the next practice. Maybe a fire zone the next practice. Maybe an all-out blitz the next practice. So you just got to continue to call them, see them, work the motions, the cadences. There's so many things that happen to a quarterback that doesn't happen to him in college that you have to be prepared for, that I think it's necessary to take as many possible reps as you can getting ready for your first game.
What is the benefit, do you think? Play devil's advocate to doing it this way, because Ron played last year. Rivera played this nonsensical game where he kept saying that at the time Sam Howell, who was the obvious starter, was competing for Jacoby Brissett. Now, to Ron Rivera's credit, Sam Howell got all the first team reps. So, like, your eyes were telling you this is not a competition at all, but he refused to admit publicly that the guy was the starter. This is different because I think we all know Jaden Daniels is going to be the starter. Dan Quinn even started the camp process with a press conference where he said, hey, I'm not trying to, pull the wool over anybody's eyes. But yet they've been splitting reps and they've refused to name him the starter. So what is the benefit to that, if you could play devil's advocate for a second?
Well, the benefit would be if you're in Minnesota and you're not sure if the quarterback's going to be ready, then you have to split time between Darnold and, see who is better. You know what I mean? Make sure you're playing the right guy for your football team. Same thing in Denver, same thing in New England. They're not sure that Bo Nix is going to be ready. They're not sure that Drake May is going to be ready, and they have Jacoby Brissett there, and he might be throwing the ball better. Here, I think it's different because everybody knows that Jaden Daniels is a starter.
Right. In a world where, and I've been out of these practices, he's definitively their best quarterback.
Not even close. So,
and they picked him second. So what's the benefit in this situation?
Yeah, there is none, in my opinion, other than the fact you let a veteran guy call plays and watch him, how he handles the huddle and how he handles the cadence and how he handles his teammates and things like that. To watch us take a step back and watch another guy play, a veteran guy play, is not a bad thing. I'm just a fan of the quarterback getting as many reps as possible. But watching Marcus Mariota play and do some good things, he can learn from that as well.
Me too. I mean, there's always, though, this idea, and I'm not a coach and I don't pretend to be. I'm not going to go full Chris Russell on you and tell you I know better. Okay. I remember that one. That made the rounds a couple years ago. He knew better than Jay Gruden. But
we might have.
I don't know. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one, I think. Even though Slashy is my boy. I find it annoying as an outsider when we pretend like you've got to do something for the locker room. Like, the veteran players can't see me name him the starter without competing. Because what do I say to so-and-so, who's got to earn his job? And my point is, say that you drafted Jaden Daniels second and you guaranteed him $40 million. Say watch his film from LSU and watch Marcus Mariota's film. You know what I mean? Like this idea, this like football cowboy thing of every job in this locker room is earned, man.
Yeah.
Nothing's given to anybody, brother. Look into the eyes of the man next to you. Yeah. Like, that is so football movie fake. I'm just over that.
Well, there is some truth to that, though. I mean, you have to have some, Grant. You have to have competition.
I agree, but
for jobs, you can't just come in here as a starting right guard and think, it's my job. I'll skip this route. Maybe I'll take the day off today.
I'm on your team on that. But can we not pretend like quarterback's not different?
Yeah.
And like Daniels,
like I said, the
Mariota.
only difference is those other teams drafted, they have some other veterans in house that might be more ready to play than the rookie. I just don't think that's the case here or in Chicago. Chicago is clearly Caleb's team. Right? Is there competition with Caleb and their backup? I don't think so.
No.
And I don't think it's the case here. I think these are the only two teams that have the luxury of saying our rookie quarterback is better by far than our backup quarterback. So we're going to go with the rookie.
How much should I care? Should any of our listeners care about the very limited sample that we see against the Jets in the preseason in terms of performance or just how Daniels or anybody else, the rookies, look for that matter?
I wouldn't worry too much about it at all. I think it's just a matter of getting used to the guys and going into a game live situation and how he handles himself. That's just what you want to see, and are his eyes going to be like wide open? Oh my God. I don't think so. I think he's going to have the calm, cool demeanor. And if he struggles, coach him up and get ready for the next game or what have you. But I think it's going to be cool to watch him come out with the first team. I think it's a necessary thing for them to do, especially with a rookie quarterback. Try to get as many real reps as you can without putting them in harm's way, if that makes sense. I wouldn't run any zone reads or any quarterback draws with them. I'd do some quick game, maybe a couple naked bootlegs, get them outside the pocket, just let them run around, hand the ball off, give a high five or two, and get them the hell out of there.
Yeah, a couple of plays and come stand next to me. The voice of Jay Gruden, who's in studio. I'm Grant Paulson. You're listening to Grant and Danny. How much would Jay play his starters? How would he decide who goes and who doesn't in a 3-game preseason structure where you're probably only going to use 2 of those games to actually play any of your meaningful contributors? We'll dive into that as we continue here on The Fan. At 4 o'clock today, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we are giving away tickets right here on Grant and Danny. If you want to see Blues Traveler at Wolf Trap, you better be listening to the Fan. Danny is out. Have no fear. Jay Gruden's in studio with me for the next 90 minutes. He'll be hanging until 4 o'clock. I got a lot of things on the schedule I'm excited about to talk to Jay about, including next segment, an opportunity for you to get a play call from Jay Gruden to try to win a prize. We will give you the deets in just a few minutes. Also, at the top of the hour, we'll go Ask Jay Anything. Open up the phones, and you guys can ask Gruden some questions, either about his time here or the 2024 NFL season. Speaking of which, so I was talking to Jahan Dotson yesterday. That interview is available at grantanddanny.com. Second-year player last year, really regressed and struggled. It's a monster third season for the former first-rounder now. And he's very confident that he's going to break back out and look the part as the former 16th overall pick. But in talking to him, he said, we're going to show you a very small sample of what we're capable of in this preseason opener against the Jets. And then he said, very, very small. Very, very, very small. And his joke was, it sounded like they're going to go out for a series or something. Right. But you just said this with Jaden Daniels. Like, is there any thought to... I remember with Robert Griffin in 2012 when I was on the beat then, and I've texted with him about this recently. He threw almost 30 passes. He played in 3 preseason games. Now, they ran a completely different offense in the preseason than they would run come week 1 with Kyle and read option and pistol in New Orleans and put up 40 points and no one saw it coming. Well, we've completely changed our eye line on like what is expected even for these young QBs with no experience. Is there any thought to giving them a bunch of run behind a starting line and just getting them more ready, or is it just not worth the risk reward is out of whack?
I think with a rookie quarterback, I think there is some merit to playing him a little bit more than, like Matthew Stafford won't play. I mean, right?
And
There's
why
no reason he shouldn't. However, getting a guy ready, even though you're playing whoever you play week 1, if you're playing Philly week 1, who do you play week 1?
Tampa on the road.
Tampa on the road. Whatever you see in these 2 weeks or 3 weeks of preseason, you're not going to see versus Tampa anyway. So this is a matter of getting in continuity with your players, the play call, listen to the play call in the helmet, watching the play clock, cadence, all that stuff, pre-snap, everything you need to do getting ready for a game. You don't want his first meaningful rep to be at Tampa. There's no way. You got to get him going now. And practice is totally different. I mentioned that. There's no, they can try to simulate as close as they can to real life football, but unless the bullets are live, it's not real.
Okay, but what about these joint practices?
Same. You're not hitting the quarterback.
True. Yeah.
You're going to see different coverages and things of that, different blitzes and things of that nature, but as long as you're not live, it's not real to me. I played the position for a long time, not very good, but when you're not live, it's a total different mentality.
So is this a quarterback specific point or for everyone? Like if I'm just say I'm a Brandon Coleman, the rookie left tackle, who I think gets a chance to start in week 1, it looks like, out of TCU. For him to go up against these Jets edge rushers, I am excited to see what the joint practice looks like.
Right.
Can he get as much or more out of a joint practice than a preseason game?
Yeah, going against different people, different pass rush moves, different skill sets. You get used to seeing Armstrong every day at practice or the same guys over and over. You know what kind of moves and what kind of pass rush things they like to do, the inside spin, the bull, whatever it might be, the speed rush. Now you're going against a whole different set of skill set with the Jets. You've never seen this guy before. You try to study him as much as you can, but how are you going to handle a quick inside move or the spit, whatever it might be? So, yeah, I think it's very beneficial for a lot of guys. It's very beneficial for coaches, too.
I just think that from a coaching standpoint, to go where you're going there, in a preseason game, we talk about this a lot. You may want to get work in red zone. You don't get a red zone opportunity. You may want to get work in short yardage or goal line, and it just doesn't come up. Whereas in a joint practice, if you're tight with Mike Zimmer, let's say, from your time as coordinator, you're just like, hey, here are the periods I want. Oh, me too. Okay, we'll do this one. You just knock all that out. I think it can be more beneficial or better than a preseason game. But your point is, and this is actually a really good observation, as a quarterback, the game is still going to far outweigh the practice just because of the physical nature. You're not wearing that penny.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a big difference, right? Even for receivers and backs, I mean, they're not getting hit either. You're not doing anything live. I mean, you want to see guys, how they handle contact. This is a contact sport. Until you practice contact, you're not going to know who the tough guys are, who the guys who can break tackles, run through tackles, physically tackle, right? And take the hits and do the best for your team. But, but you do gain a lot from the joint practices. You just got to avoid the fights, which we always had fights with a pain in the ass. But
yeah, so this is the thing that's going to, I think, still be the fly in the ointment. And here's where we're headed. Jay Gruden's on the show. Grant and Danny on the Fan. He's in studio here in the Navy Yard. Teams have almost all, it seems like, started to go toward this joint practice thing. Andy Reid's one of the few guys. I know your brother, John, was at Chiefs camp this week. Andy Reid hates joint practices, refuses to do them. I don't know why. I'm assuming it's because of the fights. I don't know what else you wouldn't like about them. Maybe showing something to a team you may end up playing. That's probably avoidable too. You guys did it with the Texans. I know there were some melees and
the
brawls.
Patriots and Texans.
Yeah, Patriots as well. Did you guys have fights with New England?
I don't think we had one at New England. We had a couple at Houston. And the reason why I had one at Houston, we went one extra day. We shouldn't have gone. We should have done 2 good practices. We tried to go a third practice, and everybody's kind of worn out.
You did 3?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot.
Stupid. Yeah.
Whose idea was that?
Probably O'Brien.
We'll blame him, right?
Yeah.
I like that. We'll go Bill O'Brien. But now teams are starting to do one in some cases. Like,
yeah, the
Washington
best way to do it is
Jets
one
are doing one day.
One full one with as many situations as you can, a couple not live, but a couple drives, unscripted drives. And then the second one, maybe have a walk through critical situations, do your special team stuff. That's my favorite way to do it. We try to do 2 and then a third walkthrough type thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and I don't know, I haven't asked Quinn this, but the reason that the Jets and the Commanders are just doing the one is probably to alleviate some of the tensions that grow over a couple of days, like a hockey series or something.
I can remember the first day we had a fullback that ran over one of their corners, and then they got all chippy about it, and the coach yelled at him, "Hey, don't let them out tough you." So the next day it was a bloodbath.
Yeah, they've been talking about it all night.
Pierre was chirping, and JJ Watt's here. I'm like, hey, don't talk to him. Talk to somebody else, not JJ. Jeez.
Anybody but JJ Watt.
Yeah.
I loved Pierre Garçon.
Yeah, he's a tough dude.
He played, I always said he wore the Fang mouth guard, which is the same thing that UFC fighters wear, with like the teeth basically. So we would make a catch and you'd see the Fang teeth in the mouth guard. And it was like, he played football with that physicality, like he was a cage fighter or something.
He did everything 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I had a ton of respect for Pierre. He never one time did I ever see him loaf in a game or practice.
Practice either, huh?
No, hell no.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy you want. But I think we're headed to this, and tell me if you disagree. So soon, whether it's next year or soon after, we're going to have 18 regular season games. We're going to have 2 preseason games. That's how they'll make up the 20 total. And then I'm guessing with 2 preseason games, teams would only really use one of them, because there's always kind of been that red shirt game where you evaluate the back of the roster.
Yeah.
You get all your other starters and second string guys to just run some sprints beforehand, and then they wear visors on the sideline. So if we do the 18 regular season, 2 preseason bit, and then there's only those couple games, if you play guys just once, is that enough? I mean,
No.
When are we at a point where we're not doing enough in August that the product's going to stink in September?
The issue you have is we all know our top 10 to 12 guys on our roster. Those guys may not need it. The rest of the guys need it. They need the work. They need the development. We need to see the competition. You're not going to be sure who your starting outside linebacker is, or your starting nose tackle, or maybe your defensive end or safety. You might have a safety competition, a nickel competition. You might, there's a lot of competitions going on there that you have to see these guys play and perform when the lights are on, not just in practice going against the same guy over and over again. So there's a lot of good that comes out of preseason games. I know it's hard to watch for fans, and people say, these guys don't care. People care. I mean, these guys fight for the 53-man roster. They care. There's a lot of guys in that locker room, and a lot of guys are going to get cut. And those guys that get cut, if they don't feel like they got a fair shake, it's disappointing, because they put a lot of work in to try to get this opportunity in the National Football League. And if you feel like you don't get one, it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth, and you might miss on a guy. I mean, heck, we would have never found Fat Rob Kelly if we didn't have preseason, huh?
And we know you love Rob Kelly.
I just loved him because he didn't do anything at Tulane. He just came here, and every rep he got, he made something out of it.
We still play a clip every now and then where it sounds like you're looking at a piece of chocolate cake or something. You're at the podium and someone asks you, and you're like, "Oh man, I love Rob." You were like Macho Man Randy Savage. You're like, "Oh man, I love Rob Kelly."
I just like the underdog, man. He just took advantage of. And if you don't get the reps, you don't get the opportunity in preseason games. You're not going to find guys like that. Now they're dime a dozen, you can argue, but you need to find those guys, especially to fill out your roster for special teams. I mean, a new kickoff rule. Your third, fourth, fifth corner, they got to be able to be physical. And if you don't see them tackle, they might be afraid to tackle. You won't know until you play in Tampa Bay on a kickoff and the guy runs for a 90-yard touchdown. You're like, son of a gun. I knew we should have kept the other guy. This guy can't tackle.
You love the new kickoff rule.
I don't like it. Visually, it just doesn't look right.
I saw you tweeting about it. You were making your jokes. I think it's going to be awesome. Here's why.
Yeah.
Kicks are going to get returned. Now, we could argue that being at this point now where we have to change everything and we should just go back to the original, the OG kickoff, and that's fine, but we're chasing a ghost. It's not going to happen. They've made the game safer. They've ridded the game of those violent collisions. My point is just last year we had 2.2 kick returns per game. In the first game of the preseason, we had 7 out of 8 returned. The XFL, using this rule 2 years ago, they had over 8 kickoffs.
They dumped the rule after 1 year.
They did. I agree.
They dumped it.
But that's because they
You know why they dumped it?
Why?
Because it's stupid.
I disagree.
Okay.
They merged with the UFL. And I want to hear why you think it's stupid in a second. But it's not the same league. I think if the XFL was still non-UFL, it would have still been the XFL kickoff. But they merged, and it's now run by the guys that ran the UFL, who did their own thing rules-wise. I think a lot of XFL fans missed it.
Yeah,
but what is the point? I mean, the point is to get returns, right?
I think, yeah.
What don't you like? Just how dumb it looks?
First of all, one of the most memorable plays in Super Bowl history was a surprise onside kick to start the third quarter. You lose that. And I know a lot of teams don't do it. We did an onside kick that really helped save my job against Tampa Bay when we were
Code Red game,
right? We got an surprise onside kick.
It might be the last onside kick that anybody got around here.
I'm just saying that possibility is gone now.
True.
Now,
I do hate that.
Not many teams do that, but that is a major part of you got to be ready for it, And
I hate that there's no onside kick. I can't come back to that.
That's why I don't like it. Now,
okay,
I know there's
fair.
not many onside kicks, and onside kicks are dangerous and all that stuff, but still the element of the surprise onside kick is a pivotal part of a game if used properly. And even if it works one time out of the year, that one time could change the course of a career like mine. I mean, that helped us win that game, which then we went on a 6 or 7 game win streak. We won the division. We lose that game, I probably get fired after that game. And so that's why I don't like it. I just don't like guys standing there waiting for the ball to get catched and then, okay, we're going to run. And it just looks funny to me. That's all. I might grow on me. Once I see Cordell Patterson do it and some of these other guys do it, it might be more fun.
It looks terrible. I readily admit that. First time I saw it, I thought, this is outrageous. But then as you see a lot of kick returns and there's football being played instead of just a stupid ceremonial sprint down the field.
If they're afraid of injuries and stuff, then why would they put this rule in? There's going to be more collisions.
Well, but you're 10 yards apart, so the collisions aren't violent.
You got to tackle the guy. I mean,
yeah,
then you got a chance
tackles.
there might be a hip drop tackle 15 yards.
Oh, don't get you started on the hip drop tackle.
You might get hit high. That's a 15-yard penalty too.
I know how
you might hit him too low. So now you're just giving the referees another chance to call a holding penalty, another chance for a hip drop tackle. Now you're having another full play for these referees to ref.
Did you find a couple pages of the playbook over there?
Yeah.
All right, good. I'm going to have Jay call plays to see if Ryan and Darius and you guys can repeat the play. And if you can do it cleanly, maybe we'll give you a prize. We'll do that next. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open if you want to play called in your helmet on Grant and Danny next here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:15 tonight. Pregame ahead of Nationals baseball over at the park, the Nats and the Giants. I was at Nationals Park last night for the James Wood show. On base 4 times, triple off the wall, home run the opposite way, 108 miles an hour off the bat, 423 feet, 6'7", one of the fastest players in the big leagues. Let's get him on a football field, Jay.
Let's get him on the handball team.
Yeah, he should be on our handball team.
Yeah.
I tell you what, 4 years from now, gold medal or bust.
I'll be the coach.
All in for LA. That's what you should be doing.
Yeah.
You know who's running the LA Olympic Committee is Brian LaFamina. So you got an in over there. LaFamina was here in Washington. Hit him up. Tell him you want to coach handball. Let's get this thing going.
I thought they were going to do like arena football or something too.
Flag football.
Flag. Okay.
And that's actually going to be the first time they have it. Now, there's still some debate as to whether or not NFL players are going to participate. But my God, do I hope so. And you know they'll want to. It's going to be difficult because of training camp and the time of the year probably won't play out that they're allowed to. But think about the pride that some of these NBA players have getting to win a gold medal and represent the United States of America. If we had Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson and these dudes out there playing, can you imagine them playing against other countries in flag? Like, that would just be comical.
That'd be rough. That'd be rough for the other teams.
Not for the good guys.
Not for the good guys.
Not for the
That's all we
locals.
care about.
All right, so here's what I want you to do, Jay.
Yeah.
I want you to call a play. Darius and Ryan will be our initial guinea pigs. Then we're going to get to the callers at
All right.
800-636-1067 if you want to get a play from Jay Gruden. You have to repeat the playback immediately so that I know you didn't write it down. So the way this works, we're right up against that 15-second clock in your earphone, right, in your helmet. He's giving you the play at about 18 seconds. If you need it one more time, you better ask quickly, but you just got to spit that thing out in the huddle right after that. So, Jay, Darius, I believe you're first.
I'm nervous. Madden didn't prepare me for this.
Are you ready to call an NFL play?
I'll give it a try, though.
All
Now,
right.
if we can get a listener to repeat it back perfectly the first time, I will give the first listener to pull it off tickets to go see Blues Traveler at Wolf Trap coming up later this month. 800-636-1067. All right, so without further ado, that clock, I say it's 20, it's 19. Jay, Darius
This
needs
is
to play.
my first play call since I was Jaguars calling for Mike Glennon at quarterback, so beware.
Well, luckily, Darius is just about as capable at quarterback.
All right, hey, listen up. Darius, right? You ready?
Let's go.
All right, we're in zebra. Let everybody know we're in zebra personnel. Tell your huddle we're in zebra, all right?
Right
tell
now,
them.
you got to
Tell them we're in zebra.
All right, zebra.
All right, good. Snoopy left, Y short. 83Y sail, X snapper, halfback flat. We're going to can it with 300 jet. X and Z stick through. Hurry up.
Go.
Snoopy jet, Y left.
Jesus Christ.
Spider-
Snoopy left,
Spider
Y
2, Y
short.
banana.
Snoopy left, Y short. 83Y sail, X snapper, halfback flat, can it with 300 jet, X and Z stick through.
There is no way.
That's a delay
Come
game.
on, dude.
Snoopy.
Flags are flying. I'm
Yeah.
calling out Jay.
Delay game.
Jay
It's over.
Gruden doesn't have the team prepared.
Grabbing that. This is why coaches get fired right there.
Jay, get your team prepared to get in and out of the huddle, man. What is going on here? All right, Ryan, are you ready for your debut?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'll give you an
just
easy one.
benched
I'll give you an easy one.
Okay.
Zebra personnel.
Zebra.
Dice left, ride, 2 jet, F Saint, Y Ohio, X shake.
Dice ride, 2 jet.
Dice left.
Dice left, ride, 2 shake. I forgot the rest.
All right, Ryan. He just benched Darius.
Yeah,
Don't make him go to another quarterback.
we got this.
We're going to give it to you again.
Yeah.
I need you to deliver the goods for the Grant and Danny
I'll
radio
deliver the
program.
Same play.
Same play.
Same play.
All right,
Let's
we're
go.
going to go dice left,
Dice
ride, 2 jet, F Saint, Y Ohio, X shake.
Dice left, ride, F Saint, 2 shake, on 2, ready,
Jesus
break.
Christ, you forgot the protection. You forgot the backside. You forgot the shake.
Zebra.
Is that play going to work at all, by the way? The way he said it, do you think?
No.
Like
no.
if I'm in the slot,
the lineman wouldn't know what protection it was. It was terrible.
so
We'd
I'm
have no
just turned
chance.
around going, what are we
Yeah,
doing?
some guys would actually probably break the huddle and just run something.
They don't have a choice. All right, let's go to the phones. Jeremiah's in Fairfax. He wants a play call from Jay Gruden. And more importantly, maybe, he wants to try to win himself some tickets. He wants to go see Blues Traveler. So you're playing for 2 tickets to Blues Traveler, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Friday, August 23rd at the Center at the Wolf Trap. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Are you ready, Jeremiah, for your play call?
Yes, sir. I'm ready. And this is actually so cool y'all are doing this, by the way. But let's go.
All right, pay attention. Quit talking. Gas left edge. F left.
Gas left edge.
Wait, I gotta let me finish a call.
All right.
Gas left edge. F left. 83 F Skinner. X Reno.
Gas left edge. X left. Whoa. Okay. Whoa.
Gas left edge. F
Gas
left.
left edge.
F
X
left.
left.
83
X left.
F Skinner.
It's over now.
over.
50 seconds is over.
Jesus Christ. Another delay game. Thanks, guys.
Jeremiah, get the boys out of the huddle. All right, you got another one? Now, by the way, he didn't ever shout out the personnel groupings.
Yeah, I saved the time for
Come
that
on,
one.
coach. Come on, coach. We
All
need
right,
the coach.
give him the personnel groupings, coach.
Same player or different one?
Whatever you want to do.
We're in Tiger this time. Tiger.
Tiger.
Very good. Ditto right ace. X right. 3 jet. All go special. Q. F Izzo. X scout takeoff burst.
That sounds silly, by the way.
Right, X, burst, break.
That did not work, Jeremiah.
That did not work either.
He's not getting those things.
You guys, I mean, what kind of generation are we? Can't remember 10 words.
What play was that?
That's a hell of a play. It's all go special. It's a 3 vertical type thing. We got a halfback burst. We got a scout on the backside. So really, it's a 3 deep beater. Backside corner hangs on that scout. We're gonna hit that special right over the top of his head. The safety stays in the middle. We'll work that seam. If the linebacker gets back in that hook, we'll hit the burst.
Now, who are we throwing it to on that?
Well, if you got free access by your tight end, Jordan Reed will hit the scout route.
Let's go, Jay Reed.
If it's safety over there, if it's corners over man to man, we might get a nice free access quick out to Jordan Reed. Like I said, if it's cover 3, you're reading that safety. If safety cheats over the special route, we're ripping that seam, right? Hit that seam. But if the hook defender gets deep, that burst route's going to replace him. We'll get him for a gain of 12. Chris Thompson.
My senior quote, by the way, in high school: "Rip that seam."
Rip that seam.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jay Gruden's in studio. Let's hit the NFL headlines with Coach next. G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kandori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. They'll cover anything you need. I sent my parents to them. I will send you to them as well. They took great care of Dennis and Janine Paulson. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount, kmlawyers.com. Danny is out today. His vacation continues. Jay Gruden is in studio with me until 4 o'clock today. Danny and I disagree on the beach. I don't mind going to the beach. I just don't like sitting in the sand and being at the water. I like doing stuff at the beach, going out to eat, seafood, maybe like hopping on the go-karts or putt-putt, all that kind of stuff. Danny wants to get a book and sit in the sand from like 7 a.m. until 6 p.m.
Yeah, I can't do that.
What's your move?
My move is find out when it's low tide and get my bike out there, just riding up and down the beach. I love that.
So you're more on my speed. You're not just going to sit there and go into the water and come back out.
I will swim. I'll go out there and swim because I got bad knees, and getting in the water out there, there's something therapeutic about that to me. So I will swim, but I won't go back and lay on the beach and read a book. No, I'll go there with a purpose. I'm either going to ride my bike up and down, go swim for a little bit, get off, go to a little beach tavern. I don't know, something crazy.
We see eye to eye on that. Happy Hard Knocks, everybody. Last night, the Chicago Bears season of training camp Hard Knocks kicks off. Now, Jay, one of the bones I've had to pick with you in the past that we've had to bury the hatchet on is I've always said that you did not allow Hard Knocks in Washington, D.C., and I don't know if that's true or not.
Me?
Yeah. But you were here for many years, and we never got Hard Knocks. It's my dream that Washington is on Hard Knocks. And you would think by now this team would have gotten it at some point, and it just hasn't happened. You were a superstar on Hard Knocks with the Bengals.
That was Bruce. Bruce didn't want to be on Hard Knocks.
What a shame.
Yeah.
Don't you agree with me right now? Like, this team needs all the positive publicity it can get.
Well, rookie head coaches don't. They get a pass. So
specifically this year, they could have said no. But just in general, I would have called the league if I'm Adam Peters and said, please put us on Hard Knocks. We got Jaden Daniels. We got 30 new players. Here's the storylines. We'll help you write them. They need cologne, man. They need people to care.
Yeah,
they need commanders to be cool.
I think next year is a great year for them to be on Hard Knocks.
God, I hope you're right. They should be. But you were in that situation as a coordinator in Cincinnati. How would you have liked it as a head coach? Would you have been welcoming to it?
Yeah, I think so. As long as you have a chance to veto anything, as long as you get a chance to be an editor and make sure that nothing comes out there where you're talking about a player. You know, when you're in personnel meetings, things get said that you don't want to be shown to the public, right? We don't want to put anybody down. As long as everything stays pretty positive and upbeat, and the storyline is about the players, and there's some positive things that get out of it, and they can show the skill of other guys, but I don't want any negative stuff coming out. I can remember the Jets did it with Rex Ryan, and they were just shredding this poor offensive lineman. I mean, the kids' parents are watching and the family's watching. They don't need to do that. As long as that's not part of it. Hard Knocks wasn't that bad. They did a great job of staying out of your way, and it was painless, really. And Marvin Lewis did a great job of making sure everything went smooth too.
So we've got 3 iterations of it now. We've got the training camp version everybody's been used to since 2000. So that's what the Bears are on, debuted last night. It was excellent. I've got some thoughts. I took some notes. We'll go over those later in the show. I'll spare you that, Jay. The off-season version debuted for the first time ever. Over the last several weeks, they had the Giants. And that was the best version of Hard Knocks we've ever seen. It was amazing because we had access to all of the things that as a fan of football, I dream about being a fly on the wall for. It was football porn, right? We were in the quarterback coach meetings at the combine. We got to see the trade discussions between general managers on the phone. We got to watch a GM call an agent of a player and then a player and say, we're letting you go. Like all that stuff, you wonder, what is it like? And now we have the answer. That was the best. But the other one is in season. And in season is, I think it is what the team makes it, because sometimes the club essentially doesn't give you a whole lot of access for obvious reasons. But I thought the Dolphins with Mike McDaniel last year did a pretty good job. McDaniel in the first episode had a team meeting. He got all his guys together and he said, look, we will be unapologetically ourselves. I don't want anyone to think about the cameras being here. Like, just do you. and we're going to keep chopping wood like nobody's around. And we got a pretty good season out of that, I thought, based on that philosophy. But in season, would you feel differently about it? Like, it's one thing during training camp. The off season, they follow mostly the front office. But does it matter to you when in the year? Would you have been less?
Yeah, off season and training camp is okay. I think in season a little too much. There's a lot going on in season. There's a lot of distractions already. You're trying to limit the distractions as much as you can in season, and with social media the way it is, and all the shows going on, you don't need another distraction, in my opinion. I would not want it during a season.
Same thing I would imagine then with like a lot of these documentary shows that are coming out now for content. I don't know if you watched Quarterback on Netflix with Kirk and Mahomes and
I watched part of that. I
Mariota.
watched a little bit of the receiver one too. It was pretty
Receiver
good.
was
Yeah.
great. Like for you as a coach, some of that stuff might be a distraction or annoying, but as fans, it just makes us love the game more. It's just
Yeah.
great for the
I
shield.
think a lot depends too on the makeup of your football team too, and the culture that you have established. If you got a bunch of good guys, and you can do a lot more. And if you have a couple guys that are maybe a little bit on the other side of that, you may want to try to limit the exposure or limit the controversy that could come out. Like we had a couple guys that, I didn't particularly care for, that I wasn't allowed to cut, that I wouldn't want to be part of that show. If that makes sense.
What do their names rhyme with?
Yeah.
We're here for a while. I mean, I'm just kidding. All right, let's go around the NFL, Darius, and hit some of the headlines in the National Football League with Jay Gruden. First things first, Brandon Aiyuk, for the moment, is still a San Francisco 49er. Sounds like he had an opportunity to be traded to New England, didn't work out a deal with the Patriots that he liked. He wanted to be a Commander. We have heard that Washington has pulled its name out of the Aiyuk sweepstakes. So the last team standing as far as the clubs reportedly interested, the Pittsburgh Steelers. First question I've got for you on Aiyuk. How good do you think he actually is?
I think it's pretty good. He's a solid player. I think he does everything pretty well. He's a physical kid. He can run. He's got strong hands. Pretty good after the catch. There's really not a weakness in his game. Or is he like one of the top 10, 12, 15 receivers? I don't think so. He's that good. But he does have a skill set that can make your team better. And I do like the fact that he will put his face on you and block when it's necessary.
It's going to take picks, probably a veteran receiver as well in a trade, and $30 million or so a year.
I don't know if he's that good.
You don't think so? Because the numbers are excellent, but he's on an offense where Kyle's calling the plays, who everybody thinks is a great play designer. You've got a quarterback who's going to be making 60+ mil in the next couple of years in Purdy. Another receiver in Deebo Samuel who attracts more attention than him. And then future Hall of Fame tight end George Kittle, future Hall of Fame running back Christian McCaffrey, and one of the best left tackles that ever play, who you know well, Trent Williams. So I do wonder if you take him away from all of that, and now he's the alpha and the marked man, is he still on the level that we see him at?
Yeah, I think it depends on your situation. I think New England would be a great fit because they really don't have any go-to number one guys legit. So I think that'd be a good fit. I think him going along with Pickens would be a good little team up because they need some physicality in the receiver room at Pittsburgh. I think that'd be a good fit for him. There are some teams that could use his skill set. He might be worth it. There are some teams that, may not need his services quite as much, especially pay him $30 million. I think that's why there's only a couple teams that are in the sweepstakes.
So I want to go back then to Washington. You said maybe he's not worth that package. Year one with Jaden Daniels, year one as a GM Adam Peters, be a heck of a first huge move. He knows him better than anybody. He was in San Fran. He's obviously got all the numbers he needs to that front office. Would you give up picks, say Dotson, and 28, 29 million a year?
To go along with to ride with Terry, it'd be a good 1-2 punch. Yeah. Eckler out of the backfield. And
you'd do that.
Yeah, I'd probably think about doing that.
It's just a lot for me. One thing I will say is...
It is. I think a lot depends, too. How's McCaffrey doing in training camp? How are your younger guys doing?
How's Luke here?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. How they stepping up? You know what I mean? To be opposite.
So that's a good point,
Terry.
because, let's just hypothetically say, Luke has not really popped a whole lot when I've been out there, just asking around media and other stuff. It doesn't seem like he's shined, but we don't know, right? We don't know what we're seeing. So let's say, hypothetically, Luke has not been flashing as much as they would have thought, or they might think he's a little more of a project. And then it's a lot of Olamide Zaccheaus, hoping De'Ami Brown comes on for the first time in 4 years. Like that, then it sounds like you'd be more aggressive in possibly making the trade.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love the idea of giving my quarterback weapons, especially a young guy. And the one thing I want to keep reiterating on this show, because I think this is a misnomer, that I hear when people talk about situations like this is people will say, well, they don't need to be aggressive yet. They're not there yet. They don't need to make a move like this. You make that when you're closer to being good. I disagree with that because I think the value of Jaden Daniels is the rookie contract. And the hourglass is already ticking.
Oh, for
right?
sure. For
like
sure.
the whole point of having Jaden Daniels is you have 5 years before you got to pay him. So if you trade for Aiyuk now, and by the end of the season, you've come on as an offense and everyone's comfortable together and you're starting to play really good ball and make some good music, you're better for it next year. That clock is 5 years until the whole thing gets reset.
You look at Cincinnati. I always compare to because we had a rookie quarterback. We got AJ Green in a draft. Then the next year we got Marvin Jones and Tyler Eifert. We got Giovanni Bernard, Mo Sanu, Andrew Hawkins. So we started to surround him, and it's amazing how much better the quarterback is when people around him are making plays. Taking a 5-yard hitch route and going 50. Or throwing a fade ball that most times is going to be incomplete, and AJ Green snatches it with one hand. I mean, you got to have some weapons, especially for a young quarterback, and the more the merrier for sure. But sometimes, we were fortunate enough to draft all those guys as opposed to going out and trading for one and paying $30 million. We were able to keep our guys in house. I think that's why they were so competitive for so long at Cincinnati. So yeah, there's a lot of merit to that. I think he needs a lot of help around him.
Jay Gruden in studio, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're hitting the NFL headlines. Let's talk about the new kickoff rule. We broached this briefly. Right now you're not in. You don't like how it looks, and you don't like the lack of the onside kicks. What will you consider a success, though? Like at the end of this year, if you hypothetically don't mind it, what will have happened, do you think?
Limited penalties.
Which there were a lot in the preseason game.
Yeah, limited penalties, and then just some excitement. Maybe a couple of returns for touchdowns, big plays out of it would be fun to watch. I don't want to see a guy catch it and then get tackled at the 24-yard line every time, which is probably going to happen.
But how's that really any different than what was happening before?
Yeah, the difference is there's no chance of a surprise onside kick, which hardly was ever used anyway. So maybe it will be better. I don't know. The jury's still out with me. I just wasn't a fan of the way it looked and the way it transpired. When the starters get in there, I think when you have your kickoff team on game day, you're going to have bigger, faster guys. Your linebackers, your fourth and fifth receiver are going to be down there. Your fourth and fifth corners are going to be long and fast. It's going to be hard to get past these guys when they're starting at the 40-yard line, for God's sakes.
I just know that when the extra point became a play that was a 99% make because it was from the goal line or whatever, the 2-yard line, right? We said as a sport, this is stupid. No one has to watch this play. And we moved it back. And now from 33 yards, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I think kickoffs got to a point where I stand with my heels on the goal line, ball goes end over end over my head. I put my hands out like I'm making the shape of a T, and it's just a track sprint down the field. And we got to do something. Like if these are the new rules where they are now to make the game safer, I'm not angry. I'm just saying this is where we are. There's no kickoff returns anymore. Again, 2 per game last year. That doesn't work. We got to try something else. And we'll see if this does. But
yeah,
I think my level of success are there actual returns, like football being played, blocks, tackles, moving in with the football. It's basically a run play, kind of. It's what it looks like. But to your point, it could be a boring watch, but maybe it's a boring watch where at least we get some returns. The Atlanta Falcons. What do you make of them drafting Michael Penix after paying your former quarterback, Kirk Cousins? I've never seen anything like that.
No, I haven't either. Well, you have. I mean, you saw Jordan Love get drafted with Aaron Rodgers.
You just paid the guy $100 million.
Yeah.
They already were making.
He is coming off an Achilles. He is getting a little older, so there is some merit to that. And if Kirk does what he's supposed to do, when are they going to be able to draft in the top 10 again? Probably not for a long time. If they feel like they're as good as they think they'll be with Kirk, so they'll be drafting later in the 20s or 30s, whatever it might be. So there is merit to that, I guess. But I'm with the majority of people that probably think that was a stupid pick because they had a lot of needs on defense. They could have got the best defensive player in the draft, best pass rusher. They could have got Turner from Alabama, kid from UCLA, right? Corner, whatever it might be. A need position for them because
if you think you're good,
their defense was pitiful last year. They're
so
last in the league in pass rush wins, and they needed pass rushers. But they got some good players on defense. They got the safety Bates. They got Terrell. They got some decent players. So I think Raheem will make them better. But I just think that pick would have been great to have another first-round talent on defense, not a backup quarterback.
You're tight with Raheem. You guys go back a long way.
We coached together.
Have you talked to him at all about that?
I talked to him when I was consulting for the Rams a little bit for a year, and then.
But I mean about the pick.
Oh no, hell
Yeah.
no.
I was
And
just
Kirk's he can get a little sensitive every now and then. And
Right.
that probably bothered him a little bit. But I think once they go out there, everybody knows it's Kirk's team. I think that'll blow by. But to have a quality backup, the other thing is we saw how many quarterbacks played last year because of injury, a lot. And sometimes that backup quarterback role is becoming more critical for a lot of teams. And have a guy like Penix who can obviously wing it might be a good thing in the long run.
they lost Rondell Moore, got carted off with a wrapped leg today. Didn't sound good. Aircast, who was going to be a playmaker for them. Do you like Atlanta to win that division over Tampa? New Orleans is pretty good defensively.
I still like Tampa. I think Tampa did a lot of good things keeping their core in place. They're good players. They're physical up front. Todd Bowles does a good job of that defense. Mike Evans is still a playmaker. And I think Baker Mayfield is starting to gain a lot more confidence moving forward. I know he's got a new coordinator this year, which have a little bit of an impact, but I still think Tampa Bay is a team that the NFC South goes through.
I don't know that guy that well either. Liam Cohen.
Yeah,
They
he was
lost
with
Dave
Sean
Canales.
McVay at the Rams, and he went back. He was at Kentucky, then he went with Sean, then he went back to Kentucky. Now he's with the
Okay, it's
Bucks.
big order for him because Canales and Mayfield worked really well together. I saw watching, and you've done great work. Tip of the cap on what you're doing with the Underdog Crew. I've enjoyed watching you and Colt McCoy like old times here in Ashburn. But I saw you talking about Trevor Lawrence,
Mhm.
and you said after a detailed eval of his tape last year, something along the lines of like he was one of the most confusing
Yeah.
quarterbacks you've ever studied.
Yeah, he looks really great sometimes, and he looks atrocious.
Well, how is that? I mean, why?
I don't know. I don't know. I just think his mechanics are a little off. Maybe it's his injuries last year that he had. I think he's got to hone in on his mechanics. Got to, he's just so erratic with the ball placement. It's drives me nuts for a guy that has the skill that he has to miss some of the throws that he misses. Just doesn't make sense to me. I think they have a chance to be pretty good. They added some pieces on their team, but he's got to play more consistently for them to have a chance to take over Houston. And Indy's going to be a lot better.
Yeah, and Anthony Richardson potentially healthy, hopefully.
Standing next to Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough team to defend.
With a good line.
Excited to watch them. We're going to play Pick One with Jay Gruden in studio next. I'm going to give him a couple of choices in various categories, and he's going to have to pick one of the two. Talking ball with the former head coach here in D.C. No Danny today. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Grant and Danny without Danny. You are locked into the Fan. I'm taking you up to 6:15. Nats pregame. They got the Giants in town tonight. You'll hear the game right here on the Fan at 6:45. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler have your call. Jay Gruden is in studio. We're having some fun talking ball. Want to play a little game we occasionally play on the show, but instead of Danny and I, it's going to be Jay Gruden under the bright lights for pick one. So I'm going to give you two options here, and you've got to choose one or the other. All kinds of different categories. I will start at quarterback, where you got to pick one: Josh Allen or Joe Burrow.
Ooh, that's a good one. That is a really good one.
I'm thinking Mahomes is your easy number one quarterback, and so the debate then begins after that. And this, to me,
I'm
is
going to take, since Joe Burrow painted his hair white, I'm going to go Josh Allen.
you're going Allen over Burrow based on the new hairdo.
Yep.
Josh
Nothing
Allen.
wrong with the white hair. Don't get me wrong. I just want a more conventional guy. That
We don't need to be dyeing our hair at the start of camp.
Yeah.
So Josh Allen, by the way, I kind of like Buffalo to surprise people and be in the Super Bowl mix.
I don't know how they can surprise people with that guy at quarterback,
Because everyone keeps thinking they took a step back.
because they lost Diggs, who had 900 yards and no touchdowns. He averaged 70 yards a game in the last 10 games.
Gabriel Davis is gone too. They lost both of their starting receivers.
Shakir's a good player.
He is. And they brought in Curtis Samuel.
They got Coleman, who's a big body for him. So who knows?
All right, I'm going to go stay in the quarterback category, but I'm going to go historical here. Aaron Rodgers or Drew Brees?
I'll take Rodgers. A little more athletic.
Is it crazy, in your opinion, that Aaron Rodgers is my number 2 quarterback all time?
No, he's pretty good. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty crazy. Over who? Who's your number one? Brady?
Well, here's where you're really going to hate my list. Manning's my number 1.
Archie?
Right. Arch Manning, yeah, at Texas.
No.
I got Peyton Manning 1. I got Aaron Rodgers 2.
That's just.
I got
that's
Tom
just,
Brady
You're just
3.
trying to get controversial stuff.
I'm
Brady's
not.
number 1. Montana's number 2. Then you can go from there after that. Period. That's just where you go.
Who's the second one?
Montana.
Never heard of him. Just kidding.
Jeez.
I can't.
Anybody argues that they got something wrong with them.
No, here's the problem with
Now there are guys that have better arms and stuff like that than,
Yeah.
than Montana. Other guys more athletic than Brady, but the quarterback position, nobody played it better than those two guys.
Brady is the greatest winner of all time, is what I give him.
Yeah. In order to win, you have to make plays.
And your defense has to help you, and your head coach
There's
has
a lot
to
of
help
variables.
you.
There's no doubt about it. There's a lot of great quarterbacks that never won a big game. Dan Marino, you can argue that he's one of the best passers of all time, right?
Right.
You mentioned Aaron Rodgers. He's great. Peyton Manning had some good teams around him, too. I mean, he just had Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis and Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Dwight Clark and Edgerrin James. I mean, he had some pretty good players around him, too, right?
He had a lot of help.
Yeah.
But the year that he wasn't there, they didn't win a football game. Curtis Painter takes over. The year Brady wasn't there, they won 11 games. It was a pretty damn good outfit.
10.
I think they went 11-5 and missed the playoffs.
10-6. They missed the playoffs with Matt Castle, right?
Matty Castle. That's the guy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go commentators. Color commentators. Your brother known as one of the great analysts in the booth ever, right?
Yep.
Chris Collinsworth or Troy Aikman? Pick one.
Aikman.
You like Troy?
Yes, I like Troy a lot better.
All right, let's go Tony Romo or Chris Collinsworth.
Collinsworth.
Okay, we're starting to get a depth chart here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's another one on the level that I would even throw into those categories. So Romo's the bottom of your depth chart.
Yeah, I just think Romo is he's starting to not put the work in. You can tell.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, that's certainly.
I think he does a good job. Obviously he played the game for a long time. But I just think this first couple of years, I feel like he's a little bit more into it. That's just what
I like it. Let's go Sunday Night Football or Monday Night Football. As a fan or as a coach, doesn't matter.
I think Monday Night Football is the best. That music and yeah. Dun 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 dun.
As a coach, though, with the short week, like if you had to coach on Sunday night or Monday night, did you care, or did you still, because Monday Night Football?
I'd rather do Sunday night as a coach, but
Yeah.
Monday night, you feel like the whole world is watching on Monday Night Football. Sunday night probably is too, but back in the day, growing up, Monday Night Football was the thing.
The best.
Halftime highlights, remember that?
Oh, of course.
I mean, the halftime highlights were unbelievable. Howard Cosell. I mean,
This is still right here. Like
the greatest song ever.
Every year seasonally, we kind of rank.
The best sports song ever, by far.
Is this better than NBA Round Rock or whatever? The NBC NBA one? John Tesh? This is so good. God, it's so good. I just love when you're in the stadium on a Monday night and they fire that up from the speakers like an hour before the players are out there warming up. If that doesn't get your juices flowing, you're dead.
Chills. Yeah. Sunday Night Football, Carrie Underwood coming out and singing, not quite the same as this.
I agree with that.
But as a coach, I'd rather play on Sunday night because short weeks and all that stuff.
Are you would you get rid of Thursday Night Football?
Actually, I didn't mind Thursday Night Football as bad because I really liked the Friday, Saturday, Sunday after it. It was almost like a mini bye week. It was a little change of pace, change of schedule. You know, you play every Sunday, every time you kind of get monotonous, but then you have to hurry up and get a game plan and play Thursday. And it's like, oh, you can take a deep breath and take a day off and reevaluate some things on your offense, defense, special teams, whatever, the health of your football team, and just take a deep breath. So I did like Thursday Night Football.
When I covered Shanny, Mike he loved playing on Thanksgiving for that reason. Like that late in the year, almost second bye.
Yeah.
Because if you play on Thanksgiving, a lot of times you get the earlier bye.
And typically it's against a team like we played at Dallas, and we kind of knew them a little bit. So it wasn't that crazy of a preparation. It wasn't like we're playing a whole new front coverage and all that. We kind of knew them. So it was a little bit.
But he would even ask, he'd say to the league, hey, people don't want to, we'll take it.
Yeah.
He had no problem playing. And I think Thursdays, as Thursday Night Football became bigger, same thing, not just Thanksgiving. He kind of enjoyed that bye element as well. All right, I went with trick plays here. Double pass or flea flicker? Pick one.
I like the flea flicker, where you hand it off and then the guy pitches it back. That's the flea flicker you're talking about?
That's the one.
Yeah, I like that one.
Because I don't ever remember. I'm sure you did. I don't remember. I was looking for it last night. One of your teams doing a flea flicker?
I'll tell you, first couple of years, this is a true story now. I loved Alfred Morris, but he's not a guy that could lateral back to the quarterback.
No way.
Yeah, crazy. We tried it a couple times. It was at his feet, over his head. So I was like, no way.
It does not seem like that difficult a thing.
Alfred, for as good a running back was, he didn't have great hands and couldn't really catch pitches. You had to hand it to him. He handed it to him. He was great. Loved him. Great vision. Hard to tackle. Toss it to him. It's like, oh God,
what are we doing?
Yeah.
1,600-yard back as a rookie, historical season in 2012. And you had him.
Let's see how many times he caught a pitch.
Yeah.
Those 1,600 yards. I bet it wasn't very often.
Well, what's funny about that, I remember some of those designed outside, but when that group left, so Kyle, McDaniel, all those guys, they immediately started doing that thing where you pitch it to the running back directly behind you.
Mm-hmm.
And McDaniel's got some pretty epic answers about why he does that. Yale guy, has good explanations for everything.
Try to get the backers to flow, and it's more of an inside zone and gives time for your lineman to work the double teams and get up to the linebacker.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
but I had never seen anybody really do that.
Yeah.
It wasn't that prevalent. But they didn't do it with Alf. And maybe that's part of why, when they left here, they started doing that.
Now McDaniels has a new thing with those speed backs he has. He has them jab step, come back over the cross, and they do toss crack. You got to be fast as hell to do that.
You were talking about offensively, like as a back?
Yeah. They'll jab to the right and come back to the left, and they'll do which nobody can do unless your back is really, really fast.
He's got Achane and
it's unbelievable because it holds the linebackers. The hardest part about doing a toss crack, getting it back outside, is blocking the Mike, fast flowing Mike. Roquan Smith, those guys. But now you freeze them for a count. Now your center can get up there and get them, and those guys can still get the edge because they're fast enough. They did a ton of that last year.
So that jab step, like that counter look.
Yeah.
That basically you get everyone, it's just taking one false step, right?
Just false step, just hold them just for a count, and then still have the speed to get outside, which not many backs can do.
I guess they're cracking down on the other thing that they brought to the league last year in Miami, which was that cheat motion.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how they're going to officiate that exactly, but it sounds like
it's not a cheat motion.
Well, that's just what they call it. I mean, Kyle said that was the name, a cheat motion, but it basically it's timed to the point where it seems like as Tyreek or whoever kind of starts peeling toward the line, they snap it and they drill it that way. But I guess the league is going to flag it if he even turns toward the line. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting.
You're not allowed to, in motion, east and west type motions, you're not allowed to turn towards the line anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
A lot of teams are doing the fast jet motions across the formation. Now the Dolphins, they invented the little line up in a bunch on the left and just sprint out to the left.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Just to get more access for Tyreek.
So why are they going to flag that more? Or how are they going to crack down on it? That was the big story last week.
Only if he turns up before the ball snapped.
Okay.
I
They'll
think
still be able to do all the same.
I think they will. Yeah. I don't think you can. That's not a penalty.
Play designer. Pick one. Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid.
Andy Reid.
Oh, that was quick, by the way. How about Andy Reid? Was he your number one?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. How about Kyle Shanahan or Mike McDaniel?
Kyle. Mike McDaniel's a Shanahan disciple. So
McVay or Kyle?
probably go. That's a tough one. Probably go Kyle.
You think Andy's the 1 seed, though?
Yeah.
What's he do so special?
Well, it's not so much. I think what Andy does the best out of any of them is he's going to design plays that will get results, like especially in the red zone. Some weird formation, some weird motion, just like the Super Bowl, the little cross motion, the little RPO they ran and they hit Hardman in the corner of the end zone. He's always going to have a cool design in the red zone to make it easy on Patrick. And then Patrick makes the rest of the plays. I get it. But I just think Andy Reid, from a play design point, he's going to get you on 2 or 3 a game that you'll never see before, you'll never see again.
Wide receiver, Justin Jefferson or Tyreek Hill?
I'm taking Hill. Speed kills.
All right, then I think I know the answer to the next one. Jamar Chase, CD Lamb.
Ooh, those are very similar type guys. I'd probably take CD.
Last one at receiver, the rookies, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Malik's my guy, man.
I love Malik.
Yeah. I'm taking Malik because he ran the 40.
Let's go. I thought
only because he ran the 40.
Okay. Well,
if Marvin would have run the 40, he ran like a 4.35. I'd probably take Marvin.
He doesn't do anything. He
didn't do anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
so
a
that
single
bothered
thing.
me a little bit. But
I
I
can't
think
even buy his jersey.
Marvin's skill set, he's got the skill at the line of scrimmage, or he's pro ready already. You know,
He's gonna be a beast, but he better be.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he's not.
I just like
Union.
I just like the way Malik plays. He plays hard, plays fast.
Pick one with Jay Gruden. Slant or fade?
Everything starts with a slant to me. If you can't run a slant, then the fade is irrelevant.
Okay. I just wanted to say fade because I know it gets you riled up.
Yeah.
And then the last one. Ryan Grant or Samaje Perine?
You guys, I'll tell you what. I like both those guys. I'll probably take Ryan Grant.
Oh, damn.
Samaje was hurt a lot with me, man. We had high hopes for Samaje. Every time I looked around, he's in the dang tent.
Yeah, he had a extra bed, I think, in the blue tent.
Yeah, he got hurt a lot. Ryan, I like Ryan. Ryan's a 5th round pick out of Tulane. He did everything right. He did all the dirty stuff that Deshaun wouldn't do. You know, he just lined up everywhere. He wasn't the greatest player. I get it, but I liked him because he was very versatile and very dependable. I like dependability.
You and me both. You don't have to explain yourself
All
to
right,
us.
just trying to explain it to the fans out there who rip on me because I liked Ryan Grant.
I liked him because his last name was Grant. He caught a couple of nice passes along the way.
Yeah,
did some good
touchdown
things.
against the
at
Saints. I mean,
I
big
don't know
play.
what is the play called that you
winning
ran?
play against the Rams at the Rams. We beat Sean McVay.
That's
Cut
right.
the corner out. Remember that?
Yes, I do. He had the huge catch against the Saints on the road as well.
Yeah.
What was the play where he would like line up as like a wing in the backfield, and then you would go like play action boot, and he would like cross across the line of scrimmage and then come out.
Z slide, yeah.
Z slide. I mean, that you must have that was probably the most called play, I think.
Yeah, a lot of teams do that now. That's one of the best. Like,
it's a great.
They better
play.
have that with Jaden Daniels and some of the guys that have Terry McLaurin and those guys and Dox, and that's a great play.
If you've got a question for Jay Gruden, we will let you guys get some of the final questions in before we say goodbye at the top of the hour. MGM National Harbor listener lines. You want to talk to Jay, 800-636-1067. And I also want to dive into the Olympics. I've been watching his Twitter account. He's got some takes on the Olympics, G&D on the Fan. of the hour, 4 o'clock on G&D without Danny today. I got tickets to see Blues Traveler I'm giving away. They're at Wolf Trap on August 23rd. We've been breaking down training camp throughout the show. All of our camp coverage on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. A lot of football discussion with Jay Gruden, who's in studio for another few minutes before we say goodbye and turn our attention at the top of the hour to the Beltway Blitz. Let's go to Christian, who's in Manassas, as we open things up for you guys to talk to Jay. Christian, you are on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, Jay. Hey, Grant. Love the show.
Thanks.
My question to Jay is, who's your favorite Redskins great / legend?
Ooh, okay.
That I coach or just Redskins in general?
I think let's go with that you coached and then give us one all time. That you
favorite guy I coached? Man, I had a lot of guys. I mean, best player I coached is probably Trent. One of my favorites too. He's a great guy, but spent a lot of time with the quarterbacks. Both Kirk and Colt were great. Probably those two.
And then what about all-time legends for the team? Anybody that growing up or anything that you had an affinity for?
Brian Mitchell. Just kidding.
You and B. Mitch have had your run-in.
Yeah, I'm just joking around. Yeah, I like Brian Mitchell, but I probably John Riggins. I mean, how can you not like John Riggins?
Riggo?
Yeah, he was fun to watch.
Hall of Famer. We're trying. I mean, there are more guys in this market than
shirt untucked, breaking through tackles.
Right.
I mean,
there's just a lot. He's one of the few that have actually gotten in. You mentioned B. Mitch, London Fletcher. I saw on the sideline.
Daryl Green is
Joe
also,
Jacoby.
the size that he, the way he played, the speed. I mean, he was always fun to watch. Art Monk.
Telly in DC on Grant and Danny. What's up, Telly?
Yo, what's up, Grant, man? Great segment. Hey, Jay, I just want to tell you, man, you're one of my favorite Washington head coaches of all time, man. Hated to see you leave. Hey, I got a question, man. When you first got the job, were you told by Bruce Allen or Dan Snyder that Robert had to be your quarterback?
Well, that was a plan, yeah, and I was fine with that because he was rookie of the year, right? And then he had the injury, and then our job was to help him get back to the player he was as a rookie and improve on that, improve his pocket awareness, improve his passing. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. He got hurt again, and then Kirk just proved to be the better player.
There was for a long time the suggestion or rumor that when he did get back in the game against the Vikings, I think in like 2014, that you basically were told he had to. Is that true? That they told you had to start him?
No, I think we needed to clear it up and give him another. I think Robert deserved another opportunity to try to get the job back. He sat back, had a couple games from injury, and we had to see. He's still a young player. We couldn't just give up on him. We needed to see for sure, give him another opportunity, and because it was still close between Kirk and Robert at that time. Unfortunately, actually we had Colt in the mix as well, but fortunately Kirk overwhelmingly won the job.
Let's go to Terry in DC on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Terry, Jay Gruden's in studio. What's up?
Hey, what's up? I just had two real quick questions. First, as a coach, how would you have a defense defend the back shoulder fade? And also, like on first and second, if it's first and goal, why do defenses play so soft? I can see on third and goal, if you're on defense, you kind of like you have to play with more technique. But why is it on first and second down, the team just steps off, for instance, and just give up a slant so easily instead of just playing up? Because if you got a penalty, what difference does it make on first down? It's like it's still going to be half the distance to go. Why do they play so soft on first and second down?
I don't know if that's their intent. Sometimes it might look like that, but there are some defensive coordinators in the goal line that they will invite you to try to run it in and play more pass coverage to try to protect against the fades and against the bigger receivers, the one-on-one slants. They want to get hook players out there. They want to get flat players out there. They want to guard against the pass. And if you run it, then they feel like they can, since the goal line's a lot closer, the safeties are a lot closer as opposed to out the field where they're 25 yards deep. Now they're only about 8 yards deep. They can come up and be a impactful part of the tackle. So I think there are some coaches that mindset, and there's some other coaches that become ultra aggressive down there, but I don't really see any defenses playing really soft and giving up slants. It's hard to throw the ball down there with the drop 8 coverages, the cover 2s, the quarters. Sometimes they'll play double the outside guys, a man-to-man everywhere else. There's a lot of things you see down there, but I wish it was that easy just to rip a slant out there on first and goal at the 5. I would have done that every time.
Let's go to Corey and Ashburn, the last Jay anything on Grant and Danny. Corey, Jay Gruden's in studio. What's up?
Hey, Jay. Hey, Grant. How are you guys today?
Good.
Doing well.
Good. I got one for maybe the whole area. Jay, how bad on a scale of 1 to 10 did you hate working for that weasel Snyder?
Well, he paid the bills, which is good. The first couple of years it was
Still paying some of those bills, I bet.
No, not anymore. But you know what? It was okay the first couple of years. I think after 3 or 4 or 5 years, I think it kind of gets after you because you put a lot of time in, and all you want to do is put the best product possible on the field for the fans of the area. And when you don't have that ability to pick those players, it can be frustrating via the draft or free agency. And that's the most frustrating part about it, because I never felt like I got a chance to pick the team that I wanted. I was able to coach a team, which I'm very fortunate and very grateful for. But sometimes you got to have, cars in the garage to make this thing work. And I wish I would have more of an impact in picking the players. That's all.
PJ's in Reston on Grant and Danny. What's up, PJ?
Hey, guys. Coach Gruden, I wanted to ask you a question. I'm going to try to articulate it as best as I can because it's a little bit of a speculative kind of thing. I agree with what you just said moments ago, that Kirk proved to be the better player in the long run than RG3. I mean, Kirk is, arguably top 10 quarterback, great quarterback. My thing I want to ask you about RG3 is this. RG3 had that great rookie year, and I don't know your relationship with the previous coach, Coach Shanahan. I respect Coach Shanahan, but where I think Coach Shanahan went wrong was putting RG3 back in when he was already injured in that Seattle playoff game. And I think that's what messed everything up for RG3. And my, once again, speculation is that had Shanahan not put RG3 back in the Seattle game, RG3 would have had his legs under him the rest of his career.
What's the question, PJ?
The question is, do you think RG3 would have been a much better pocket passer if he didn't get hurt in Seattle? Because he showed pocket he showed in the Dallas Monday night game in that first year, he showed a lot of pocket passing. He regressed. My theory is because of the knee injury, which I blame it on Coach Shanahan when he was already hurt.
Do you think that the injury derailed him? Would he have been great if not for the injury?
I think the injury had an impact. Yeah, I don't know how the injury affected him. I know that the ability for him to run the zone reads really first started coming out, and the play actions off of the zone reads that Kyle came up with were quite genius that nobody had seen. So they were getting guys pretty much wide open. He's able to drop back and hit holes that were huge. And then those holes started to become smaller and smaller, became a little more difficult. Then he's trying to do the true drop back concept game, 5 receivers out, whatever it might be. That's where he struggled a little bit. Had he not gotten hurt, would he still have struggled? Probably a little bit, but he would have been still maybe a little bit faster. I don't know, more willing to run, which was his game. I don't know. That's something that Robert would have to ask you or answer.
At Coach_Jay Gruden is where you can find Jay on social. I know you'll be working for Underdog Fantasy this year.
Yep.
All of their football content. We can see it the 33rd team. Some of their shows
hopefully.
as well.
We'll see. And then we got a YouTube channel called Clean Pocket. If you want to jump on that, me and Colt and AQ Shipley and Justin Pugh.
How'd you link up with Pugh? He's a good dude.
He is. Yeah.
Guy.
No, they were just part of the show. I just joined with them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we will be checking it out. Thank you for hanging in studio. This was fun.
Thanks for having me. Anytime.
Jay Gruden, boys and girls, on Grant and Danny. You are due for an update, so we'll get you that. And then the Beltway Blitz. Remember, next we are giving away those tickets right at the top of the hour. Somebody is going to see Blues Traveler. This is the Fan. Today's show, I told you I wanted to give you the college football all-name team for 2024, but then we never got to it. We write that wrong today, 4:45. I will give you the best names in college football in 2024. 4:25, which Commanders are under the brightest lights, spotlight on, going to the Jets? The guys I'm most excited to see how they perform in these joint practice and preseason actions against New York. That's coming up this hour right here on Grant and Danny without Danny. The exclusive sponsor of this show is Condorian Murad, the law firm that is going to guide you and your family in the right direction. They're going to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a power of attorney for you if needed. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you are winning 2 tickets to see Blues Traveler and Big Head Todd with the Monsters Friday, August 23rd at the Center at Wolf Trap. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Congrats to the winner. Your next chance to win tickets on Grant and Danny to Blues Traveler this month is tomorrow at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz. Speaking of which, we got the Nats, the NFL, the Commanders. Let's get to it right now. Pete Metters, pre and post Nationals Radio Network. You hear him in the booth, filling in for Charlie and Dave throughout the season as well. Pete, you were at the ballpark last night. So was I. Welcome to the James Wood Show. What an unbelievable performance that was for the rookie outfielder.
Grant, last night when I was talking with Charlie and Dave on the crossover, I did utter the words Juan Soto. And just at this point, when Juan first came up as a left-handed hitter, James is exuding some of the same traits. Willingness to go the other way with pitches that are out there, not trying to pull everything, showing incredible patience at the plate. We can only hope the results. And over the last 7 days, his OPS is almost 600. If these types of results continue, we're talking about a young man that has the potential, obviously, to be the face of the franchise going forward, but more importantly, hopefully be the core that leads to more success for this franchise. Just tremendous display of a lot of different skills. Yeah, he made the error out left field, and I'm sure, he's kicking himself a little bit about that. But my goodness, at the plate, he put on quite a show of offensive skill last night.
Yeah, he has been struggling defensively and left, no doubt about that. I think he'll get more comfortable. It's just not a natural position for him. He's never played left prior to just before he got called up. He's been a center fielder and a right fielder. So he's got some work to do in the outfield, but he's hitting .391 in his last 7 games, .315 over his last 15. He's now up to .270 with a .790 OPS through 115 at bats. And man, I mean, the opposite field power, the triple off the wall yesterday, the ball that he hit on the inner corner to that area of the ballpark over the red seats and left center, Pete. I don't remember a left fielder going to that area of the park. It's just a really special skill set that so few guys have at 6'7". With his speed, he stole 2 bases last night.
Yeah, and he's, he has the innate ability, Grant, almost at times to let the ball travel too much to him at the plate. But that just goes to show you the amount of patience, the eye that he has, but more importantly, the bat speed and the hands to get it through the zone, even though the pitch may be that late in the strike zone, his ability to get the hands to the ball, get the barrel to the ball, and do that kind of damage with it. Again, great players have exclusive traits. There's not many people in that category, Grant, and at least at his age and with the small sample size right now, he's exuding the traits that better than average and maybe even great players eventually have.
What do you make of Mackenzie Gore's immense struggles over the last several weeks?
Look, that's one of the great mysteries of this team this year, because he has the terrible first inning. He locks it in and survives. You could have never convinced me he was going to be the winning pitcher in a game last night,
right,
when he left the hill at the end of the top of the first inning. That shows you that he's got the requisite arsenal. But, Grant, it's a finite level, man. You leave a pitch in the wrong place in this game, and dudes can do serious damage with it right now. And he just at times doesn't execute, precisely where he wants the pitch to be. We all agree the arsenal's fantastic, but pitch execution, CC Sabathia talked about it, I thought, on the Saturday night game very well. Early in his career, he was a thrower. He wasn't a pitcher. And perhaps at times, that's what Mackenzie Gore is right now. He's more thrower sometimes than pitcher. Hard when he makes mistakes, that's the thrower in Mackenzie Gore. But when the pitcher Mackenzie Gore locks in, you've got a tremendous left-hander that can do a lot of damage and is supposed to be a top-of-rotation guy for you. As a young pitcher, Grant, I think that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing instances where sometimes he's a thrower, sometimes he's a pitcher, and the results are pretty much what they are when he falls in to those respective places as a pitcher.
Lastly, tonight, back in action at home, 6:45 game. Blake Snell coming off a no-hitter for the Giants. Jake Irvin, who's been Washington's best starter circuit to circuit this year with a 3.56 ERA. What do we need to know?
Look, I mean, obviously everybody's going to be seeing if Snell can back it up and do it again. Blake Snell's always had tremendous artillery. The great thing about the Nats this year, if it's one thing we found out Jake Irvin at best right now, at least exudes the ability to be a top 3 starter. So while the end results, the win total is not going to be where you'd like it at the end of the season, the Nats have figured out some things, particularly with these young pitchers, and Jake Irvin looks like he's going to be a core piece of this rotation going forward for this franchise, no doubt about it. Should be a good one if we can avoid the raindrops enough to get it in tonight.
Pete, thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
That is the Nats portion of the Beltway Blitz. Let's talk football. Around the NFL we go. Our guy, Zach Kruger, joins us on the Beltway Blitz. Normally, when I'm texting and talking with you, it's about fantasy football, and we can get into some of that in a moment. But I want to get your thoughts on a couple of big headlines. First of all, how good do you think Brandon Aiyuk is? Is he worth a package of picks, a veteran receiver, and about $30 million a year?
First of all, Grant, I'm happy to be on and always talk fantasy with you. But yeah, no, I mean, from an analytics standpoint, Aiyuk is obviously a stud. We've seen how not just Aiyuk, but then also Deebo Samuel can thrive in the Kyle Shanahan system. We know that that's a system that it does a great job at creating space for wide receivers and also Christian McCaffrey to operate and create after the catch. The question becomes when a team finally pulls the trigger on the Aiyuk deal when it comes to the money and the draft picks and everything. You're right. How good is he? I think that it's hard to argue that he's anything but an absolute stud in the NFL, but we are possibly looking at him go to a Steelers offense. I know that they've been kind of hot on the rumor mill this past day or so with how things are kind of developing there. If he goes to a team like the Steelers, he's going to an Arthur Smith team who we've seen further emphasize the run game more than any coach in the league back when he was with the Falcons over the last several years. We know he shies away from his big weapons a lot of the time, which has been a frustrating thing for fantasy managers. Can we see that Aiyuk efficiency in an offense that's probably going to dial back the passing game if he ends up going there, that maybe doesn't find ways to create as much space if he goes there? I think Aiyuk is a stud, but I think his numbers are getting a big Shanahan bump. And I do think it's a legitimate question to ask. Is he worth the picks and the money that you're going to give up to put him in an offense that is undoubtedly going to be a downgrade from Shanahan wherever he lands? I think he's a stud, but there's certainly concerns there depending on the landing spot.
Roto World's Zach Kruger. So where do you think he ends up, or do you think he ends up playing in San Fran? How do you see it ending?
It's a tough one. For right now, I would say I do think it comes down to kind of the Steelers or San Fran, just based on what we know. It sounds like the Patriots are out of it. They kind of said they were done with that. We've had reports on that. There was an article published yesterday, I believe it was by Mike Reese, the Patriots beat writer, and he had mentioned the Steelers, the Browns as two possible teams. And then when I was actually working on a news shift, I noticed he didn't even mention the Commanders in the article, which I thought was interesting because obviously we know about the Jaden Daniels ties. There is a part of me that's wondering, because I think the Ravens kind of did something similar to this with Lamar. If they aren't letting him shop the market and kind of letting him see how other teams value him before deciding if it's better to trade him, or if the numbers that he's hearing back are similar to what the 49ers are offering him, and then he ends up re-upping with the team that obviously can give him the money that he's seeing from elsewhere while also having the best chance to win. So I think it comes down to the Steelers or the 49ers, and if the 49ers letting some other teams do their bidding just to see what's out there, it wouldn't surprise me.
Roto World's Zachary Kruger. He's on Twitter at ZK_FFB if you want to follow him there. I mean, you guys do such a good job, and you specifically are always scouring the web for all of the, the practice storylines and figuring out who's getting highly regarded by different coaching staffs throughout the process. I mean, how much, from a fantasy perspective, as we get ready for our draft, should we care about guys having good practices or standing out in a preseason game, as opposed to getting overexcited about that and then that burning us when the season starts?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's always definitely a fine needle to thread. I think for me, when it comes down to it, the thing that I like to look at the most is when writers are talking about running back snap shares in training camp, because certainly we know how these practices are done. They're certainly organized in such a way where it's trying to keep injuries to a minimum and keep players healthy for the start of the regular season. So that stuff is always going to, play a role in how these players' efforts are looking on the field. It's one thing when certain players can't hit you or play as hard as maybe they would on a Sunday versus in a more controlled environment. So one thing that I always think is valuable, though, when reporters are just kind of throwing out there, hey, so-and-so is working a lot with the ones versus another guy who maybe we expected to see working with the first or second team offense maybe isn't as much. One of the guys who's been a riser over the last couple of weeks in terms of those kind of rumors is Eagles running back Will Shipley. It started out where it was like Kenny Gainwell, the incumbent in that Eagles backfield, was playing a lot behind Saquon Barkley, and then more recently that's kind of shifted to more of a Will Shipley conversation. And now we're asking, is Will Shipley maybe going to be the guy who was drafted, this year as a rookie, and maybe he's the guy who kind of fills more of that satellite back role when Saquon Barkley's now on the field. So I like paying attention to rumors like that of when someone's on the field, and I kind of downplay like the hyped up stuff about how great they look. It's certainly encouraging, but we know that doesn't always translate come week one.
That's a good answer. A lot of good information. Zach Kruger, go check him out. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, be good. Let's talk local football. My guy, maybe your guy too, but mostly my guy, Michael Phillips. Danny's out today, Michael, so you're stuck with me. What do you make of all of the love for Jaden Daniels out of practice? I guess I'm partially guilty of it. I went out there, was blown away. He looks really good.
I just want to be somebody's guy, and Jaden Daniels is somebody's guy. He's good. We can talk about the love for him locally and how it's not quite there. I'm curious, though. Good Jets defense tomorrow, joint practices. I'm wondering if we're going to learn a thing or two tomorrow. I'm very curious about these workouts.
I totally agree with you, because I think what happens is when you're practicing against your own guys for days, not only do you start to pick up nuances and really file things away when you're smart, like Jaden Daniels is, but I think you also have the answers on defense. Going into a practice what coverages are run on what plays and what the idea is, right? For that defense against your offense. So you basically have the answer key. I can't wait to see what it looks like when he doesn't.
And let's not forget, this is a Jets defense that almost dragged Zach Wilson into the playoffs last year. I mean, this is an impressive collection of players. They're playing for jobs. They're playing for starting time. I think it's going to be a great experience for Jaden Daniels. Either way, could be good, could be bad. He's going to learn from it either way, and I think people will be excited about it. You nailed it. Practice gets monotonous. You get the same thing every day. You get coaches who blow the whistle quickly on the defensive line, right? And I'll be curious how much they let go in the preseason game and obviously at the joint practices where it's a more controlled environment. This offensive line remains a big question mark, and I think we've got a lot to learn about them in the next 2 weeks as well.
Speaking of learning, what have we learned about Dan Quinn so far in camp?
Well, I think he's what he advertised himself as, which is high energy delegator, right? You would say this is Witt's defense. This is Cliff's offense. Not afraid to get in the weeds, not afraid to mix it up with players, give them tips. It's funny because the knock when he was hired was, here comes another Ron Rivera. And I don't think that's unfair in a lot of ways. He is another Ron Rivera. I think the key difference I like to point out to people, though, Ron Rivera arrived from Carolina and said, what we did in Carolina was awesome. We're going to do it here. We're going to run it back. And you're going to love it. And he did. He ran it back, and he didn't change his methods. And it worked as well as it did in Carolina. Dan Quinn has come in saying, hey, some of the things I did in Atlanta, I've learned from, and I want to do new things, and I want to do new approaches and test new things. I think that's where you're going to see the growth. That's where you're going to see a coach who hopefully has asked some good questions, gotten some good answers, and when we get into the battles, into the fires here, we'll behave accordingly.
Should Adam Peters be trying to trade for Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, I just don't like the price, right? If you're giving away a first-round draft pick and giving him top receiver, money, that's a lot to pay for a team that is not on the verge of something, right? That's a price you pay when you feel you're right there. I think it makes a ton of sense for the Steelers. I'm probably more bullish than most people on Russell Wilson. I think he's in line for a bounce back year, sign a big contract. Somebody will regret signing him to a big contract. The circle of life moves on. I think that's a team that can push the chips in and say, let's get our guy a guy and do it. That price doesn't make sense for me. I still come back though, Grant. I know you think this too. Why in the world would the Niners do this trade when they're all in, when they're in Super Bowl mode? I don't get what they have to gain from this. I don't get why they've allowed it to go this far.
It's my guy, Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond. Thank you, sir, as always.
Take care, Grant.
MP on the mic, breaking down the Commanders. All of our coverage of training camp and our analysis on the team these days is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Which players is the joint practice with the Jets tomorrow and preseason game number 1 Saturday most important for? That's next on The Fan. In 30 minutes at 5 o'clock on G&D, Kevin Clark of ESPN, who's in a training camp tour mode. I want to talk to him about some of the stops he has made. And we'll do that right here on the Fan. And in about 15 minutes, the college football all-name team. I just think some of the names are incredible. And I will bounce them off Darius and Ryan. We'll see what some of their favorites are. That's coming up at 4:45. But right now, I wanted to get into a spotlight on the Commanders as they get ready to play a joint practice session against the Jets tomorrow and then eventually a preseason game on Saturday at noon. Make note of that, by the way. This was not rescheduled from the night to the morning, a la the Nats tomorrow, who were going to play at 4. Now they're playing at noon because of inclement weather pending. This is a scheduled noon kickoff for preseason action on Saturday, which is pretty obscure. But I got 5 guys. I made a list of 5 players that I think are going to be the most intriguing to see in this joint practice. So I'll just get the obligatory one out of the way first. It's easy, it's lazy, and we'll get it out of the way and we'll keep moving. Jaden Daniels, right? I mean, it's obvious. I've got to see, like the rest of you, what does this look like now against a real, legitimate NFL defense with, yes, it's not live. Sure, the bullets aren't flying like they're going to be eventually, but without a plan as to what they're running, not knowing what coverage you're getting before the snap, which is something, if he chose to, he could know at any of these training camp practices against his own team. We're going to learn more about Jaden Daniels tomorrow in that joint practice with New York than we have in any practice he's had so far, period. And then in the preseason game, and Jay Gruden was just sitting in studio for a couple of hours, and I thank him for having joined us. He made it very clear at the quarterback position, more so than any other spot, the game is so much more incrementally and exponentially more valuable than anything that you're doing in practices because you are going to get hit. You're going to take on contact. The ability to be tackled is on the table, and all of your reactions change when that's the case. Because he made a good point. I'm thinking, well, in practice, they're going to blow the whistle if there's a rusher near you, and sacks are still counted, basically, even though you can roll out of it and make a throw or go down or whatever. And Jay's point is you operate differently when you know that you might get hit hard, and it could hurt. And that's going to happen for the first time in a preseason drive, and he's probably not going to get more than one of them, at max 2 of them, on Saturday. So that's number 1. I think it's obvious. It's easy, so I don't want to spend any more time on it. But the Commanders player I'm most excited to see perform against the Jets is Jaden Daniels. Number 2 on this list is Brandon Coleman, the left tackle. There's a legitimate chance that Brandon Coleman wins the starting job on the left side, and that would be a massive coup and a big-time boon for this front office. After they decided to take Daniels at number 2, and then they came back with multiple picks in round 2, and they chose Johnny Newton at 36, a defensive tackle, and Mikey Sanristel right at 50 out of Michigan, the nickel corner. In fact, they had a 3rd pick in the 2nd round, remember, and they went tight end Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State, who's going to be behind Zach Ertz on the depth chart. It was the 3rd round, and they still hadn't gone offensive line. 4th pick they're making, and they grabbed Brandon Coleman, who a lot of people said was a guard. They immediately announced him as a tackle. They tell you, we think he can play left tackle. And from the moment the draft ended, the narrative has been, this will be a watershed selection for this class. This is going to be a really big pendulum swinging pick to figure out how sharp this draft class was and this front office's process was this year. But can you imagine if Coleman ends up being the guy at left tackle and he's really good, what the potential for this class becomes? With Daniels, your quarterback, added in round 1. Great reports on Sanristel. I was super happy with how he looked when I was out there. He's physical. He's instinctual. Some of that, I think, comes from him having played both sides of the ball, having been a former receiver. But he's just a willing engager at the line of scrimmage, throwing his body around. And it's hard to play in the nickel, and he did it at an exceptionally high level with the Wolverines last year, had the pick 6 in the national championship game. Johnny Newton, maybe not right away, because Allen and Payne are 2 of your best football players. They don't come off the field very much. but he's got a chance to be a pass rushing, pocket collapsing presence at defensive tackle. So now you're talking about a world where maybe Daniels, Sharpie, stud, Sandra still, Sharpie, stud, and this hypothetical, Brandon Coleman, that guy at left tackle, he's a dude. Johnny Newton, star up front. If you have that type of draft class to get your stay as a front office started, it's a whole new ball game moving forward with our confidence in these decision makers. Because after years of going, I don't love how you addressed offensive line, you probably should have done more. It ended up being that when the dust settled, they should have done more, and they were wrong. Can you imagine if now, this time, they go, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. We got Brandon Coleman, we're fine. And then they were right, and they found a guy. They were smarter than all the other teams that nobody else saw in the same lens that they did, and they were the team that was right. Oh, man, would that be fun. And it is possible now. That's on the table. That could happen. Not all the time, but sometimes. When you get a really good talent evaluator like they did at GM and Peters, when he brings in a very skilled evaluator to be his assistant in Lance Newmark, when you build out the front office with the reinforcements that they did, the depth and all of the departments from R&D to player personnel like they did, they're built like a real NFL front office. And Jay was just sitting in here when we did the Ask Jay Gruden Anything segment at the end of his hour, and he talked about his frustration in the end with Snyder having been that really they didn't have a whole lot of control over picking their own players. What he didn't say, the quiet part there, was what got annoying was being told, you have to sign this guy, Terrell Pryor. You have to draft this guy, the late, sadly, Dwayne Haskins. Whoever it may have been along the way, that you would butt heads with the Dan Snyder regime and people around him over, and then you just got to go coach them. That's your job. Go win football games. Well, you don't have an owner telling you who to draft anymore. You don't have a non-football executive, which is what Bruce was initially and should have always been as the team president, helping you form your roster. And I think that is the real game changer here. So Coleman, number 2 on my list, has been working against what is a mediocre to sub-average defensive end class for this team. Cleveland Farrell's more of a run stuffer. KJ Henry is kind of a back-of-the-roster guy. Dante Fowler, who we had on the show yesterday, go grab that podcast if you want. He was awesome. TheFanDC.com, GrantandDanny.com/audio. He is one-dimensional, I would say, is how it's been the last few years in his usage. He took issue with that yesterday, said he thinks he should be a 3-down guy, and we'll see if he can prove that this year. But he's a decent speed rusher. He's probably as good a test as you're going to get if you're Brandon Coleman among quality edge pass rushers at camp. But you're about to get tested a lot better than that against the Jets. Coleman did not practice yesterday. I'm really hoping, my fingers are crossed, he's able to go tomorrow, because there's a lot to learn. If he's going up against former first-round pick Jermaine Johnson, I guess Hassan Reddick still isn't around or isn't practicing or doing a whole lot, but they've got Will McDonald, who they drafted in the first round, Michael Clemens, who's a pass rusher for them, who's decent. Obviously, up front, the defensive tackles that run some games and loop around. You might have to tangle with occasionally. Javon Kinlaw and Quinnen Williams, a couple of the best in the game. Dealing with linebackers if they decide to come downhill. Quincy Williams, C.J. Mosley. Like, that's a defense comprised of one standout after another. Pro Bowl caliber player after another. So Coleman, second on my list. This will be his first truly game-like telling test. And I'm fired up for that. Third on my list of Commanders players that I think will learn the most about against the Jets, join practice in preseason, I'm going to throw Emmanuel Forbes out there just to see where is he at this point. And I don't mean on the depth chart after he was listed as a backup yesterday, even though he's been getting run with the starters for the most part at camp. But where is he in his development, in his effort to get back on track? He is leaving last year in the rearview mirror, which he should. And he is, I think, putting a lot of his eggs in the Dan Quinn, Joe Witt basket in hopes that he can be the latest member of their DB Reclamation Society. He doesn't look like a prototypical corner that they would have turned into a stud with the size and the length, but he's got the ball skills, doesn't he? Record for pick sixes in a season in college football and all time, the collegiate level. According to him, in an interview I did with him last week, and you can find it at thefandc.com, he said that Quinn was very interested in drafting him when he was with the Cowboys a year ago when Forbes came out, and he thought Dallas might have been where he ended up before Washington took him. Now, take that for what it's worth. I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems like they've got a rapport and Quinn likes his game. But I just want to see, he's made some plays in practice. There have been some times where he's going up against Terry McLaurin when I've been out there, and it's pretty obvious that McLaurin is on another weight class, that he's just literally and figuratively, I guess. But he's just a level up. But if you could go out, if you're Emmanuel Forbes against the Jets, and you get a chance to practice against, you're not going to see it in the game, Aaron Rodgers throwing the football to Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams, the former Charger, that's a tandem that's better than the duo that Washington's got. And McLaurin stacks up, I think, favorably with those two. But Wilson's probably the shiftiest guy you'll have faced since the start of training camp. So I just a really good opportunity to gauge where he's at. I got two other guys that I'm really excited to see against the Jets. We can get to those names. And then the college football all-name team coming your way next. Danny is out. Grant solo with you, taking you up to 6:15 on the Fan. Kevin Clark of ESPN stops by. Top of the hour at 5 o'clock. By the way, top of the hour, I just saw this number. It's pretty staggering. I want you guys to hear it. The Patriots were willing to pay Brandon Aiyuk what before he decided he didn't want to play in New England? Wait till you hear how much it's being reported by the ESPN beat reporter up in Boston with the Patriots that they were willing to pay Brandon Aiyuk, and he said, nah, I'm good, actually. Aiyuk, who, doesn't want to play in San Francisco and desperately wants to be traded, had a chance to be traded and decided against it. But with that in mind, so I'm actually glad it worked out this way because you were out Monday, Darius. It was just me, Ryan, and our guy, Anthony, who made one of the great debuts in show history, by the way. He'd only ever said hello. And then he came on the air to answer the question, what is a food that you eat when you're young and it's awkward to eat when you're older? Based on Jacoby Brissett being out on chicken tenders because he's 31. So, I went with, Chef Boyardee. Clary went with sugary cereal. And then he said breast milk, which was one of the first times I'd heard him speak. It was an incredible show debut.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a choice. It's an option.
I was like, wow, okay, this guy is making his presence felt on the radio. That is an answer. But I present to you, I see this every year. I always think it's one of the funniest things on the internet. Different outlets put it out. This is from College Sports Only. The 2024 all-name team in college football. So best I can tell, these are real athletes. They post their pages with their bio from their school websites. If they snuck one in that's fake, I guess that's possible, but there's pictures, there's some stats. These look like real people with these names. And they went position by position this year for this all-name team. So I'll just go through some of my favorites. The returning quarterback, many years now, as the quarterback of the all-name team in college football is General Booty. General Booty is a quarterback at ULM, so he is still on the all-name team. Always good. My wife always cracks up at that one.
I've played against him in my NCAA dynasty, so he is a real player.
Was he Booty or was he pretty good?
I would say he was. He lived up to his name.
Okay.
Yes.
He keeps transferring, not to bigger schools, so I can't imagine things are going great. The running back on this team is from Washington State, and his name is Djalvensky Schlenbaker, which I just think is a 10. I think if you count syllables, that's got to be up there among the most syllables said when calling play-by-play. Turns and gives. It's Djalvensky Schlenbaker. He's off to the races. That's a pretty good name for the running back who's a redshirt sophomore for Washington State.
Would love to hear Reese Davis or Chris Fowler try to do that one.
If he's in the Heisman race, can you imagine? Here's your wide receivers. We got 3 wideouts, and this is where it starts to get fun. DeColdest Crawford. So
yeah, I'm familiar with him. He's a real person.
DeColdest, DeColdest, which I think is an awesome name.
Unbelievably awesome.
Such a good name. Then there is DeRealist Clark. So this is DA hyphen big R EALYST DeRealist Clark. So he's not fake. He's real, but he's not just real. He is the realist.
Okay, I follow. Yeah.
I also really like this name. And if we're doing this, you could just put "the" in front of anything, basically. Because now we've got the coldest and the realist. We should have the fastest. We could have the best. We could do where that's gonna be. I should name my next son that. I should text my wife the best Paulson. Now it's not that fair to the other Paulsons, but why wouldn't we do that? The realist is a 10 out of 10. That might be one of my favorites. And then the third wide receiver representing Tulane, Fat Watts. PHAT Watts, WATTS. Fat Watts out of Tulane. I think that's a really good name. Also feels like it's not on the birth certificate. At some point, people started calling you fat. Whereas I'm kind of thinking the realist is on the birth certificate. Can you imagine, by the way, you're in the hospital. Your baby boy was born. This precious little 6-pound, 11-ounce skin and bones. He's in your hands. Just the cutest little thing. And you're like, the realist. You look like a realist. I love that. Tight end. You ready for the tight end on the all-name team? Rowdy Beers. Rowdy, last name Beers, Beers.
Now that's good.
Now, I don't want to judge this guy who's a freshman from Valor Christian High School who's going to be playing at FIU. He's got to be the broiest bro that's ever broed. Like, I have to imagine he is not, like, you do not want to step on his shoe in Arlington. He's going to be like, Doug, what are you doing, man? He's going to try to fight you. Rowdy Beers is the name of this guy at FIU. Such a bro. Lock. What if he wasn't? What if he was just like this, like, rogue scholar who's just no bro tendencies at all? All right, next one. I like this one. We're on to the O-line now. Jaden Muskrat. Jaden Muskrat. Muskrat. Last name from Auburn. I always like just a cool animal last name. This is a phenomenal. This might be my one seed. This offensive lineman who's 6'5", 301 pounds. King Large. His first name is King. You know how to spell that, King. His last name is Large, as in not small or medium. King Large. Beat that, all-name team. This is College Sports Only on Twitter, put together the all-name team. Offensive lineman. This is a starter on the O-line. 6'1", 298, grad assistant. He plays at Ohio, home of the Bobcats. Ladies and gentlemen, Parker Titsworth. Looking for Parker Titsworth. Titsworth, in case you were curious.
I don't think you can say that name anymore. You've reached your limit.
It's a name.
Before I have to hit a button over here.
It's just a name. Just naming a guy who plays football. Dodge Saucer is an interesting one from Kennesaw State on the O-line. We got a kid from Virginia Tech on the O-line team name. Name team, I guess it's called. Hannes Hammer, which is pretty good. The last name Hammer is pretty damn good. Hammer, just like the tool. Hannes Hammer. I don't think I'm allowed to say this one on the radio, but it's hilarious. On the D-line. Yeah, I'm not even going to spell it. I'm not going to do this one.
Yeah, let's skip that one.
I'll send that one to you. Right. If you guys really want to know that one, you'll have to hit me up at Grant H. Paulson, and I'll just send you his player bio. I think I could say it because it's a name, but now you're in my head a little bit. You got me a little nervous. Defensive lineman from Charlotte, Demon Clowney. Demon. Maybe it's Demon Clowney, but it looks like Demon Clowney. So I hope it's that.
Any relation to
that's
famous
a great
Jadeveon
question.
Clowney?
Is Jadeveon Clowney from Baltimore?
Ooh.
Demon Clowney apparently is from Baltimore.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think he's from Baltimore. I should know that. But
I think we would know that. Yeah. Edge. Guy's name is Thunder Keck. Keck. First name Thunder.
Spell the last name?
Keck.
Wow.
At Stanford.
First name Thunder that's a strong one.
That's excellent. Again, probably not on the birth certificate. But if you go by it, I think that's what matters, really. This was my wife's favorite. This one's just hysterical. He looks like a bit of a like a nerdy non-football player who was in the marching band, but he's a linebacker at Duke. I'm going to say he's like on the football team, but also on the swim team somehow. This guy's name sounds like a horse in the Kentucky Derby. Memorable Factor. First name Memorable. Second name Factor.
All right, you made that one up.
No, goes to Duke. 5'11", junior, went to Westminster School. His hometown is London, England. Memorable Factor. All name team. There's another linebacker here named Power Eccles. I like Power Eccles. There's a linebacker from Nebraska on the all-name team. Chief Borders. I get size for Chief Borders. Bring him to D.C. 6'4", 245 from Chicago, Illinois. I don't believe this one for 1 second. Now, he's a real person. I'm looking at his bio. I'm seeing where he's listed on the Rice Owls roster. But I think someone's playing a prank, or he's playing a prank, or his mom, or somebody's in on it. His name is Mobility. His first name is M-O-H, and his last name is Bility, B-I-L-I-T-Y, which is the greatest name you could possibly ever have. Like if you're a dual threat quarterback, he happens to be a member of the secondary, so I'm quite sure he has mobility. But redshirt sophomore from North Dallas High School in Dallas, Texas, mobility.
Of the Bility family, of course. Yeah.
Many abilities.
So many abilities. I know them.
My swim team coach's name was Crystal Ball. I've told you guys this before. They were in on the bit. The last name was Ball. They named their daughter Crystal. Did the ability say we got to name him Mo?
Of course. Absolutely.
Here's a bad name that you shouldn't be called as a defensive back. From LSU, Major Burns. That's like a baseball pitcher from the Rays back in the day, Grant Balfour, whose name was a pitcher with the last name Balfour, Ballfour, or former Commanders kicking legend Chris Blewett. It'd be like a quarterback with the last name Interception.
He should switch to wide receiver. That'd be cool as a wide
That
receiver.
would be very good.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one more. DB, love this one. Well, there's two more really good ones. Both DBs from UTSA, Texas San Antonio, Pig Cage. I think that's awesome. Again, if there is an animal as part of your name, I am all the way in. And then the last one here, DB from Central Arkansas on the 2024 college football all-name team, Dude Person. I love that. First name Dude, last name Person. So I'm now rooting. These are my favorite college football players. I'm going to go full Pete Medhurst and just lock in on these guys all college football season. I'm going to be monitoring them as closely as possible. But those are the names on the allegedly real names, supposedly. I'm being told. I'm looking at evidence that they're real on the 2024 all-name team from this account, which is awesome.
I can't wait for your first tweet where you're breaking down mobility's coverage capabilities.
Lacks a little mobility. Mobility does. Kevin Clark of ESPN next on G&D. Taking you all the way up to 6:15 tonight. Without Danny, who's on vacation, I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. G&D continues, sponsored as always by the law firm Condorian Murrah. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft your will or set up a revocable trust, perhaps creating a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We've been talking training camp for much of the show today. All of our camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I like touching the national media for perspective and having folks on who have dropped in on Commanders camp, who have also been to other camps, just to get their perspective on what they saw. And I'm fired up to talk to Kevin Clark right now on the BetQL guest hotline. He, of course, plies his trade now at ESPN, where he hosts This Is Football. Kevin, it is great to have you back on the show, buddy. How you been?
I'm so fired up. I am at leaving Westchester Airport rental car center after a 7-team training camp tour, and I'm fired up. And this is football, man. Like this is the time of year we're in it.
It's the best. It's so fun. So you made the rounds, it sounds like. So I want to ask you about a bunch of the teams that you visited, but I want to start with the Commanders. What was your feel leaving there? What vibe did you get from Operation Dan Quinn and Jaden Danielsville?
It's so hard to gauge this time of year where a rookie quarterback is at unless it's bad. And what I mean by that is, like, I went to New England and Drake May is bad. And I don't think that really means much because of how huge the gap is between college and pro. The first 2-3 weeks of training camp, and even really the entire first rookie year, it's hard to gauge what a player is going to look like in year 3 or year 4. But Jaden Daniels played a ton of football. And so you knew he'd be NFL ready because of that. And I talked to Peter Pritchard, obviously the quarterback's coach there. And the one thing he talked about was the way the portal put him in different situations. And he played a lot of, for God's sakes, he beat Justin Herbert and threw a touchdown pass to Brandon Aiyuk when he was in college. Jaden Daniels did. Okay. Like that's all you need to know about how much football he played. And what Pritchard said was they know what he can do and they know how coachable he is because there was a proof of concept at the college level. He was in different offenses. He was in different schools. He was with different skill guys. And so the one thing they're not going to do is baby him. I think a lot of times, Grant, we conflate rookie quarterbacks and making their life easy with giving them checkdowns and 3-yard outs and all that stuff. And they know that Jaden Daniels throws inside fades, vertical routes, seam routes, things that push the ball down the field. Jaden Daniels broke Joe Burrow's record for explosive plays at the college level last year. That is not an accident. That is not a coincidence. They know that. They're meeting with him, they told me, to figure out what he's comfortable with. It's exactly what you want to hear about sort of the plan for a rookie quarterback this time of year.
What do you make of all the changes that they made on defense and the possibility that they could be sneaky good on that side of the ball? With Quinn, Joe Witt, I'm just completely enamored with. It seems like he could be like a beloved coach in the building already. But everyone looks at last year's results statistically or the record. It's a completely different outfit. Owner, GM, head coach, quarterback. And on defense, they're going to have a bunch of new starters. Why can't their defense be pretty good?
The defense can be better. I think the coaching is going to be better. I love Joe Witt Jr. I loved him going back to Green Bay. He was so good at explaining that Green Bay defense years ago when he was a position coach, and I really enjoyed visiting with him every chance I get. I think that there's still that can play, man. And you don't have that many reps at the NFL level and be that good at linebacker and immediately fall off the cliff. That just does not happen. And so I think he's going to bring instant credibility, and knowing like kind of how to get that defense on the same page as Bobby Wagner would is so valuable. And so I don't think they're going to be a top 10 outfit or anything like that, but I see instant credibility, and I see an interesting dynamic between Dan Quinn, Joe Witt Jr., the defensive line, obviously, which we're hoping for a bounce back this season. So I think they can be good. I just don't think they're going to be good enough to get into the playoffs.
Kevin Clark of ESPN, just wrapping up his camp tour. We're going to ask him about some of the other teams here in a moment, but starting with the Commanders. Last one on Jaden Daniels in Washington.
Yeah.
When you were there, I guess it kind of made some sense that they were dragging their feet on naming him the starter. The idea that they still haven't, does that surprise you at all? That they, even by saying he's going to start in the preseason game, Quinn came out and said, this is unofficial. He's very, very careful to make sure everyone knows Daniels isn't the starter yet. Are you surprised by that?
No, a lot of that is just personal preference. And there's some guys, I think it was the Bengals when they had Joe Burrow, said, you know what, screw it, there's no competition. Joe Burrow's the starter. Some people wait until the last second. It's personal preference. I wouldn't read anything into that. I think that the beat writers and the people who watch practice every day, Grant, know whether or not it's a real competition. I haven't heard anything to suggest he wouldn't be the starter. Again, in New England, I had people say to me, oh my gosh, Drake may not start a game this year. That's how far behind he is when you look at a practice every single day. So that's the conversation there. I do not hear that conversation at all at Commanders Park, and I'm not worried about that.
So let's go to the Patriots and Drake May, because I really, really like May coming out. I still do.
Me too.
I mean, I think he's going to be a star. And a lot of the metrics, like analytically, the stuff that he shined at collegiately are the predictors of quality play. I didn't love the landing spot in New England with their lack of weapons for him, but I would still buy all the Drake May stock, even though it's been a rough week from a reporting standpoint on him. I don't know how much anything matters right now anyway, but what was so bad? Like, what did you see?
He just looked overwhelmed. He looked overwhelmed pre-snap, post-snap. You would see that suggested he didn't know what was coming, Grant, and that means he wouldn't see a pressure coming. All of a sudden, he's trying to shovel pass out. He would miss throws when he had the opportunity to make them. And by the way, part of the Patriots defense is really, really good, and we shouldn't discount that. This is a very complicated defense. He was throwing a lot at him. My friend Mitch Schwartz, I asked him yesterday, is the defense always ahead of the offense? He said yes, especially this early in training camp, because the defense can always install blitz, throw it at the offense, and the offense has to spend all afternoon adjusting, right? And so I think that's the biggest thing for me, is just understanding the sort of the nuances of the sport, what he needs to learn. I think that there's something tangible this time of year with the college to pro gap, especially if you're somebody like Drake May and you have not played a lot of football. The hash marks are different, and nobody thinks that's a big deal. It's a huge deal because how much space there is. The fact that in college, defenses don't really disguise their blitzes. If you have any sort of exotic blitz in college, you're going to overwhelm the offense. Athletes are worse in college, so they can't basically disguise their intentions. They have to cheat more. And so you're basically reading a defense from a different sport when you get to the NFL level. And that's why I don't read a lot into the first couple of weeks of training camp, is because not only is Drake May having to learn what amounts to a different sport, he's having to do it against Gerard Mayo's defense, which is learned from Bill Belichick. Brian Belichick is still on staff. It's still a defense that, for the most part, Bill Belichick handpicked. That's a nightmare for a rookie quarterback. And how often, Grant, do we talk about, a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback isn't a veteran until he's gone through a Bill Belichick defense? We saw it with Mahomes. We've seen it over and over again. Drake May is going through that. So I would not rush to judgment at all on what that's going to look like.
Kevin Clark of ESPN, one of my favorites when it comes to breaking down the NFL, giving us some time here on G&D today. Before we leave the Patriots camp, the news has come since you left there, but they were in pretty seriously, it looks like, on Brandon Aiyuk. Your colleague, Mike Reese, reported today that they were willing to pay him $32 million a year, which if that was the case, I don't know how this didn't happen. Maybe Aiyuk just didn't want to play there. I mean, what do you make of all that?
First of all, Mike Reese, the other day I ran into a guy. Some guy stopped me on the street, said, "Do you know Mike Reese?" And I said, "I do." And he said, "He was my camp counselor. He was the greatest camp counselor in the history of the world." Okay? So shout out Mike Reese. I just need to get that out there.
Good reporter,
part is
good camp counselor.
Elite camp counseling,
Right.
okay, from Mike Reese. The Aiyuk thing has been totally mismanaged by the 49ers, because everything now, they're kind of retconning it and saying, oh, well, they're ready to open a deal. Why weren't they ready to open a deal in April? You're not trying to win a negotiation like 31 other teams are. The Commanders are going through this. They're trying to win a negotiation. The Niners are trying to win a Super Bowl, and they can win a Super Bowl. And that's what's disappointing is that if you knew you were going to cave at some point and open trade negotiations, do it in March at the owners' meeting. So that way you can start making plans. And I don't want to hear that Ricky Pearsall as my 18-month-old adds extra analysis there in the back seat. I don't want to hear extra that Ricky Pearsall is some sort of replacement. He's not. You're not going to see any sort of offensive year-over-year replacement with somebody like Brandon Aiyuk, who ESPN Analytics says is the best wide receiver in football over the past year. He is good at everything. That's the one thing. Matt Harmon, who does reception perception, he was studying what strengths Aiyuk has, and the answer is everything. Every single route he's good at. He's elite at from an EPA per play perspective. And so that's kind of what the Niners are going to lose here if they cave. I wouldn't do it. I would find a way. $14 million is not an appropriate price tag for a player like Brandon Aiyuk to play on. I would find a way to rework that, give him extra money and say, we'll address this time next year or 6 months from now, whatever. You're trying to win a Super Bowl, and trading him just doesn't do that.
Kevin, you had I hate the word rant. There's like a negative connotation to that. I'm going to call it a soliloquy, or I'm going to say even you had a take that I thoroughly enjoyed. I could not agree with more recently, where you talked about aggregator accounts making fans dumber. And it actually feeds out of a trough that I address on the show a lot, which is people don't understand the difference between reporting and saying, aggregating and reporting. And that's not necessarily the consumer's fault, but it does make for just a worse everything. But these aggregator accounts where so-and-so, it looks like he could be in line to take over the starting job. I don't know where any of this crap comes from, but man, is it worse for consumption.
It's crazy. And it doesn't tell the full story. And I saw one yesterday. It was like, whoever, some Giants defensive lineman beats Penei Sewell, and it's going to be a huge season. First of all, it wasn't Penei Sewell, it was Taylor Decker. Second of all, he beat him after about 7 seconds of the rep. And so Decker just gave up. That's how these plays work. And you see this all the time. I mean, you've watched so many practices, Grant, where a guy will score a touchdown when the play would be dead 100 million times out of a million on a real game, on a real field, not a practice field. And yet we draw conclusions from that because we don't know what we're looking at. And we see one rep. It's funny, Kevin Seifert, who covers the Vikings for ESPN, said the other day that Brian Flores was just practicing the concept of Justin Jefferson not getting safety help. Now, you would never do that. No team in the NFL, including the Vikings, would do that in a real game. You would triple team Justin Jefferson before you give him no safety help. But they were just trying stuff out. And yet, if you were to watch that practice or watch one play, you'd say, oh, my God, the Vikings defense is toast. But you wouldn't know the context unless Brian Flores explained it to you, which he did to the media, which he did to the beat writers. I saw a thing the other day in Pittsburgh where they were trying out a rookie undrafted, slot cornerback, and they put him next to George Pickens over and over and over again at the goal line. Well, the rookie cornerback was getting absolutely toasted because that's what happens when you go one-on-one at the goal line with George Pickens. But what solution do you draw there? If you were trying to pump up George Pickens' season, you could say, oh, my God, nobody can cover George Pickens' MVP season incoming. Or you could say, oh, this guy, this undrafted guy's a bust. Well, in actuality, the truth is very much in the middle. They're excited about the cornerback, they're excited about George Pickens, and they were working on something near the goal line. And the idea that these aggregation accounts can take one practice play and extrapolate an entire season and then make money off of our rage, because we're getting, and that's why I don't amplify specific plays, is because I don't want to give them, I get paid or whatever. I have the blue check mark, so I get paid. It's very little money. And so you're looking at 0.0001 cent if I actually quote tweeted one of these plays, but I just don't want to feed into it. And so the idea that we've made this such a part of the training camp conversation is driving me crazy. I saw, again, another play from Keon Coleman, who I really like as a player, but because he had those viral videos where he's, a funny guy a couple months ago, he gets buzz online. He had a couple plays against quality control guys, and that's one thing. Then he has a highlight catch the other day that goes viral. Guess what I saw when I was there? Some pretty obvious OPI that was called on the field. I didn't see any videos of the OPI. And so that's what's funny to me, we're getting in this conversation where it's like we're not seeing more than 5 reps over the course of a training camp. You're not getting the whole story.
Yeah, and there's a slightly different but similar angle too. That and look, I was a beat reporter, and I hate even bringing this up because it feels like I'm being anti my colleagues and people that I love and I'm buddies with in this market. Because the job is as much information as you can give me. What I do with it is my own, but just give me we're all ravenous for it. Just give me the info.
Yeah.
So really, it's just people doing a good, thorough job. But when I was on the beat, you started live tweeting practice or big plays or whatever.
Yeah.
And now it just feels like there is, with the immediate nature of social media, we find out everything. This guy got burnt. This rookie lost in a one-on-one, which is designed for the receiver to win anyway, or whatever it is. And I don't know that it's healthy in the grand scheme. I'm not blaming anyone.
It's not.
It's almost like, to me, this is a bad analogy, but if we were in the kitchen the entire time while they were making our meal, and we saw they had to restart, or the egg broke and the shell got in there, all that matters is when they bring out the plate, does it look and taste good, right? And to some extent, but I want all the info, so I'm arguing against myself. But I just know that the camp nonsense, it's just it's a lot, man. And everyone's living and dying on a Thursday third rep in an 11-on-11.
It's crazy. And you know how much practice is used to test guys' limits and all that stuff. And, hey, I'm just going to try this, see what would happen if I threw this ball in the back of the end zone. Hey, is this play going to work? That's the kind of stuff you're trying to do in practice. That's the point of practice. And I would even push that chef analogy further. This time of year in training camp, it's not even like we're making the dish here. It's that the chef and usually is trying to learn a new type of food. He's going from being an Italian chef to a French chef, and he's just trying to figure out how to make the baguette. And that's what we're seeing now. And so I think it just all gets lost in translation. It's crazy. And the fact that we talk about it so much is just it's making me dumber, even though I'm trying not to get sucked into it.
Well, Kevin, your coverage was awesome. It was really cool tracking you throughout your camp tour and seeing that you were out here. Appreciate you spending a few minutes, and we will certainly be watching and listening to everything. This is Football is where you can check out Kevin's pod. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Anytime, guys. Love coming on.
Be good. That is Kevin Clark, now with ESPN, who is a really smart football analyst, but a good egg and just ultra entertaining. I have many a time seen him tweet something and brought it up on the show, and it's turned into a fun little topic for me and Danny. He is a lot of fun to have on, so appreciate him joining us. At what point does Adam Peters need to rethink getting back in on Aiyuk? If, in fact, the Patriots are out and the Browns are out, and it's you or the Steelers, essentially, is it worth at some point re-engaging? Or are we done and let's just move on and leave this in the rear view? I want to get into that next on Grant and Danny.
away a first-round draft pick and giving him top receiver, money, that's a lot to pay for a team that is not on the verge of something, right? That's a price you pay when you feel you're right there. I think it makes a ton of sense for the Steelers. I'm probably more bullish than most people on Russell Wilson. I think he's in line for a bounce-back year, sign a big contract. Somebody will regret signing him to a big contract. The circle of life moves on. I think that's a team that can push the chips in and say, let's get our guy a guy and do it. That price doesn't make sense for me. I still come back, though, Grant. I know you think this, too. Why in the world would the Niners do this trade when they're all in, when they're in Super Bowl mode? I don't get what they have to gain from this. I don't get why they've allowed it to go this far.
That was Michael Phillips about an hour and a half ago here on Grant and Danny. This is the Fan. We have not talked about the Brandon Aiyuk trade sweepstakes today, but with some news over the last few hours worth passing along, we'll put our trunks on and dive back into the Aiyuk pool for a moment. So the answer to Phillips's question there at the end of his take, where he said, why on earth would San Francisco even engage? I agree. I wouldn't have traded him because I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. The reason it sounds like that they're willing to now is twofold. Number one, I think they know they're not getting a deal done, is my guess, or that he doesn't want to be back. He doesn't want to accept whatever they're willing to give him. So the best value you're going to get in a trade for him is now. See the old Soto conversation we had. When's the best time to trade Juan Soto? Never. When's the second best time? This second, as soon as possible. Because with every passing day closer to free agency, fewer games remaining, you're going to get less back. And maybe more importantly, this is the big thing. I think you're willing to trade him now because it sounds like they are asking for a receiver back. They're not just going to trade him for picks. I'd be shocked if they did that. That wouldn't make sense, to Michael's point. They are a Super Bowl caliber team. They do feel like they've got to win this year. So they're not going to trade Brandon Aiyuk just for a second-round pick this year, a third-round pick the year after that, and a fifth-round pick the same year. They're going to try to get a receiver who can help them now on the field immediately. From New England, maybe that's Kendrick Bourne, right? From Cleveland, that's Amari Cooper, who's got a year left on his deal, who went 70 for 1,000 last season. From Washington, that's Jahan Dotson. From Pittsburgh, I don't really know who that would look like because I don't know that they've got a whole lot of depth at the position worth San Francisco getting excited about, and maybe that's why they haven't proven to be a formidable trade partner at this point. But that is the report, is that they're asking for a receiver back that they can start who can cushion the blow of losing Aiyuk. And if they get a receiver back they can play, plus those picks for the future, plus you're freeing up money so that you can pay whoever it is that you need to that's next in line in that star-studded operation, well, now it makes a lot more sense because you can both still win this season, ideally, even if you take a step back from Aiyuk. It's not a massive leap backwards if you have a landing that's softer because you brought in a pretty good wide receiver. So I think that's the answer to Phillips's question there. But what I want to know from you guys, and I still have not heard a good answer on this, and last night I did a lot more reading on everything going on out there and watched a lot more of the reporting from Schefter and other people throughout the day yesterday. Because I was on the air solo all day long as some of this stuff was coming out. It was hard to follow it all. Why do you guys think Peters seems to be out on Aiyuk? That's what I want to know. And I'll open up the phones on this for you at 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines available at 800-636-1067. Why do you think Peters doesn't seem to be interested in trading for Brandon Aiyuk? And here's what I'm basing the take that Peters looks like he's out on Aiyuk on. Number one, the report is that Washington pulled itself out of the discussion. Not that the 49ers said we're not trading him to you, or that Aiyuk said he didn't want to come here. In fact, the opposite is probably true, based on what we've seen from him on social media. But the report is there were 4 teams that San Francisco was talking to. One has recused themselves from the discussion, and that's the Commanders. And so that's the first thing I'm basing this on. The second is, it seems like a deal would have been done, or at least we would have heard that they're talking pretty seriously about a trade if Washington wanted him. Because Aiyuk has said no to the Patriots, who were willing to pay him $32 million. And we also heard reportedly, that he said no to the Cleveland Browns. So if he's turned down 2 of the 4, the Steelers are the only other team with the Commanders, then it tells me that you might actually be able to get something done, knowing what we know, that he's best friends with Jaden Daniels and he wants to play with Jaden Daniels. So that's why I'm assuming it's true that Peters isn't that interested or that Washington is not still engaging. And I'm asking you why you think that is. I think there's 3 possible reasons. The first is just that Adam Peters thinks the cost is too high. Maybe GM Peters is willing to give up draft picks for Aiyuk. Maybe GM Peters is willing to give up a veteran receiver and some other down the depth chart player for Aiyuk. Maybe he's willing to pay Aiyuk close to $30 million. But he's not willing to do all 3. Because that's certainly how I feel. I'm not going to pay this player and trade draft picks and give you, say, Dotson or De'Ami Brown. If they did it, I don't think it'd be a bad decision. I don't think I would hate it. I'd be fine with it. Because I'm never going to be upset going and getting weapons for a young quarterback trying to make his way in the league. I think that's a good practice. And the more of that you do, the better your quarterback's going to be, and in turn, the better your team's going to be. So I wouldn't beat them up. In fact, I'd probably endorse and support the decision. But it's just not what I would do. It's a lot of money. There's 4 to 6 really good receivers joining the league in the draft every single year, and most of them are not drafted at the top of the first round. There's a lot of ways to add weapons. There are plenty of guys that come available in trade discussions that are agitating and annoyed with their team or not getting paid. We saw it this offseason with a few other guys. It's not like this is the only time you're ever going to get a chance to trade for a wide receiver. So that's number one. I think Peters could think that the cost is too high. He's just not willing to do all 3 of those things. Second is Adam Peters could be out on Aiyuk because he thinks his wide receiver group is good enough without him. Maybe he does not view this wide receiver room as needing a marked upgrade. Maybe he doesn't think that McLaurin, Dotson, Brown, McCaffrey, Olamide Zaccheaus, Jamison Crowder, whoever else makes this team, some version of 6 guys like that. Maybe he thinks that's an adequate group, that they're going to be set and fine there, and that they don't really need to go get an impact wide receiver. That part I would disagree with, because while I still have high hopes for Dotson, I don't think there's anyone else on the team that has a chance to be a top 20 receiver in the NFL like McLaurin is. Aiyuk is already that. You would go from having a below average wide receiver room to a well above average one. You'd go from probably being in the 20 to 25 range in football and wide receiver to in the 7 to 11 range or something like that with McLaurin and Aiyuk. And then the upside still of, I'd imagine in this hypothetical, Dotson's gone probably, but De'Ami's still around, hoping you get something out of him with a new staff. And you just drafted McCaffrey with the 100th pick in the draft. The only other thing I could come up with as to why Peters might be out on an Aiyuk trade would be he's turned off by the antics of Brandon Aiyuk during this process. And he just doesn't want to play ball with a guy who is forcing his way out of San Francisco with a tantrum, who then told the Patriots, reportedly, no thank you, despite them saying they'd pay him $32 million. Like, he's gone from a pretty quiet, good soldier to a lot to deal with in a short time in terms of public opinion. But I don't think it's that one, because I think Peters knows him very well. And my guess is Aiyuk is acting this way to get out. This isn't what he's normally going to be after you get him. So I think the most likely of these possibilities is either that he just thinks the cost is too high, or he really likes his receiver room. And of those, I think it's more likely that he just doesn't want to pay this cost. We had Scott Pioli on the show yesterday. Pioli once hired him in New England, or I guess worked and ran the scouting department with Peters that Peters was in. And Pioli said he'd be surprised if Scott and Adam, having learned from Belichick, didn't view this the same way. Pioli's point was, I can't give up picks like they would have to go get a wide receiver when I'm in the beginning of building my program. I just don't want to do that, and I'll bet you Peters doesn't want to do that. I think he's probably right. It's just too much of a cost. But that's what I want to know from you guys. Why do you think Peters isn't aggressive when it seems like Brandon Aiyuk is there for the taking if Washington wants him? 800-636-1067 if you want to join me. Danny's out. I'm Grant. This is The Fan.
I mean, it's been at this point for a little bit, so it's nothing really new to me. I mean, you're always disappointed when you can't keep a hold of all your players or it's not going exactly right. I mean, I don't like losing anybody, so that's why I'm hoping it does work out here. But right now, we don't have that solved yet, so I hope it does.
That's Kyle Shanahan, but if you are an OG in this market, you already knew that voice. I used to get played on these airwaves a whole lot when he was the coordinator. You know, back when a lot of people in town used to say he only had the job because of his last name, even though he's now arguably the best offensive coach in the league. Anyway, any hoodles, we won't revisit history. Grant and Danny without Danny today on the Fan. Why are the Commanders out on Brandon Aiyuk, do you think? Because it seems like they are. And he's also dangling right there to be had if they want him. I think they just think that the cost is too much. And I don't blame them. I probably agree with them. Let's go to Dave in Woodbridge on G&D. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Grant. How you doing, buddy?
Good, man.
So I don't think they're out. I just think they're sitting back. Hopefully the price will drop. And so you mentioned, maybe trading Jahan or Diami. Let's be honest. They're not taking Diami Brown. Nobody wants him. He's probably going to get cut midway through the season or after the season anyways. I would love to see them. The timing is right. So we have money on the salary cap because we don't have guys to pay right now. There's no left tackle to go spend $30 million a year on or $20 million a year on. So timing is right to get Aiyuk on a 3 or 4 year deal. I'd love to see it happen. Trade Jahan and maybe a 3rd round pick and bring him in for $30 a year for 3 years. Let's do it. Let's give this man some weapons.
So if the price drops, maybe you could get him for that. I get the sense right now they're asking for more than what you just said. It'd be Jahan and maybe like a 2 and a 3, or Jahan and a 2 and, maybe 2 years later a 3 or whatever. But yeah, if the price comes down and that's the asking point, I have a hard time believing they wouldn't do that. The question is, what is the Peters evaluation having been in that building? Is he a top shelf receiver that you're willing to pay the $30 million to after that trade? Because that's the part of this I always come back to. We're viewing him as to what he is in that San Francisco offense right now, where Kyle Shanahan's going to get more out of almost every receiver than anybody here or in any market, because nobody gets receivers open better than him. And this is what Aiyuk is when I'm a defensive coach and I got to deal with Debo, McCaffrey, Kittle, Juszczyk, bunch of Pro Bowlers, bunch of All-Pros, bunch of Hall of Fame types. Is it different when he's now the number one guy and getting all the attention? Mello and Woodbridge, how are you?
I'm good, Grant. How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Good. I agree with what you just said. You actually stole my thunder a little bit. I think that Adam Peters, he's very smart and strategic. I think he's thinking long term. That is Aiyuk worth that when he can probably draft somebody that can give him the same type of productivity. And you mentioned the other 3 options, the Kittles and Debo, as well as Aiyuk is probably the 4th option, if anything, when they have their offense that they're running. Can he be that number 1, number 2 guy? And I think he just doesn't want to deal with the diva that is potentially in Brandon Aiyuk.
So that is a big part of this, I think. I don't know Aiyuk at all, and I am giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's just acting a fool right now, that he's not a fool, right? I'll use the word diva. I think that's probably more acceptable. He's acting like a diva, and he's not a diva. I'm just assuming. But AP would know that. I mean, Peters came from there, has been there since Aiyuk was knee-high to a grasshopper. He knows what this guy's all about. And he would know if he's just throwing a tantrum because he doesn't want to go to his room, or if he's a guy that throws a lot of tantrums. Chris is in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
What's up, Grant? I agree with you. It's probably just a matter of price, and that the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Why would you give up valuable, controllable assets and draft picks and cash to sign this guy? But I don't think it's helping that he is putting on airs and being perceived as a diva who would rather be forcibly traded from a Super Bowl franchise where he just had his best career season.
Right. Well, how about this too,
I don't
Chris?
think
I'm going to keep you on the line. And also, like he's saying, get me out of here. I want to be paid. You're not paying me. Get me out of here. And then the report is from Mike Reese, not a nobody, like the ESPN reporter on the Patriots. He comes out and says the Patriots offered him $32 million a year, but he didn't want to go there.
Yeah. So what is it? The thing is once you get Aiyuk, what is he going to find that he doesn't like about Washington in 6 months or 3 months?
What if he doesn't like Ben's Chili Bowl?
Well, that's an automatic. You're gone in my book.
I agree with that.
But
maybe he's anti-half smoke, Chris.
Oh no, you can't be anti-half smoke.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what is the guy not going to like. You said, what's he not going to like about DC? What if he doesn't like go-go music? He better like go-go music. What if he doesn't like DJ Flex? He can just hit the road, as far as I'm concerned. Because my name is DJ Flex, and I represent Washington, D.C. I saw Flex the other day, by the way, Darius. I hadn't seen Flex in a minute. It's good to see his smiling face.
Was it around here?
Yeah, I think he was like sitting in one of these like rooms in the second floor. Yeah.
Wow, that's my guy.
I didn't get to see him because he looked like he was doing actual business.
Yeah, he's a busy guy.
I was waddling my way to the studio. Why is Adam Peters not in Aiyuk is the question on Grant and Danny. Plus, I want to turn our attention to the Nats. James Wood. What a night last night. G&D.
Now the set. Birdsong holding, kicking, and delivering. A swing and a high fly ball to right field. This is deep. Encarnacion going back, way back. Warning track wall. It is gone! Goodbye! Bang! Zoom goes C.J. Abrams with a towering high fly ball home run over the big wall in right field.
Charlie Slows, as heard right here on your flagship home for Nationals baseball, 106.7 The Fan. Yesterday, that C.J. Abrams home run was one of the wildest swings I've seen in years in baseball. And that's not hyperbolic. According to True Media, the pitch that C.J. Abrams hit out to right center last night was the highest pitch location on a batted ball for a home run by any player this season. The ball was at his shoulders. I initially said it was at the letters. That doesn't do it justice. He was swinging up the shoulders, neck area, like that high, and he tomahawked like you would getting under a ball in the middle of the plate, upwards. A really, really high fly ball. It didn't think it was going to get out necessarily because even though he crushed it, it was so high. Normally, home runs to right center at Nats Park are more line drives. But it was an incredible swing on a ball out of the zone by a foot or so. It was crazy that he even swung at it, let alone hit it out of the ballpark. Baseball coverage on the Fan, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. I want to talk James Wood in just a moment as we get ready for Nats baseball. He was phenomenal last night. But let's wrap up the conversation we were having on Brandon Aiyuk, Jackson Springfield. Jack, final word on Aiyuk and the Commanders. What do you got?
Well, man, I feel honored to be the final word. Usually I get kicked out of most pods. But anyway, Grant, here's what I'm thinking. You know, the Pats, and I'm a homer for the Pats. You could probably tell by my accent.
Hey, I thought you were a big Yankees fan, maybe a Giants fan. I had no idea.
I'd rather slit my wrist than support the Yankees. So that's another story. But the point is, you know, with the $32 million that he got offered, right? We don't know what the guaranteed amount was. It could have been a lot less on that. You see what I'm saying? But I honestly think with everything you've been highlighting over the past couple of days, and we've seen the back and forth in the social media and him reaching out, this guy might be, excuse my French, a straight pain in the ass. And I'm not sure some teams want to take that on. Now, if anyone's probably going to take it on and might be able to reel it in, it would be the Steelers. But I hope the Steelers never win another stinking game in their life. So maybe they get them, they break the bank, and they continue to lose. What are your thoughts on that, Grant?
Well, I'll give you my thoughts in a second, but I need you to do something for me, Jack.
Yep.
I need you to say what Mrs. Marshall's trying to say is there's a 44th patient.
Well, first of all, Mrs. Marshall was a prostitute, okay? And we're not going to talk about ladies of the night right now.
Okay.
We'll leave it at that. All right?
How
Well,
about you
what was it
say,
again, the quote?
I know what you are. I know what you're not a cop.
Listen, I know what you are. I know what you're not. And you're not an effing cop.
Attaboy. Jack in Springfield. We could make that a reoccurring bit. Just have him read some Boston lines from movies. Although I don't know. We were teetering a couple times. I didn't know where he was going with a couple things. I'm like, there's you got that dump button ready. I don't know where the Mrs. Marshall thing came from. There were a couple of moments where Jack made me nervous. But overall, that's my kind of guy. I think we can hang out and go to Top Golf and have a pretty good day. Rudy's Golf in Kingstown, Alexandria, I suppose, would be our stop. Let's talk James Wood of the Washington Nationals. James Wood last night, in the 31st game of his big league career, delivered the goods of kind of what you need to get you to the end of the season. This is the whole point of the rest of this year. I went to the ball game last night with Toby Altizer, co-host of one of the great baseball podcasts in America, Boston Loose Baseball. And we walked down Half Street. We wanted to go watch James Wood. That's why we went. Mackenzie Gore was pitching. We wanted to see him as well. Wood last night hit a triple off the wall, hit a 2-run home run the opposite way to left center, walked 2 times, was on base 4 times, stole 2 bases. Everything that you ask a player to do, he did last night. Now, defensively, had an error in left field, and he's still got to continue to clean up his act defensively in a new position that he's learning on the fly. But he took close pitches. He spit left on a pitch just off the plate to draw a walk. He was calm and confident at the dish. He was disciplined, right? He looked like a veteran. And when he got some cookies that he could do damage on, he drove a ball off the wall for 3 bases standing up. And he drove a ball to left center field over the wall to an area over the red seats near the porch that I've never seen a lefty visit at Nationals Park with his prodigious power. 108 miles an hour off the bat, 423 feet on the home run. There's only a few reasons, in my opinion, to kind of continue to lock in on the Nationals the rest of the way. But Wood is the type of game changer that becomes must-see enough that he's worth going to the ballpark and paying for a ticket for. He's worth watching a game at night when you wouldn't have otherwise. Before you go to the bathroom, if you're at a Nats game, you should look and see how many more batters till James Wood. Make sure you're in your seat when he's at the plate. He's the whole point right now. And before they called him up when we were doing our countdowns and we came out with our We've Got Wood shirt on the 106.7 The Fan merch store, which has done very well, and you guys can go grab right now if you'd like. Oh, by the way, I prefer the Cruz Wood 2024 shirt, as I'm still hoping that Dylan Cruz makes good on the other part of that ticket, because we need to get him to Washington to make his debut with the Nats. He had a 3-hit game in game 1 of a doubleheader today at Rochester at AAA. He's closing in on being Major League ready. I think we'll see him next month, ideally. But before the promotion of Wood, what you salivated about was the possibility of a game like yesterday, where even though the Nats are losing, and they ended up winning because he turned the game around almost single-handedly. But I mean, in the scheme of the season, even though they're not going anywhere and they're not doing it fast, it's a losing year, sub 500, no designs on the postseason. Attendance isn't going to be high. It's just the real ones over there right now. The proud of us that are showing up to watch the team. But you go and you hope I get to see James Wood do something cool. And you saw the big 6'7" outfielder steal multiple bases, have 7 total bases on 2 swings, missed a 2-homer game by a couple of feet, and the home run to left center was just outrageous. I mean, the call, both counts, right? On the radio was excellent. On television, Bob Carpenter was awesome. I mean, he couldn't believe how far the ball flew after years and years of calling games at Nats Park. The guy's just different. There aren't players like this. I mean, you talk about his size and his athleticism. The short list is Judge and him, and then you're kind of going, who else? You're like tapping the table, like 6'7", can run, these exit velocities. Ellie De La Cruz of the Reds is 6'5", so he doesn't qualify, but he'd be in that conversation. O'Neal Cruz of the Pirates doesn't have this kind of power, but he's almost 6'7" and has the exit velocities, but he doesn't qualify. I'm looking for 40 home run power with 30-plus stolen base speed and center field defensive athleticism in a 6'7" package. So I got Judge. I got Wood. Who else do I got? I'll be here for a while waiting. They don't exist. It's just different, man.
And
Yesterday was the whole point. That's why we're there.
And are you even getting that kind of speed from Aaron Judge? You're not getting 30 still speed from Aaron Judge.
No, he doesn't. Like, the Yankees play like it's still 1947. So they're not going to run anyway. But he does, like Aaron Judge, if he needed to, could swipe bags. We've actually seen it in his career. He had a 16 steal season a few years ago. But yeah, he doesn't. But he plays center field, and he goes gap to gap. Now, if we're talking about sprint speed, I could actually look this up real quick. I don't think he's anywhere near James Wood. But he's also now, I mean, how much more weight does he's probably weighs 30 pounds more. He looks menacing and huge and all. James Wood is kind of lanky like a power forward and limmy. And he's long, I would say. But there's not a ton of meat on James Wood yet. Aaron Judge looks like a hawk. So I think Judge, when he was drafted, maybe is like the better comp. And way back when, early on in the minor leagues, he did run some. But yeah, your point's well taken. I mean, I'm more looking at athleticism than foot speed or stolen bases when I talk about Judge, who can play center at a pretty high level. But from a speed standpoint, 26.8 is where he's peaked this year. He's 34th percentile in baseball. So he's not really fast at all. So what you're saying. Whereas James Wood, if you're looking at his sprint speed and where he would rank in Major League Baseball, he's 77th percentile, having already touched 28.3. I think the metric there is probably feet per second. But almost 88th percentile speed to go along with exit velocities that are 99th percentile right now in baseball. This was the call of the home run last night. James Wood's third as a National.
Swing by Wood and a drive in the air to deep left center field. Ramos going back. He's looking. It's going, and it is gone. Goodbye. A bomb into the brew house. Red seats up in the table area. Bang! Zoom goes James Wood with his third home run of the big leagues.
Tell him, Chucko Chains. Let him know. James Wood just gave a fan a souvenir. By the way, from the Nats game notes today, Wood 15 for 35. That's a .430 batting average with 10 runs batted in and 10 runs scored in his last 10 games. He's hit safely in 9 of those 10 games. He's reached base in 11 in a row. He's got a .510 on base over that stretch. 11-game on base streak tied with Jackson Churio for the longest active on base streak by a rookie in Major League Baseball. With that, let's get you some of your notes before we get out of here ahead of Nats baseball and Charlie and Dave's pregame. Ryan sounded a little nervous in the break. He told me this will be the most difficult weather forecast he's given us all baseball season long. I'm curious as to why. We'll get those deets right now in our Nats weather report pregame, which is presented by Pepco. Storm season's here, and we know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/stormprep. Our show meteorologist is the aforementioned Ryan Clary.
Yeah, so it's going to be 82 degrees at first pitch here, but we are tracking some storms right now. I do believe there could be a spotty thunderstorm right around 8:45 p.m. tonight.
Wow, very exact.
Although 8:45 p.m., but even then, that is a little iffy right now with the tropical storm Debbie that is making its way up. Debbie is silly.
Debbie.
It's a silly storm. It's going to be 3 inches of rain.
Is Debbie the reason they moved the game tomorrow?
Debbie is the reason why.
Debbie's about to pummel everyone.
Debbie could pummel DC.
Debbie just sounds like a storm, doesn't it?
I know. It
sounds like a mean storm.
It is. And so
you don't want to piss off Debbie.
You do not want to piss off Debbie. So I would not be surprised to see Debbie impact us tonight at 8:45.
What do they call Karen is like that's become the name if you're like a mean adult or something. Debbie is similar name, I would say. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It's like Debbie. Although I've got 2 Aunt Debbies. They're the nicest. They're the best. Big Debbie guy. All right, your Nats starting lineup presented by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom. Jake Irvin's on the bump. The Nats are going with C.J. Abrams at short, Alex Collin right, Juan Yepez at first, Harold Ramirez DHs, Ildemaro Vargas at second. James Wood is batting 6th for some reason and playing left. Riley Adams catches, hits 7th. Jacob Young, the center fielder, bats 8th. And Trey Lipscomb will play third base and bat 9th. Enjoy pregame coming your way next. First pitch after that. We're live after the game tomorrow. For Darius, Ryan, I'm Grant saying so long. Thanks for listening to G&D.
Thank you for coming.